Good morning. Oh, my VU levels are peaking just there. Let me turn that down a little bit. We don't want to be deafening people's little ears, do we? Let me just knock that down a tad or two. That's a bit better. Good morning. Morning, chill. Good morning. We'll say some good mornings. Good morning, TFN. Good morning. Morning, Erich. Morning, cows. Morning from England to Poland. Good morning, Poland. Hello, hello, hello. What's on today's agenda? Well, straight in it. No messing there, is there? We've got a few in today, fairness, guys. I was going to ease into it, but the demand is there already. So we will run through what we've got. I haven't missed anybody, have I? Yeah, TFN. Oh, morning, Emrich. Miss you up there, hiding right at the top, just off my chat, because I'm on top chat and not live chat. Let me go down to live chat. There we go. Morning, Joseph. Miss Joseph as well. Good morning, good morning, good morning, all. We have, I'm just having a look what we have got today. We have got, this one set here, a desktop. Customer brought this in on, I think it was Friday, maybe Friday. Rang me, he thought his power button had gone, but we all know power buttons really don't go. So, sorry, not the power button, different one, this. Power supply, thought his power supply had gone. So he bought another power supply. There's actually another, what you can't see, just off camera, there's actually a second power supply, just sat here. So he's fitted the new power supply, still not working. Well, he's half fitted the new power supply, still not working. Rang me, says he thinks it's his power button. I said it's unlikely to be the power button. Bring it in, we'll do diagnostics. So we've got diagnostics on that one to do. We've also got that tough book, which I'm not putting off, but I'm not really wanting to do because I'm not looking forward to that. That one there. We've also got this laptop as well to look at, and there's two more laptops sticking right up at the top of the shelf, what you can't quite see. Which came in last week. We looked at one on stream, two Dells, if you remember. The lady came while we were streaming and needed them pretty urgently. So we looked at them straight away. As soon as she left, we started looking at one, if you recall. Spent about 3 hours on it, walked damage one, couldn't repair that. But I needed to speak to her about the second one before we worked on it. She did get back to me, but she didn't get back to me. That was Tuesday. She didn't get back to me because obviously it was urgent until Friday. So she's finally come back to me because obviously it was urgent and in a rush, and we got that now booked in for today. So we've got a second one of hers to look at on there. So we've got three laptops there, gaming system. I've got another two desktops. One's a really, really nice gaming system. He brought that in whilst I was streaming on, was that Saturday or Friday? I can't remember, one of the days when I was streaming. And he'd had it to two other local repair shops, and it was a bit of a confusing thing. His temperatures were going up to 200 degrees C. There was a lot of stuff just didn't quite make sense. So what I've kind of slowed him down and stopping it. We're crashing after 5 minutes, and so I slowed him down and said we'd just do normal diagnostics and see where we go. Right, so that is the plan of attack for today. So we will, whilst I've rabbited on a little bit, some other people might have coming. So, morning James and morning Mike. Morning Mike, morning. Welcome to everybody who is new. We have had an amazing, I've had an amazing last few days. I have topped up. I went into, I think, Thursday night, Friday morning with 590 subscribers. I woke up this morning to 671. That is 80 subscribers, let's say, over the weekend. Boom! It's one of those. Just cannot comprehend that. 671 subscribers. Don't know, but hey, they're something's obviously working with algorithm, and we thought we'd come and just see if we can tip 700 today. We are going to stream until we're done. So we have got probably about 6-7 jobs in, plus whatever else comes in as well. Some of them updates, some diagnostics, some repairs. What we do have, we have a box. We've got a box. We've got a box. I'm not going to get too excited, but we've got a box. I've been waiting for this box to turn up. So yes, we are going to open this box. I'm thinking, because it is addressed to me, which is always useful when you get a box, that it is addressed to the person that it's sent to. Box from the Far East. It's not from a galaxy far, far away, James. It is from, I think this has come all the way from Lithuania. This has come from. And I'm pretty excited to see what it is. And as soon as I've opened this, we'll get onto the rest of the stuff. But I'm like a kid with everything. I have got so much AliExpress stuff sat on my shelf to do some reviews over. I must have 30 items now that I need to design a VOD for and get a VOD for the members VODs. Because the idea is that I'm going to do the equipment unboxing and everything else just for the VODs. For the members, sorry, on VODs. I've got some collaboration. I had a couple more offers over the weekend from different creators, big and small, to do some more collabs. So might put those out for there. Editing my next video while watching you. Oh, I hope I don't put you off. I am terrible at editing, TFN. Absolutely telling me. Good morning to Ronnie as well. Ronnie, hello, people. I'm fixing vintage tech. Say, what are you fixing, Ronnie? What are you fixing? This is a wiper. It has come from. Oh, it's got my address on there. Latvia. This has come from. This has come from Latvia, and it was produced on the 16th. Up here. Come on, say hello. Come on, you normally do your role. She's been out for a run this morning. So I've been to hospital this morning, so I took her out when I got back for a run, and she says, what are you doing this morning, Dad? She said, are you on that blinking thing again, talking to that computer? I went, yeah, right. Go on, go and lay down. So what this is here, if we cannot guess, guys, we have, we've got my mug turn up. I ordered this before James and Chill and Relax, because they both ordered one as well. I think Chill's ordered the standard one, James has ordered this one. This is the 20 ounce, so it's quite a big mug.
PCDD, little shit.
Oh, we got there. It definitely is. I wanted to make it child friendly, so we've got 7. But I think we all get that. That brilliant phrase from Andy Swindon Electronics. So my mug has finally turned up, but it is quite a big mug. I mean, that's the mug I normally drink out of, which is oversized, but this is even bigger. These 20 ounce mugs are pretty nice. Prints on it's quite clear as well. Quite impressed with that. I think I'll probably use that, and I'm going to order a couple more to keep things in on the desk. So yeah, pretty pleased with that. So we'll stick that on the shelf. There we go. So people can just see it in the background. Just see it in the background. So, glad that's turned up. So I hope everyone had a good weekend this weekend. Don't know if everyone got up to it. Anything special? Hope you.
PCDD, you little shit.
Probably just thinking I need to turn that down a bit because it's rather loud. Rather loud. Guys, whilst I remember as well, I'm still having issues with the echoes killing everyone. Turn that right down to 14. YouTube is still having lag issues on video playback. So please just remember, not only live chat, you just need to make sure you're on live video. Easiest way to do that is either click refresh, or I think there's a live button depending what you're on, even on mobile devices. Because I have noticed with chat in there. So yes. So yes, thank you. Ooh, I've just got a message from YouTube. No idea what that was, but that was something. Yeah, so thank you for everyone if you are first into it. 671 subs this morning. Blows my mind, so thank you so much. So we will crack on and get some stuff done, because I am going to have to get my finger out this morning. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, after stroking. Oh, God. After stroking dog. Oh, dear me. That weren't nice. I don't know where she's had her eyes. But anyway. Right, so we're gonna do this. Unfortunately, with desktops, as we know, my desk really isn't designed for doing too much on desktops. I need to put autofocus, for some reason, keeps turning on and off. And it's, I don't know, it's just not autofocusing. Oh, I've got wrong camera on, that's why. Stupid thing. Right, so we'll get this one started straight away. Yeah, my desk isn't really that conducive for doing desktops. We'll see where we go. Apart from what the customer has said about it not switching on with a power issue, I have got no other information about this. So I think the best thing we can do is maybe take this to pieces, see what's what, and kind of work forward from there. So I'm going to disconnect the power supply. It's a terrible shot to start with. I am aware of that, guys, and I cannot see chat. But once I've got it into some resemblance of being able to show it on camera, I shall spin it round a little. Oh. Right, we've got those disconnected, hopefully. Now, he did say one were fitted and one weren't, but it looks like both are kind of... Oh, so he's got... his hard drive's connected to one, and he's got his computer connected to other. Which I know he'll still post, but... it just means... And he's got his fans connected to there as well. Oh my gosh, one of these where... Let's put a hole in a computer where stuff can fit. So right, that's one power supply off. We'll disconnect both. We'll test both supplies. And then we'll see if we can figure out what's what with computer. When I've got it... When I put right what that is. That one should... That's a bit better. Easier than I thought, that bit. Get my power supply tester, which is sitting right at the bottom of the box. Oh dear, what can the matter be? Oh dear. Right. Let's get that chunk of a machine out of the way. A power cable. Let's plug in. Right. Go to that one. Go to that one. Might be a bit easier. On Firefox for me, no problem with on Chrome. I use Chrome, and I've been seeing Chrome flicking back as well. TFN, just TFN, isn't it? Yeah, TFN with glass on. I've noticed it on Chrome. I've not tried Edge, but I don't have Firefox on my machine, so I can't try that. So there we go. Strangely enough, gents, I know these look very similar power supplies. They're both non-modular. They're both the 650, and obviously form factor is exactly the same. One is the CX and one's the CV. The difference in spec is nothing, by the looks of it. But you'll understand where I'm going to. 130, 24 amps. Right, this is... I'm going to show you this, just to see if anybody else is aware of this. Because I certainly am not, or was not. And I'm going to see if I can get this in shot. So, I don't know if it's clear. The CX we're talking about now is 130 watts on the 5 and 3.3 power rail, but 20 amps. Yeah? I know they've got. I tell you why. I was thinking, but they've got it right. So 130 watts, 15 watts. Yeah. So they are identical on there. But the C, whatever that is, CV, is a good 300 kilos. That would be heavy. 300 grams. That's got more weight in it than that. Yeah, that is certainly noticeably heavier, even though it's got the same cable and supposedly the same spec. Bit strange, isn't it? Why would there be such a disparity? But, don't know. The stickers out. What I thought was they had different amp ratings, even though they had the same wattage rating, which confused hell out of me. But they haven't. They've moved the 3 and 5 into different orders on the stickers, which make it look different. But ignore me. I don't know what I'm on about. Bridge Tech. Good morning. Good morning, Bridge Tech. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. I'm going to shift Keely because Keely keeps getting under my feet. Put keyboard under there. All right, so we have, that's his new one, the CV is the new one, and the CX is the old one. I suspect we will plug these in, and it will probably show some type of life and power. So I know these are only show if the power supply is coming to life. It doesn't specifically show current, but it will give us an indication. So 6 and a 2 can go in there. 6 and a 2 for GPU, if we remember the little rhyme. I can't get it in. Look at this. 6 and a 2 GPU, can't slot it in the hole. That's because I'm trying to put it in the 2.8s. Yeah, ignore me, trained professional. Come here all the time. So I'll flick power on and see if that one's working. I suspect it will be. and on the wall. There we go. Of course, there's find them bulletproof. So we've got 12.1, 5.1, 3.3, and it looks a very good stable supply. The 12 volt line is moving very slightly, but nothing really to write home about. So I think that supply, he's leaving me that supply. He says I can have that supply because it's no use to him. So he's gonna leave me that supply. No use to him at all, because he bought an extra one. Right, this is the other one. Sorry, that was his new one. It's this one which is the old one. So I'll just check to see if this old one's working. So I'll just stick them in. This will tell us the again whether it's working. Yeah, that's exactly the same. We've got 12.1. Ooh, yeah. 5.1, 3.3. Only reason it's beeping is because I've not plugged PCI in, but it comes off the same whatchamacallit. So we should flip that over and stick that in there. Yeah, 12.2 on the PCI rail. So it's all good. EDM, good morning, good morning, good morning. How's the weather this morning where you are, EDM? It is glorious sunshine here, and I know where you are. I hope it's nice. Glorious sunshine and relatively hot. I don't know where everybody else is in the world or the UK. Yeah, it's just like an old model. I think that's all it is, Ronnie. It's a slightly older model, and I think they've got a different energy rating, I would have thought, but if not, they've just kind of changed sticker and said this is our new improved model and not really changed anything. It's overcast. Well, I'm looking out here, EDM, and there is a little bit of grey sky, but I've just I took dog onto the field and I was just in a t-shirt and tracksuit bottoms. So yeah, I was quite okay this morning with the difference in heat and temperature. Let's spin this round. It was quite nice. So what I am going to do on here, I'm going to power it up because I can't see anything major that's gone bang. Oh, what's that? No, I thought one of MOSFETs had a hole in it then. I suspect, from what he was describing, that it's probably motherboard. That ooh. Now is that a crack? I will show you what I'm looking at. I'll have to get a microscope out for that. I'm not too sure we'll be able to get the microscope into where I need to look at on there. But before we plug in, we'll. Yeah, I can't see any scorch or burn marks on here. And he said one day it was working, one day it wasn't. Yeah, so I'm not sure on that. But we'll have a look. Bloody windy last night. Oh, wasn't it windy? I had a bathroom window open last night, and I had to get up at middle at night to shut it because it was just blowing a gale through the house. I'm one of these. I sleep with my bedroom window open all year. I don't even shut it on. You know, when it's like -6 outside, I sleep with it open all year. I'm thinking I'm going through menopause, but. Yeah, last night bathroom window got shut. I left my bedroom window open, but crikey, it was windy. It was very windy. Now, does that look like it's got a crack in it? No. Oh, it's the Y. See the stick on the Y at the bottom? That's what I was looking at. It just, do you know when you just glance something? And I kind of glanced from top, without that, and it just looked like the bottom stick of the Y was some type of crack, because if you notice, bottom right hand corner of that looks a bit discoloured as well. But yeah, that looks all right. So we will apply some power and just see if anything is happening. We'll see if it's going into short circuit protection mode or anything like that. Is that what they did? The CV series had better quality components? Yeah. I do like Corsair because they give either, depending on the model, it's normally either an 8 or 10-year warranty. Dreams messaged me the other day. If you don't remember, when we had the unluckiest customer ever, who last week, I think we all probably felt for, his DDR5 RAM had failed, and it was Corsair. Well, Dreams were telling me afterwards, you get a lifetime warranty on Corsair RAM. So as long as you've got a receipt, you got a lifetime warranty on it. So if you have got some Corsair RAM, as long as you've retained a type of receipt. Now, a receipt in UK law is just proof of purchase. It doesn't necessarily mean it's got to be a receipt which says you bought it from this store on this date at this. It can just be some type of, I paid them £90 on this date from a bank statement. Under UK law, that would suffice. But lifetime warranty on RAM. So, but customer didn't have a receipt anyway, so it's irrelevant. But nice to know with that. I do like Corsair. I do find them good. So I'm laughing because you'll see why I'm laughing here. So we've got a really nice, quite a heavy stock GPU. I don't know, is it a 40, probably a 3080 or a 4080 or something, 70 series. It's a big chunky one. So he's gone to Hassler putting a bracket in, but unfortunately, bracket don't do it because bracket will move a little bit and GPU's not even touching bracket. You can clearly see this daylight between there. So yeah, I don't like these at all. I think they're absolutely shocking. I prefer ones which kind of sit, you know, the ones which are like a rod, which sit vertical there. I prefer them. The serial number. Oh, the serial number is enough. Just have to. Ah, right. I didn't know that. And I would say I know in UK law. Some years ago with PC World, which is a retail outlet in the UK, it's owned by Currys, I'd bought some speakers. I'm talking Cambridge Audio Works. I'm talking 30 years ago. Anyway, for one of my very early PCs, I think it was maybe my first Pentium PC. That's how long ago it is. And I said they weren't faulty. Anyway, to cut a long story short, I thought I'd bought them from PC World, so I rang PC World up and I went, I think I've got these speakers. I can't find my receipt. When did you buy them? I said, well, I think I've only had them about 6 or 8 months. I said, it doesn't seem like long. All right, let me have a look. I'll see if I can track your receipt down. Okay. So she rang me back and she says, she says, have you got any proof of purchase? I said, no. I said, I would have paid cash. Fine. I'll see if I can track it down. Anyway, she rings me back to this woman, ever so helpful, this woman. I bet you won't get this today. Like, no, computer said no. But no, she rang me back and she said, look, I can find a cash purchase for these speakers, but would you have bought anything else? I went like, what? She said, well, I can't tell you that. Would you have bought? I said, well, probably. I said, what are you talking? She said, CDs. I went, yeah, I didn't even have a CD writer. I said, yeah, that'll be mine. She said, oh, we can give you a refund. So I said, what do I need to do? She said, just come in and ask for me and we'll give you a refund if you pay cash. Brilliant. Went in, 150 quid back or whatever it was. And then I'm looking through different bits and bobs about 2 weeks later. I find his receipt for these speakers. I didn't even buy them from there. And I only paid something like £99 from somewhere else. So PC Builder took them back for 150 quid's worth of refund for something that I didn't even buy from them. And I just thought that probably was good customer service back in the day, but wouldn't happen today, would it? Computer said no, you're not having it. So yeah, it won't go any further. So we have CPU power, and we've got that power. We know power supply is kicking out some current. Customer has done this, so whatever damage has been caused has probably been caused anyway by a lottery ticket, and I could do it. Morning, Tom. Morning, Gibbon. The difference between after-buy warranty or lifetime warranty, though. I told you about lifetime warranty at the time you were thinking of trying to repair. Did you, Mookie? Maybe. My head was a bit confused that day because I weren't looking. If you remember the stream, and the customer was in the stream as well who owned it, I weren't looking forward to doing the reflowing of the NAND chips. But the customer didn't have, he did tell me afterwards, he says, I ain't got a receipt anyway. He'd had it 12 months. He'd had it over 12 months and he'd not got a receipt. But he's happy with what he's got now. Happy with what he's got. Right, so I'm just going to, we've got power at wall. I am just going to try and power. It's a PC Specialist, this one. Absolutely zippity-doo-dah. Nothing at all. absolutely nothing. Let me get the meter powered up, the multimeter, and let me get it on screen, so at least we can see what we are doing. That one, wait, I need to open software, don't I? If I don't open software, you won't be able to see it at all. Connect. Done. Okay, so let's see if we've got any power to the power supply. Might as well use this plug. Stick one in there and one in there. So I'm just going to measure, see if we've got any power when I flick this. No, so it's not even acknowledging any type of recognition on there. We will try a couple of ports at a couple of places on the board, on the power switch, so we'll just get a ground in so. DC power mode. Nothing on, I think that's 5, that first one, next one's 3, I think. Yeah, it's not. See why customer thought it was power supply or his power switch, because there's nothing at all. So we'll disconnect, we'll get bits and bobs out, and we'll just see if we can see anything major. See where it is. God, that's tight. I just love them when they're packed so well. I can also have a quick look at spec, because apart from the power supply, I have no idea what anything else is. Get some stuff taken out and down. I do have somebody coming about 1 o'clock to collect it, but as far as I'm aware, that's the only interruption I am having today. Somebody picking 2 PCs up. I built one of them yesterday for them, and he's picking his old one up as well, but I've kind of rebuilt. We've moved some, oh God, that's tight. We took some stuff out of his old one, put it into his new one, and he's now got himself a very, very nice PC, which, he had a very nice one before, but it's updated and upgraded. Ouch, and everything else. And I've been tinkering around with the idea of upgrading my my office streaming, whatever you want to call it, PC, what I use daily. It's not a bad spec. It's a 5900X, 64 gig of RAM, I think it's got. There's quite a few hard drives in, but I've been moving them forward. Can't concentrate on this bit. Where's my other screwdriver gone? Clip's not gone down all together. I just hate it when that happens on graphics card. Always sounds a bit barbaric, this bit, if you can't get it out. And I know I can't show you, it's not the best view. Yeah, and a 5070 Ti GPU. I mean, I don't game on it at all. I don't even game on my gaming system. We was on about that last night. So, but I was thinking probably upgrading. I've got a 9850 in my gaming system, and I'm thinking of putting probably the same one in my desk system and going to AM5 platform. Gosh, this clip here, I ain't got a clue how these stick so much. Definitely released. There we go. Right, it's a lot of card it is. It is upside down. A 3070. That's quite a big card for a 3070. I were expecting it to be probably slightly. It feels more like a weight of a 80 series, but yeah, 3070. Not even a TI, just a standard 3070. That's so. What's that? That'd be. Is it 6 gigabyte or 8 gigabytes? Can't remember that one. 8 gigabytes. So yeah. So 3070 there in lovely green. Get this back on the bench and take a couple more bits and bobs out. Go and pull my blue mat off. What is the PCI card? The PCI card sat down there. It looks to be a Wi-Fi card, which are, I know they're notorious, aren't they, for falling over and dying. PCI cards like that. There's very little else in it. The computer is spotlessly clean. It's like it's been cleaned as well. It's not like it's dusty, so I can't say it's probably been overheated. So we will strip components out just to see what's what. And see if there's any other contributing factors. I don't think it's RAM, so there's no point taking RAM out at this stage. We'll do another test now. We've got PCI cards out. Whip his hard drive out as well, which is a NVMe M2 card, PC specialist one. I've just had an email from one of my suppliers today saying we've got some special offers. We've got some special offers on hard drives. You're limited to 100 per order. So I can't order any more than 100. I'm thinking, that's not bad. Then there might be some decent prices on. I think they had a WD 500 gigabyte M2 M2. Oh, come on, camera's playing silly buggers. Sorry guys. Come on back. Right, my camera's decided it wants to. Oh, you stupid thing. And it was £114 plus the VAT, and I'm like, are you sure you've got right price on that? Brilliant. My camera's decided to stop working. Oh no! Right, at least we've got that back running. Oh, wonderful. So my cameras have lost its... Don't you just love it when this happens? Live TV, that's what it is. They say don't work with animals or children. Don't work on YouTube and don't you become a streamer. Update. All right, we should now be back up and running with that. Sorry, guys. Yeah, they'll be used ones, though, won't they, Dreams? Drunk cam, yeah. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so I'll see if I can find email. I think I might have deleted it because I just thought you're really not doing me any favours at that. Because these prices are plus VAT as well. And I'm like, what? They'd got a 1 terabyte. Oh, this one got me. A 4 terabyte SSD, right? Not M2 SSD. Plus VAT this price, £485 plus VAT. So what's that, another 90 quid on it? So what's that, £600 for a 4 terabyte? Who on earth would spend £600 on one of those? If I want to go for a nondescript brand, I can get a 1 terabyte nondescript. So white label M2, 1 terabyte M2 drive for £140 plus VAT. If I order more, that £140, so if I order 100 or more, the £140 comes to £136. So they knocked me £4 off of ordering more than 100. I'm like, what? I won't be ordering any of them anytime soon. Unfortunately, I've got a few sat on the shelf, but I will have to order something probably next month. And I'm like, I'm not looking forward to that. Because stuff's gone up so expensive. I mean, nondescript, and I never buy nondescript ones, but I would imagine nondescript 1 terabyte drives, probably about 50, 60 quid this time last year. To go up to that now, it's crazy amounts of money. Yeah, it's a rip-off. Yeah. The camera's got a mind of its own. It certainly has this morning. I don't know why we're doing that. I've had to just rearrange it carefully. So we've got that. We raised the price by 20% and offering you a 10% discount. Yeah, it's that thing, isn't it? It could be the Wi-Fi card. We're going to try it now. Remove it and try power on again. I had several customers with PCs with that problem. Yeah, I've seen that as well. I would send them a big middle finger. Yeah, in fairness, I have ordered stuff from them. I initially started using them because they offered me a stonking deal. And I think I bought about 500. And it was an email because they were trying to get me business. And they were pestering me. And I bought 240 gigabyte SSDs, so SATA SSDs, 240 gigabyte WDs. No, Crucial, sorry. And I know Crucial ain't the pinnacle of the brand, but they're better than others. They're the middle of the road to me. I never have them fail. I've had one fail, in fairness. And I paid £7.98 plus VAT per drive delivered. So that's another, call it another £1.50 on there. So it were about a tenner a drive, let's say. £10 a drive for a 240 gigabyte SSD. And prices have obviously gradually creeped up since then because that were an offer. But I just placed an order for 500 because I use so many of them. I mean, it's a smaller drive now, but a lot of my customers don't need anything big. And I just thought, for that, I can't afford not to buy them. So I was thinking, I think they thought, oh, he'll probably order about 10 or 20, something like that. I just went, how many have you got in stock? And he went, oh, we've got 600. I said, well, I'll have 500. And I just thought, for that, I'll invest the money because I don't like keeping stock. But yeah, they did me. And they lasted me several months, so it was pretty good. And I do order from them. They do give me free next day delivery and things like that. So it's not too bad. And they're not mega local, but they're certainly UK based. But the prices have creeped up steadily. But I don't know if that's just a market trend. Well, I know it's a market trend, but I don't know if it's because they think, well, we've got you now, we can, like insurance companies do when you come to renew, we can stick his price up a little bit. But sometimes they're more expensive than just buying it off Amazon. And anybody in business will know that. I usually say to customers when they're looking at getting it cheaper, well, no, just buy it off Amazon. It's often as cheap, if not cheaper, and they've got a brilliant return policy. And it's a bit of a pain in the arse if I return out to one of my suppliers. Absolute pain. Morning, Sean. Morning, Sean. Sounds like the BX retail for £25 is. Yeah, they. I think at the time they were retailing for about 20 odd quid, 21 quid. They were the Crucials. Yeah. Well, everything is. I were looking at DDR5 RAM. I know we keep on about this RAM, but DDR5 RAM. I got my gaming system. I've got upstairs. I bought two 64 gigabyte kits, so I've got four 32s basically in my gaming system, and I paid £140 per kit, so £280 for RAM. Well, I didn't actually. I paid £140. I tell a lie. I paid £140, and it got lost and didn't turn up. So they sent me some more, and then about a month later, original stuff turned up. And when I contacted them and said that, and they went, well, you can't return it. I went, oh, fine, shall I just keep it? Yeah, keep it. So I ended up with 4 sticks of 32 DDR5. This was September 24. So I look back on when I bought it. With me upgrade, what I was just discussing there, I was thinking that, and then I thought, well, to save some coin, I could actually take 64 gigabytes out of my gaming system because I never use that. Put 64 in my office system, still leave 64 in my gaming system upstairs, and still not switch that one on upstairs. I haven't been switched on in months. But hey, right, we've got everything took out, so we'll see. We have got a Beat speaker here, so just in case it does anything other than nothing, we might just get that. So we've took all the PCI cards out just in case there was a short on PCI rail with one of the cards, because TFN is quite correct. They do often cause issues. So we've got power on the power supply, power on at the wall, and we'll try the on and off switch. Still deado. I'm going to pull the cables and I'll try bridge it manually just to see if it is the power switch. Yeah, it's still dead. Still dead. So it looks like board's going to have to come out on this one. I'm just reading Sean's comment there. The price of hard drives, yeah. I guess I'll watch it for a little bit, then I have to dig the family out. We got hit with a storm. We got 18 inches. Is that water? Or, well, either's not good, water or snow, but wow, 18 inches. I mean, that's... Yeah, I mean, snow's not as bad as probably 18 inches of water, but even so, 18 inches, that ain't good. Snow, wow. I can't comprehend. I know we all go, oh, we've got deep snow. We'll probably get, I don't know, 6 inches, maybe 7 or 8 inches of snow. So, I don't know, so much, things like that. General laying snow, I'm not on about drift in the UK. And country grinds to a halt. How you cope with 18 inches, because it just compacts down so much. I know they do it in other countries, but yeah, it's just a bit. I hope everyone's all right though. I mean, if you're saying you got to dig them out as well. I mean, I don't want to sound too flippant. I hope they're okay with it. I know it looks nice on the card, but I wouldn't want to live in the middle of a snowdrift. So we'll get these disconnected. Before I actually do anything else, I'm going to disconnect absolutely everything and just try the board on its own, just in case there's a short on one of the fans. Or again, the same premise with the PTI idea. Let's just get rid of everything that could possibly cause an issue, and work forward from there. And I am going to disconnect the RAM. And the reason why I'm going to disconnect the RAM is because I'm looking for a change of state issue. So if it's still doing exactly the same, the RAM's not the issue. If it then comes as a change of state, e.g. the board might come on and just not post, we've got a change of state. So that's all I'm looking for, to give us an indication, or to give me an indication if it is just a strict power issue. And to negate any of the issues with their power supplies, I'm going to do mine as well. My uncle in Belthorne, top of Blackburn, used to have to dig himself out of his back door in winter. Wow. Yeah, we have not had that much here in Delaware for 20 years. Just okay to go, take him time to dig out. Wow. A metre, Mookie. Wow. I know people do say we get snow in UK, but I think we always think it's deeper than it actually is. But yeah, I mean, a metre, you'd lose a small child. My dog would get lost in that. She'd run outside and she'd just like sink. And I'd be going, where's dog gone? Well, we let her out earlier and she hadn't come back. Well, can we follow the steam coming from snow or something? I don't know. So we'll use my test supply, because we know this is a good supply because I use it all the time. Again, just to negate. Idea behind this, guys, I know a lot of you do diagnostic, but some people in chat might not. So all I'm doing here is just trying to put known good working parts in with minimal parts from him. So literally the only thing we've got in here now is a motherboard and his CPU. I've disconnected fans. All fans are disconnected. Everything, even including RAM, is disconnected. So if it shows some type of life now, I'm not suspecting it will, because I think they're still going to get the same, power state of not working. But if we do, we can then move forward from here rather than working backwards from there. If I can get this plugged in. Sledges as kids, a pair of snows here. Not usual, we get a metre or more. Wow. It's 18 inches at about 45 centimetres. Slow Tuesday here. It's 80, yeah, it is 45, half a metre. Yeah. We're going to get hit with 2 more back to back later this week. Oh my gosh. And is that Delaware, did you say, Sean? You'll have to excuse me because I'm not very good with geography in the States. Is that middle, south, north, west, east? It's obviously not going to be south near Florida, is it? Because it's always warm there, isn't it, near Miami? I'm hopeless on geography, though, as we are all aware. I just got somebody messaging me. With a boot in a shoe. So it was coming Friday. Would you be able to drop off today or Friday? No. Sorry, we don't quote over without seeing. Quite quote without seeing. Deepest I remember was 3 to 4 foot during doing milk round with my dad, dropping glass bottles. Didn't break. 3 to 4 foot. I honestly cannot in the UK. We are good with snow this winter. This week we are going upwards. Spring temperatures about 20 degrees. I said, oh, that's nice. That's nice. I mean, I bet it's 10 degrees here. Midlands at UK. So yeah, not too bad at the moment for the UK. I always think February is a bit of a strange month, though. Certainly in the UK, because temperatures are so up and down, and I don't know, just not really settled. I've been meaning to cut the dog because she's desperate, absolutely desperate for a cut, and I just don't want to do it because if temperatures suddenly plummet, she'll shove her nuggets off. About 4 hours below. 4 hours below New York. That tells me a lot, but I don't know where New York is. I think New York. I don't know if that's America and we're here. Is New York somewhere around here, down bottom corner? If UK's here, is it this side or is it that side? I don't know. No, it must be somewhere around here because you're 4 hours down from there. So yeah, I'm not very good on. Certainly not on locations. And I mean, if you said to me where's somewhere in UK, I'd probably get that wrong as well. I'm just rubbish. I'm just going to bridge these connectors out and see if we get anything. Yeah, we've got nothing on power supply at all. So it looks like it is the board because I've eliminated everything that is possibly could be in here. So, and we've used my supply. Was since been about 1 foot in the late 90s. 40 years ago. Well, there was a really bad one in the UK, weren't there? Was it 1977 or something like that, or 72? And a lot of people might not be old enough to remember this, but in the UK, I think probably did this in a lot of countries, and some countries still might have it. Your main toilet and bathroom, where you relieved yourself, toilet was outside. They weren't in the house, so you had a little, generally a brick built room, either connected to the outside of the house or the outside of the house, or in the garden somewhere where you had your toilet. And it got that cold, the toilets actually froze. The water in the toilet froze, so you couldn't even use the toilet. And again, it got that cold. The sea froze as well in places around the UK, which, I mean, to get the sea freezing is mighty darn cold. Certainly in the United Kingdom. I know we get it in polar regions and whatnot, but yeah, the sea actually froze, and being salt water, it was cold. But yeah, apparently that was a very cold one. I can't say I remember. I can't say I remember it too much. I'm being honest. Oh dear. 2 meters of snow when you were born. Wow. I mean, again, 2 meters. That's going on 6 foot. So I mean, it's your parents would have gone outside and sunk into snow over their head, unless they were giants. But you know, the average sized person doing that would literally be under snow. It is remarkable. Quite remarkable. Right, let's see if we can get this board out, because we have cabling connected here. Wonderful. Pull them out, and we've got a little cable tie on there. Snip this off, and then we'll see if we can get this board out. I suspect this is going to be a motherboard replacement. unless there's just going to be a faulty capacitor and whatnot, because the customer was making noises about an upgrade. So I think that's probably where we'll end up, rather than a board repair. So I think somebody was saying the other day to Sorin on his channel, why don't you repair desktop motherboards? And I think I would agree with his response of, unless it's a very expensive motherboard, most people take the opportunity to either upgrade or buy a new board. Because generally, my phone's ringing. Give me 1 second, gents. PC repairs, how can I help? Hello?
Oh, hello. PC Doctor?
It is, yes. PC repairs, yes. Okay. We can. What's the issue with it? Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. What antivirus are you running? I suspect it's probably that. So to save you some money and bringing it in for me to do that, I would strongly advise you uninstalling that software completely. And it won't let you uninstall it completely because it acts more like a virus. It's horrible, horrible, horrible piece of software. And see if that brings your Wi-Fi back. And if it does, the only true way of cleansing the system completely to eradicate it, because you never need to let it in your system, is by doing a full reinstall from a clean ISO. But hopefully, if that solves the problem, at least we've identified it. But that is the primary culprit for that, because what you will find in a few days' time or a couple of weeks' time, that you'll get a little pop-up from the antivirus company saying, oh, we found these errors on your computer. Miraculously, if you pay us another £40 a year, we can fix the errors. What they don't tell you is that they've created the error. Yeah, everyone does. Everyone does. They're just a marketing company who just want to rip the customers off, unfortunately. They're just scam artists. They're horrible. There's about 5 of them in the same collective who work in exactly the same way. And they're just... a lot of people trust them because they're the big names, you know, and they spend more on marketing than they do on... Okay. I can do it for you. I mean, I'm only surmising it's that. There's never a guarantee. I was just thinking of saving you some money, giving that a shot if you're comfortable with it. But if you're not comfortable with it, yes, we can do that for you. If that sorts it, brilliant. If it doesn't sort it, we can then investigate it a little bit further. It could be another issue, but yeah, that could be what it is. You can, yes, it will go in the queue for the work. I'm in the hospital tomorrow and Wednesday though, so if it's not worked on today, it's probably going to be Thursday before I can get to it, late Wednesday or Thursday. Yeah, but I am in today if you want to drop it off. Thanks then, bye-bye now. Sorry guys, he's got an issue with his Wi-Fi. Just 1 second, another call. PC repairs, how can I help? So customer pressed redial by mistake, and I was just making sure he weren't having a conversation with me because I couldn't hear him talking about it. So he's got a Wi-Fi issue on his machine, and guess what antivirus he's running? I'll give you 3 guesses in chat. See if you can guess what antivirus he's got, and if you get one of the 3 that we all think it is, you've won. But you will all know which one it is. Sans Norton, spot on, first time TFN. Yeah, it's it is. Even someone's looking your stream now, PCD famous man. I know he is. I got a 20 to 30 minute segment on Sorin's live stream where he actually posted the link to my thing I had 671 come this morning. I don't know how many subscribers I've got. I've gained about 80 subscribers over the weekend. It's quite remarkable. But my collaboration with, 670, I've dropped one. My collaboration with JDT, Joey Does Text, went live over the weekend as well. And the one with JFix has gone live as well. So just seems to all be happening at once. But yeah. Morning all, definitely Norton, definitely. Oh, Sam, not seen you in a while. Good morning, Sam. It was Edinburgh. Yeah, no, Mookie, Edinburgh. They are both extremely good guesses, and it could be one of those as well. But on this case, he has Norton antivirus. And do you know, when I say to him, what you'll find is they'll send you an email telling you how they can repair your machine because they found a fault. He says, I get them already. I went, yeah, you do. I think it's criminal that these companies think it's fine to rip off unknowing consumers in the way that they do, because that's the only way I could describe it. Because they're not even offering an amazing product at the end of the day. One of these little standoffs have come out of the board, because it's probably been over tightened. So what I suggested to him was, well, you heard what I suggested. Take his uninstall the antivirus, and he said he'll drop it off to me because he knows where I am. He then rang me back unwittingly, and in the background I could hear him saying, we'll probably just buy another one. So I don't know whether he'll drop it off. He was obviously talking to his wife or something when he pocket dialed me. Just saying, he'll probably buy another machine rather than getting it repaired. He's happy to spend £400 to £500 on one. A little bit harsh. I think. I mean, I wouldn't recommend a laptop today at £400 or £500 because we all know weight prices are going up. Your £400 or £500 laptops are pretty darn pants. So I would say, don't waste your money on one of them. I would say buy a refurbished business grade laptop from somewhere for the same amount, because it'll be better quality and last you as well, if not longer. Yeah, think of it as a caveman. All as Norton does is slow down your system. It's awful. I completely agree. There's actually some other things that they do as well, and I know I do mention it on here as well. £500 won't get me a stick of RAM, I know. I think people are out of tune. They'll ring, you know, when I quote them on a job, they'll go, I can buy a new one at 300 quid. You can't buy a new computer today at £300. You're going to buy yourself something that's terrible quality or isn't going to do what you need it to do. And all they see is, oh, it's a HP or an Acer or whatever for 300 quid. Yeah, but it's rubbish, it's pants. Really bad. And I agree, Norton. All Norton does is monitor your system, reroute your DNS traffic, sell you the information onto marketeers, and doesn't really offer actually a decent antivirus. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's better than having no antivirus. It will detect some and it will give you some protection. But I think if I had a choice between Norton, McAfee, AVG, Avast or Bitdefender, I would bin them all and put Windows Defender on, which is free. Because I think what you pay for those doesn't equate to the cost. I had somebody the other day when I was talking to them, and I went, yeah, it's your antivirus, it's Norton. I says, I'll have to reinstall your system to make sure we get rid of it, because it infects and just, yeah, it infects your system to such a degree. And he got quite a lot of network issues and whatnot. I said, but we won't put on Norton again. He said, well, they've only just took money out of my bank. And they took out of his bank for the antivirus, VPN, cache cleaner, all this other crap what they sell, which you don't really need, £170 for a year for one PC for all this crap he didn't need because he only needs an antivirus, and they weren't even providing a good one of that. £170 for the year. And I say to customers, when I wipe it, please don't put it back on, but I've just paid for it. But you're just going to end up with the same problem. Just going to end up with the same problem. A lot listen to me, a lot don't, because they think, well, I've paid for it, I might as well use it. Well, don't mean it's good what you've paid for. £170. But yeah, unfortunately, I hear a lot of it. Right, let's have a look around with a microscope. I'm just going to check to see if there's any direct shorts actually before we do anything else, and just see where we are with this board. We've got some gold here. Look at this! Wow. We've got two 8GB sticks of DDR4 32GB RAM. It's a rarity. Have a look at that. In the flesh, we have RAM, and we've got a hard drive as well. Ooh, NAND chips. We've got that. AVG and Avast. Well, AVG and Avast are owned by McAfee and Norton now anyway. So all they did were rebranding, weren't they? And if you kind of dig below the skin, it's just them anyway. So they've started the same practices as radio. He's got RAM. He's got RAM. I showed a customer my drawer the other day when we were on about RAM prices, and it was a younger member, and he went, "Wow, you're a millionaire." I went, "It's not quite there now, but you never know. You just don't know. Could be. I need to probably sell some because a lot of it is duplicated RAM, and I honestly don't need it." It was, "You're a millionaire," and his eyes lit up because he'd been trying to buy RAM. I went, it's not all DDR5. All right, find a decent ground, which is, I'll do this one. We have a ground. See what we have ground to ground. Nothing. Wonderful. Why is my... That's better. That's better. So we have got a decent ground to ground. I'm just going to check some of these coils and whatnot, what I can visibly see on the surface. 10.4, so I would imagine these are CPU. Oh, just bent my probe. Well done, you nugget. Now it's designed for going around corners. These probes are shocking that I've got here. And I bet I can't see any more coils. Right, nothing on those coils. Can't say anything massive what's exploded. Try some caps at the back. That looks a bit low to me. 1.1. Did they look a bit low to ground? To me. Take that cover off and have a look. Cancel my RAM order from Amazon. Their current price is 122. I guess they didn't like honouring my order. Yeah. I mean, they say the legal term is invitation to treat, and it's not a done deal until you've paid and accepted, and they've accepted either way. But you would think that somebody like Amazon would make sure they got it right and don't mess around. But unfortunately, it's probably a third-party seller, isn't it, rather than anything else. Right, so we've got a ground. It's on resistance. If we just find a ground point again, which is here. I'm just touching on the back of the USB port here. So these 1.6, I think that is CPU, just to make sure we are okay, because that's both legs of the inductors there. I'm just going to pop the CPU out and just see if that changes. If that is the case, we know it's just CPU resistance. And it's not a short on the board. So we'll test in exactly the same place we just tested. And this will just give me an idea whether that's CPU or a short on the board. So ground in the same place. Yeah, so that was just CPU we were measuring there. So there's no issues with that ground at all. So we were just measuring CPU resistance. We were measuring ground through silicon basically. So I don't think we've got a short on the CPU line either. We have, did I measure them coils earlier? I don't know whether I did. Put it back in beep mode so I can hear it. It's an EU. Yeah, that's problem, Mookie. It'll be one of the marketplace sellers, which will be doing it. So we've now got open on those, which are good. These are coils that I tested before, so we're open on those. Test if make sure they're okay. Just testing MOSFETs down here. Let's get this under the microscope so I can see what I'm doing, because I can't see what I'm doing like that. And just test that gate. Get into gate. Gate's fine. Can't see. Right. Give me a machine that goes beep on here. Down test. Down. Screw that in. It's all right. Yeah, 0.2 voltage drop. I'd imagine these are maybe in parallel, so they're probably going to read the same once they're charged. Yeah, pretty good on that. And I would have thought this is going to read the same. And please correct me if I'm doing this wrong, guys, but that looks okay. And again, these are in parallel, so that looks about right on there. I need to move that screen because that screen is right in the way. Where did I know why that? I've got my big screen on here. There we go. I only buy mem storage if it says supplied and shipped by Amazon due to fakes. Yeah, it's getting harder and harder though to whatchamacallit it though, isn't it? To find Amazon supplied parts. They are moving towards more of a because obviously Amazon take a cut. They don't own the parts; they just store it and distribute it. So they're taking more of a cut. So I think a lot of suppliers now are going, no, we'll ship it out ourselves, because shipping's getting a lot easier. Where they had their advantage is on the shipping speed, where couriers have come on board, and you know, most couriers now will do the same. Right, can't see any issues or any of them. Power MOSFETs on here. Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, again, UK law stipulate whoever takes the money, and it's Amazon who take the money, who are responsible. So Amazon will often still play ball if you say to them, look, you've took my money, UK law stipulate you've took your money, my contract's with you. But you really shouldn't need to go through all that. to get where we're going. But on the basis of that as well, PayPal actually take your money, but because they work as an intermediary, they hold on to your money and they don't actually, they charge you for the transaction rather than charging you for the product. That's how PayPal get around that apparently with things. Right, I can't see anything on here which has gone pop. So before I continue on here, because I know we've got it out, I'm going to speak with the customer and just see if he does want to go down the upgrade route rather than anything else, because that's the noise he was making of, I'm thinking I'll just change the board anyway, now you've got it all out sort of scenario. So rather than me going too deep into stripping out, moving things and whatnot, because there's nothing which is mega apparent without me going a bit deeper, I will speak with the customer and just say, how do you want to do it? Do you want to repair this, or if you're looking at changes, there's no point paying me to repair or attempt repair on here if you're just going to change the board anyway. They're another prime culprit as well, audio chips and Ethernet chips as well. I've had several of those go awry as well. And the good thing is you can usually just remove them from board and they lose Ethernet functionality, but the PC will still work. But I think we all realise that what this is probably is a little tiny capacitor somewhere. But again, I think customer were just making the noises to say, I'm just going to change motherboard. So strip it down sort of scenario. Can't see anything on the back. So I'm going to put this one in here. Morning. Oh, morning, Psychic. Good morning. Are we sure that one from the... are we sure that one from before wasn't cracked? Which one were you on about, TFN? Sorry. Which part of the board are you on about? Near power connector down here. Couldn't... nothing jumped out at me, but my eyesight is horrendous. Are you on about down near the power connector? I think it was a cap. Everything we're reading okay, and there were no shorts around here, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's between IO and cooler. Okay. So these, it's quite a bit of you know, the residue from the thermal pads kicking around the place. But again, these were reading okay. MOSFETs were reading okay on there. I can't see anything on. I'm going a bit slow now just to make sure. It's got nice power phases on it, hasn't it? But you'd expect it with, because it's an 11th gen CPU, what's in it. Yeah, I can't see anything on here what's cracked. See if we get anything with any type of reflection. A bit more up. All right, okay. There. Am I in the right place or before? In about this one? In about this one here? Because that's where I saw what I thought was cracked with the Y. That's what I zoomed down on before. In about this one? I'll hold it because I know there is a time delay between chat and... yeah, that one. Okay. Let me... I'll measure that one. I can't see any cracks on it from mine, but... doesn't necessarily mean it's not cracked, because a bit of a quick we'll give it a quick test to ground. I'm going to just readjust the board and the microscope so it's hanging off the bench. So that one there. Right, we're in beep mode again. I tell you what, if you've got that right, go into resistance mode. Wow, your eyesight is amazing. I still can't see it, and I'm looking at it through the scope. No, 99 ohms. So we've got 0.32 at that side to ground, and 99 ohms at that side. So no, that one looks pretty much okay. Oh, you mean this one? That's the one I thought had a crack on it. It doesn't. It's the. I don't know if it is a crack there. Morning, Arnold. We've got meg ohms on one side, but that's just the Y. It's the letter there. Keep wrecking me. These probes are shocking that I bought. They're so soft. Crazy. They look like filtering caps anyway, rather than caps to ground. There's no short to ground on those. I'm in continuity mode. That looks like the VGA and the HDMI one there. So yeah, meg ohms do see a bit high on there. But again, I don't know what it's feeding, if I'm being honest. We've got 2.4 kilo ohms on that side. It's kilo ohms on that side. I think I probably just had a bad ground. No, but ground seems to be working now. On that one there, which we were saying, ground and 100 ohms. So that would probably be probe when I was. These are filtering caps, so we're not going to get any short ground on those anyway. I was feeling it more like in a you know, with a basic zero power. It's using more on input, isn't it? Down this side, or the 12 volt input here. But there's no shorts to ground on those anyway. Even in that. Yeah, no shorts to ground there. I've got no shorts to ground on power supply either. Oh, I can inject. Yeah. Where would you like me to inject? Okay, no problem at all, Arnold. No problem whatsoever. Nice to see you anyway, Arnold. Oh, you had a good weekend. Yeah. I've got my fan on today because I was a bit warm this morning, but it's cooled down considerably. Let's get the power supply booted up. That's on. And COM port 6 connect. And on. Come on, COM port 6. You know you want to. Yep. On. Unknown source. I'm just trying to get me, for whatever reason, power supply has been silly. I would have thought out of anything, a BIOS issue would have been low, mainly because it's zero power completely. I'll measure, see if we've got any voltage on power pin down here. I'll just get the, I'm going to make an attempt at getting my power supply working, but at the moment it's just playing silly things and not wanting to communicate. Honestly, technology at the moment, I don't know why it's doing what it's doing. We have everything plugged in. Yeah, we've got everything plugged in. I don't know why it's doing this. So I can inject, I just can't show you current on screen when I do it. Ace has RGB on the audio side. Yeah, nothing's lighting up, getting no lights at all. We've got a little RGB going through here. Nothing is. The board's completely dead. We're getting nothing on the power pins or anything. I'll just check the, see if we've got anything on the power switch itself. We'll get my, where's my power cable gone? Let me put it down a minute ago. Where the blinking it did I put that power cable? There we go. It's up there. Just going to put the CPU back in. So any of the pins damaged. Because we know how hard they are to straighten on here. So we'll get this in, we'll just see if we've got anything on the power switch, the power. We'll get that in there, and get the 8 in here. I'll see if I remember what Uncle Soren told me about measuring the LDO on the keyboard as well. That was, I didn't know that, what he was saying. I think, from what I can gather, not many people did in chat either, because when he was posing the question, if anybody watched the live stream with Soren, there's a lot of people going, well, yeah, we don't know why. It has a 3.3 and an LDO on the power switch, on the keyboard connector. Interesting to know. Right, get that plugged in there. Alright, we're back to life. Let me get on voltage mode. DC voltage. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Right, so am I on? Making sure my power supply. Yeah, we're all on here. So we should have voltage standby on the power. And we've got 3.3 volts. So I'm grounding it out with the positive pin. Do you know what we don't have? No, we don't. It would just bridge it onto another one there. Ah, here we go. Right, so we do have 3.385 on the positive pin. So if we bridge that one out with the actual same probe, we can see it's going to 0. I'm bridging the terminals out, and we're getting no power supply spin at all. So do that with the screwdriver. Get nothing on the board at all. Not a iota. So we're getting no current draw at all because power supply is not even coming to life. So it would mean injecting voltage and things like that. But again, without getting too far into this, if the customer's gonna upgrade his board, it becomes a bit of a null point. just from a business perspective, there's no point me investing 3 hours repairing this, as much as we'd like to, if he's John going to change board anyway. If he then doesn't want this, that's a different story, because then we can bring it back on a stream, repair the board if possible, or certainly look into diagnosing and repairing it. So that's what I would then generally do, is to dig through it and put him a new board in that one, if that's the way he wants to go. So that's why I need to just have a conversation with the customer prior to this. But that is the nature of how I've got to operate. I'll get this put back on here, and we'll screw this back down, and we'll move on to the other one and see where we go with that. We've got the big gaming system next, which is hardly going to fit on the bench because it is a big boy of a computer. The next one has been to 2 computer shops already, who couldn't even track the fault down, and don't know. I'm going to reserve judgment on it, because I'm not too sure whether there might be a bit of information lost in translation with it. That's probably the easiest and the best way I can say that. Let me just stick this to one side. Put his valuable stuff near the bottom, which is certainly his RAM, his GPU and his graphics card, and get something for all his little tiny screws, because he's certainly got a few. And his bent GPU bracket.
PCDD, you little shit.
Hello, cows. Moo. Good morning. Morning. Yeah, it is now. Morning. So let me shift these and then we'll crack on with this. How's Charles then today? How are you doing? Ooh. I've come to a conclusion. You know when you get old, and I think I said this on stream the other day, you make the same noises on toilet as you do getting up and out of a chair. It's like, and you get up like this nowadays. I am so stiff. So stiff. Old age for you. Don't get old, guys. Get to the wrong side of 60, I tell you. It's all downhill. All downhill. I did get told off this morning though, because I mentioned to physio that I did a 7k run the other day, and they were like, "You're not supposed to be running. Stop running." I'm like, "Oh, okay then." Just let me grab my phone 1 second. Hey, pal. Yeah, good mate. You? Good. No. Been hiding away. That makes 2 of us. I think last time I were out was probably July. Yeah, probably, yeah. Yeah, that was probably it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. I can pop one of them for you, no problem. I'll drop you a text message. Still not too far away from you. No. I can drop you a text message. I'm streaming at the moment, so you can drop it round. But I'm not about tomorrow or Wednesday. So if you did want to drop it down, it'd either have to be today or Thursday. I'll do it while you wait if you want, Al. I didn't train him well. All right, no problem at all. I'll drop you a text now. Cheers, mate. Bye-bye. Sorry, just let me just text him. And there we go. Right, he's got the address. So we're going to move on to this next. Yeah, so that one, just from a business decision, I'm not going to disable. It's not. Have I got sound down? I know sound's up, Charles. Sound's up. I ship. Sounds are definitely. Sounds definitely on there. I'm going to speak to the customer from a business perspective, there's no point in me spending 3 or 4 hours on there when I've got a lot of work to do and get through some other things. So so what I'll do with that, I'll speak with customer, see what he wants to do. If he wants the board repairing, we'll do it on stream. If he doesn't want it repairing, he wants to upgrade, we'll do the upgrade on stream, obviously, with his new parts. And then if he doesn't want the board back, we'll then investigate the board at a later stage to see if we can then repair it and do it like that and whatnot. Good afternoon, Ariane Wellen. I always get your name wrong. Paranormal Man. Overcast and cold pencils. We were just saying that. I was talking to one of the other guys in chat, and he's in Sheffield area, and he says it was overcast. Me in Midlands, it's still, I mean, it's overcast, but it's bright sunshine outside. Really, really nice outside. So anyway, I'm just going to grab another desktop because we'll get on with the other desktops. Oh, God, this is heavy. Power! Is that Carthor? Or is that just power? Oh, lead farmer! Lead cows. Power! Pitco, yeah, Pitco's is, if you put exclamation CMD, you will get a full list of everything. I can't say they all work, but they all should work, let's put it like that. They're all working in a fashion. So this is this one. Before I lose the, that's that one. I just need to go and stick this back on the other machine, which is sat over here with a bit of this tape. Just to make sure we don't forget who he is. We're doing that, do we? Forgetting who he is. Wouldn't be well, it would be the first time actually. I've never give the wrong parts back to a customer. I did once ring a customer and say,
Yeah, got a little.
I did wrong. I wrong customer and said that. I got a little tiny one. That often gets said in front of customers, unfortunately. Oh God, this is a bit heavy. Oops, it is it down a daffodil. Oh gosh, this is a brute. Let's get this glass panel off. That might make it a tad easier for me to break things. Oh, get that stuck down there for the time being, and nice system. Ooh, we will have an investigating this. So this one is a strange one. I do need to take cooler off because he said that they had cooler off and mine to not put thermal paste on. Which says to me, why would you tell me they may not have put thermal paste on? I think probably customer might have opened this. Don't know. Put this glass panel somewhere safe. That glass panel must weigh ½ kilo. Yeah, so customer had said that his thermal temperatures were getting up to 200 degrees, which I think we'd all agree if it were getting up to 200 degrees, it's broke. But I'm going to have to... His cooler's going to be a pain to get off. So I wonder whether they have actually taken the cooler off, or whether he's just saying, oh, by the way, check my thermal paste, because they've obviously took it off, or because he wants it servicing and he wants thermal paste changing at the same time. So I have no option now. He's told me that to do it, because I'm not going to turn it on and blow his CPU. So we will see how it goes. But fortunately, we'll see if we can get to the bottom of a bit more of this. Just turn my power supply off. It's not working anyway. So let me get some of these fans off. I've got a special little tool for taking those off, which is here. One fan out. That is as far as I can zoom out. It's just a big computer. It's heavy, this. It's a nice quality case. I can't say I'm over enamoured with the case, because I'm not into big cases like this, because I always think you pay a lot of money for not a lot of use. But we'll It is Noctua fan. So good quality components. We've got an Eagle 12GB 3080 in it as well. So nice stuff. I can only imagine it's a decent CPU. I can't see the motherboard at the moment, so I'm not too sure whether it's AMD, Team Red or Team Blue. I think I would love to say it's Team Red. We're already got. I bet the PC is not as heavy as my gaming PC with Corsair graphics 7080. Feels as heavy as an elephant calf. The calf. I did one other week, and what was it now? 13 stone, 100 and... Oh God, I can't remember. But we converted it from kilos to pounds, and then pounds to stone. It was 13 stone. It was like lifting a child. It was like lifting a small adult. It was huge. It was so heavy. So heavy. And I won't mind, I had to carry it in and out many times as well. It was a 13900K processor which were in it, water cooled and whatnot. But I'm not going to take that because I don't think I like that. 87 kilos, is that what it was? Yeah. 87 kilos. It was crazily heavy. But the case was bigger than this one. It was huge, was the case as well. Absolutely massive. Absolutely massive. Let's get these out. Take these out evenly, even though they have got springs on, they still will give some tension underneath. So take these out evenly, just so we're not unscrewing one side and put an uneven pressure on the IHS integrated heat spreader, which is basically the piece of metal you can see on the top of your CPU. That doesn't need thermal compound. In actual fact, I would say that's probably got too much thermal compound on. If we can see that, I will zoom down. Meta rightness. That is more than the perfect amount. They've gone, oh, we've got a tube, let's use it all. That looks like an Intel processor. Definitely looks like an Intel processor. Probably 9th gen. I can't see anything wrote on it. I know it's... Oh, no. Do you know what? I think that's a 13th gen processor in there, actually. It is. Just make sure you are on live video, gents, if you are watching, because YouTube is still lagging. So just make sure you do click a refresh on the page, because if not, you could be anything from a few seconds to a few minutes behind actual video, even though you're on live. Nothing to do with chat, it's to do with the video transmission. Don't know why it's doing it. I thought it was because I was dual streaming. I am no longer dual streaming, and it's still dropping. I'm not dropping frames. I am on 100% success rate, not one single drop frame, and I'm sitting at 30 megabit transmission. But because I can't go any higher on YouTube, it will not allow me to. I'm on the maximum bit rate. I am on a gigabit up and down, so it's not like me internet can't handle it. But for some reason, it's doing that. But no, I don't think that needed any changing on there, but I am going to obviously put in fresh in here. It's got far too much on. I mean, look at this. It's all over the place. All over the place. Doesn't need that much on at all. I'm going to take off here a Kimtech wipe, because that'll just make a mess of my cloths. Some magic spray. Right. At least we've got a nice clean heatsink, but yeah, you didn't need that. Now this is a 13700K, not a 13900, so I was right with the generation, just wrong with the chip. It's 13700, yeah. God, your eyesight's good if you can read that down there. 13700. We have a subscriber. I don't know who that is. SlothTech, welcome. Oh, thank you very much. He's joined as a member. Thank you very much, SlothTech. Very, very, very much appreciated. Thank you very much to our latest member, SlothTech. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, I've had a few 13th gens fail on me as well. But yeah, I think if I had a choice, I won't go for 13th or 14th gen on those. But yeah, the 14th gen are again synonymous with with this. So I'm going to slacken these off just because I need to take this side off, and because I need to get this arm off. But I don't want it coming off. I don't want the plate underneath to fall away, just in case it's going to make it a little bit tricky to get off. It is, my watch is all cracked, as you can see. Fortunately, fortunately, the watch itself is fine. It is just the cover. I put this on and it smashed within I think same day or day after, and I've just kept it on. I have got some more somewhere in the drawer, but I've just never got around to putting it on. And I need to, because it just looks a bit of a mess. So the only reason I'm doing this, I just want to see if somebody has had his CPU out, to make sure they have not damaged any of the pins, because we know how easy they are. But yeah, thank you for that, Sloth Deck. Good timing, yeah. I took the last one off because I'd smashed that, and I put this new one on thinking, oh, I've got a new one, and yeah, that one got smashed as well. Right, so the good news is I know it looks a bit strange on screen, but there's no obvious bent pins on there, and fortunately we don't have any capacitors missing off it. If you remember the one we did the other week, which had a missing capacitor, I'm still not sure whether the customer has got his money back on that. So I was on about it on a Dave Unbranded does a stream on Discord, and I think I was on about it on there as well, that it's still not got his at the time he's still not got his refund. So it's a bit wrong of the company not to do that. So I'll just nip these back down. These don't need to be mega tight, but they need to be snug. So again, even pressure all the way along. Other side were quite done. So I'm not going to over tighten because I don't want to damage anything in it. And we will see how we get on. I like to hold the screwdriver near the bottom when I'm tightening up, just in case it jumps out. It's not likely to all the way across the board. Yeah, there's nothing in that one. It was clean. That's the sort of thing I was checking for. If you remember, I don't know if you were about, but I did want it just at New Year or before Christmas. I can't remember. And they'd had it built by a local company. Oh, God. And I'm not joking, guys. If you watch back on the video, they'd got more thermal compound in the socket underneath the CPU than they had on top. They'd broken their cooler. They'd done all sorts. They'd actually took a drill to the motherboard to drill the screws out because they'd put them in wrong. And this was a local company which charged them for building the PC. It's horrendous. So I had to put right a lot what they'd put wrong. So when she rang the company up to say, I've had it inspected by somebody else, you've got thermal compound underneath the CPU in the socket, their excuse was, well, it's non-conductive, won't cause a problem. What? So you're justifying how you've messed up because you're shoddy at building a PC, worse than a 5-year-old, and your justification is, well, it won't cause a problem because it's non-conductive. Could always insulate and you get a bad connection through there. And that was an Intel socket, so yeah, it was on the pins and whatnot, so I had to clean it out. Some cowboys. Not the best out there. I don't profess to be anything other than what I am, which is knowing my limits. I am learning a lot of this electronics. So, guys, if you are wondering, like the motherboard one, why I'm not digging straight into other stuff like that, it is very in depth for me. Stuff like that, digging into the component level, replacing things on boards and whatnot. I do it, but I'm not as versed as a lot of people in chat or some other YouTubers. I am learning. That is my journey on there. So I don't think there's an issue with thermals. I think the issues will be is hard drives. So I'm going to put his cooler back on with some temporary heatsink paste, put it back down, and then run some testing just to see if we can determine how or where or why it is falling over. Just getting some affordable thermal paste. And we're going to put the perfect amount on. I always say to customers, with thermal paste, less is more. Please don't put too much on. You do not need too much. It is a thin, very, very, very thin layer. Probably measured in microns how thick the layer actually is. So you don't need it. Please don't do it. And you're not doing yourself any favours with making it any better. That's an, oh, yeah, Archnoid. I can't remember which stream it was. On the stream you'll see that the customer had bought a brand new motherboard, and it literally the ground holes were too big. So she says, yeah, he told me he had to drill them out because screws won't come out. I went, why would he be taking screws out? Why the hell would he be taking screws out? He puts the board in and he's fixed it in. He damaged all the standoffs. They were all stripped, and in the chassis as well. He'd broken the cooler. They'd got a thermal tape peerless assassin, which everyone knows I love. But he damaged that, so I had to straighten all fins on that. He'd then ended up breaking one of their channels. I don't know if it was on CPU probably, or something on the motherboard, because he damaged and scratched the motherboard. I think, and I can only get one channel of RAM, so it won't work in dual channel mode, sorry. So they couldn't get that working, and just general, there was thermal compound, all it was just horrendous, wrong screws used. Yeah, and I remember speaking to her at the time. They rang me up for a quote, and to build a PC, I'll tell you, I charge £150. You bring me a pile of pieces, you take it back, fully built, done, with Windows installed, alt drivers, the lot, £150. I build several a month, generally. More in some months than others, but several a month. And they'd rung me for a price, and I told them, and she was like, all right, I'll think about it. Anyway, they'd gone to this guy because he was cheap and he'd been recommended on Facebook. And the quality, obviously, of work was appalling, absolutely appalling. So she sent me his link to his Facebook page. And he's advertising his computer services. He advertises to do an upgrade from Windows 10 to Windows 11. And he'll give a OAP discount. So we can see what clientele that he's targeting on that. And he's charging them £100 for the upgrade, just for installing Windows. Which, fair dues, but I don't think it's worth £100 for upgrading that. Not for the time it takes, and you know, if he is going out and everything else. But to charge what he charged for building, which was obviously less than me, but she came to me. But then because I had to put a load of stuff right, what he'd done wrong, my bill went up. At 200 quid that bill cost her, and she was very happy paying for it. And she's given me a 5-star review on Google for it, and she's actually recommended me to other people as well. So it's not all about cost. It's about what you do for your cost, isn't it? But I had another one last week. I quoted him £150, and he didn't want to get it done. And he got quite abusive on the phone, was swearing at me because he didn't like the cost and everything else, which fair do, I don't know why he was swearing at me, but he called me a effing C and things like that, which I didn't really take kindly to. Anyway, a couple of days later, he then rang me because he wanted it done by me because he'd had somebody else to do it. And let's put it like this, they'd not done a good job, so he ended up having to return the motherboard that he'd bought and the CPU because they damaged the motherboard and the CPU. He ended up having to order a new motherboard and CPU for me, and I got it done for the day after. And yeah, so it's crazy. Yeah, I think again with the thing where he goes, you get a discount for OAPs. I think that's because a lot of older people will go, oh, crikey, I need to upgrade to Windows 11 because it's bugging me or everything else. Because I get calls all the time for it, and I charge, but I don't charge anywhere near that. I charge them an hour's labour for doing it. Because it generally can take about an hour. Once you've done your data backup and you've stored all the data, you've reinstalled or you've put in Windows on from fresh and you put the data back on there, you've done all updates and all drivers, it's about an hour to 2 hours, depending on age at PC. So I charge it as an hour's labour. But it's clearly targeting that. I just find it a bit wrong where people set their stall out to be not as truthful and as honest as they really should be, certainly with some demographics of people. Right, so we're going to see if we can plug this down here. This is just so we can start doing a couple of tests on the CPU. I'm only going to put one fan on, so don't worry that I forgot a fan. I know I forgot a fan. Just didn't really. This is the easy one to put on as well. These are just a temporary thing so I can test. I will take these back off probably. And put that on there. My little special hooking tool. Can't get that clipping right there. I have a beautiful picture on the top of my head. Just whilst I do that. Lovely. I know you're all jealous with the fabulous head of hair that I've got. Yeah, these fins are broke as well. Don't like how not to a clip-on. The clip-on kind of flat rather than most fans. I can explain it. With your fins coming over like that, you generally get an area, and then when you put the clip on, they usually go like this. So there's usually a kind of hook to hook sort of scenario. Where Noctua, they have fins, but that's kind of flat. So it's the fan blades which the fins clip onto a flat surface rather than a hooked surface. So I never feel you've then got to get it between them to hook them in rather than over the top. I never feel that Noctua ones fit the fans as well. They once they're on, but I think thermal right or thermal take is a better fitment. So I'm happy that we've got thermal paste on there. Again, I'm not too sure why he said what he said with that. His ram's clipped into place. We will try and post this. Try and post this from a USB memory stick, and then I can do some thermal testing. Just grab my stick. Get that in the back. We'll get a power cable and a keyboard and a mouse. Come on, Keely, and a mouse. Yeah, they do. It's because they're a flat connector. You've actually got to get the. If you're not familiar, I can show you on here. You have these things, which that goes through there, and then these on a thermal take. You see this bit here, which is flat. Here, you pull these over, and then that's on knock to it. The actual metal sits between fins. So when you flip it over, you've got to make sure these two sections go between the fins. A bit difficult to explain of the cooler. On thermal take, that's hooked, so it kind of hooks over a lip, so you don't need to worry too much about that. I think it's a sturdy thing and so much easier to clip on and off, where Noctua you've got to kind of just fiddle a little bit if you don't hit it first time. It's a bit like putting a USB port in. You put it in 3 times and hopefully get it right once. Of course, we've all done that, haven't we? As I'm about to demonstrate when I can't get a USB port in to connect the keyboard up. There we go. We have it in. I've got it in. Let's get a HDMI, see if we get a picture on the OBS. I can't guarantee that I will, because we all know how bad OBS is at playing ball, but at least we'll give it a fighting chance. Oh, don't like that at all. And the power lead. I'll tell you what I do need to get. I need to get myself one of those, you know, those big high wattage power cables, because I don't own one. Is it over 1100 watt? You get a different type of power plug. It's not the standard kettle one. It's not one of those. It's bigger and square. Still 3 prongs like that, but it's bigger and square. And I think it's over 1100 watt power supplies or 1200 watt power supplies, because I've had a few in. Unfortunately, they've all brought their power cables. Yeah, everybody learns not at the customer's expense. No, unfortunately, I think it's probably true for a lot of areas. You get people who don't really know anything because they install Windows once, or they think they can make a fast book or whatever. And I don't think there's too much wrong with people learning, but they need to be clear of their own ability. And it's the shoddy workmanship which gets me. It's the shoddy workmanship. If you're charging a customer, you do the best possible job you possibly can. And I do that now. But just passing off really shoddy work, but there's shops which do that, unfortunately. Yeah, hooray, USB-C is what I say. Do you know what, cows? I do not like USB-C. I'm not a lover of it. I think it's got a lot of benefits, but there's so many downsides. I mean, how many times do we see USB-C ports getting damaged? Far too often. Far too often. I'm just going to post this, guys. Only thing I've done is took his cooler off and put his cooler back on before testing, because he'd said to me that he thinks the previous shop hadn't replaced the thermal compound, and quite clearly they'd replaced it more than they really should. So we've only got one fan on. There is another one which is still sat on there. So we're just going to post it, see if we can get into the diagnostic menu of probably use Surgic, and see if we can just perform some tests. I'm thinking with the issues he's describing with it shutting down and things like that, I can see he's got a spinny drive in here as well, and he says he's got 3 or 4 M2 drives, so I'm thinking it's probably one of the drives. USB-C is more sturdy than micro USB. Oh my gosh, yeah, micro USB. That was shocking, weren't it? You can still buy some really old stuff with that on though. I can understand that if there was a USB-C crossed with USB-A, it would be. It would. I would prefer something a little larger form factor than USB-C to give you just a bit more sturdier on the pins and so on. But I think we stuck with that form factor for a long time. You look how long we had USB-A before we went on to or USB-A micro mini and things like that. Yeah, that's quite correct there, TFN. Who would put such high current handling right next to it as well? Yeah, we do need some. We need something a bit sturdy. But the trouble is, you put USB-A on some small devices, and yeah, I think if they did something with USB-A where you could get more pins in it, and it could still transmit the same current and voltages and negotiate like USB-C, I think for me that would tick a lot of boxes. But keep USB-C for smaller form factor devices. They do, the pre HDMI. But I think that's the same problem as what you get with USB-C on that, because the cable, certainly on HDMI, tends to be too stiff for the mounting mechanism. I know it's not as bad on USB-C, but because the size of the plug sticking out of the board is quite large still, I think that's why it goes. Plus people are, the tolerance is what the connectors are made to. Well, I've seen them. Yeah, I agree. I've seen people break these, or break other end of them. You do get some strange things. So, anyway, guys, if we get a picture, it should appear down here if OBS wants to play now. So I'm going to post it now. We should get fan spin and colour. We have fan spin, no RGB, which is always nice. And I'm just going to keep on tapping delete. If we get a picture, I will swap over to microscope, or full screen, should I say. Oh, the port in the PSU. Wow. Cross the fingers. I have... oh, that's interesting. No picture at all. I have... I've seen people for... Oh, that's good. Right, fans speeded up. Just to give you an idea, because obviously you guys can't hear. The fans went to probably about what sounds like 90%. They've dropped down to about 30%. I think this is posted into some type of screen, and we have no hardware issues, because if we watch the number light, and we have picture, we have picture. Right, a new CPU is installed. It's not new, it's just I took it out, you stupid thing. And we want to do F1 for bicep, because I just want to run, what do we call it? I wouldn't be amazed. I mean, I see, again, working with general public, the 6 and the 2 and the 2 8s, which I know I explain when I put power supplies in. Not as much now, but I used to see it a lot where they'd forced the PCI GPU plug into the motherboard, or vice versa, and obviously power transistor. Why they just didn't make it same one, I do not know, which would have been so much safer for consumers. Because they're not the same power rail. It's not like they're separating. A lot of power supplies are just soldered to the same power rail board inside. But yeah, I have seen that, which is always a little bit little bit interesting to do. So CPU sat at 5.3 meg and 31 degrees, and it's a 13700KS, and we've got 32 gig of RAM on here. So BIOS is probably not too far out of date, 29th November 25. Yeah, I think that's the problem with some of the GPU. You know, with the GPU power plugs melting, I think that's more down to the quality of the plastic plug rather than other bits and bobs, or maybe people with cable management tightening it over and just pulling it out slightly. I have seen some which aren't pushed in that well, but the tolerances with the plastic, because it's poor plastic, just don't fit well. You would literally, yeah. PC, when it used to have a pass-through plug. Is that what you're on about? On the, is that what you're saying, TFM, when they used to have a pass-through? So it used to go into PC and then come out at PC to monitor. Anyway, we are just going to go down to, I want to boot override. I want to see if it'll boot from this. It might ask for me to install a secure boot key, but we'll give that a shot if that's the case. The pins were against the housings to make them fit to power. Very poor too, yeah. Why my memory stick's not reading. Oh, where's my other memory sticks? I have several. While we're all looking at a black screen on there, let's just go on here. If it comes up, it'll come in bottom right, but I'm just going to look for my other memory sticks because I have several versions of this. I had it this morning because I was using it. I think I've corrupted this particular one. Oh, well, we have pictures, so it is going to work. Oh. Or is that what the customer was saying, that it's freezing and going off? Don't know. But whilst it's, I think this is trying to load into Windows. I don't think this has anything to do with my memory stick. I need to post this 1 terabyte. I've got a 1 terabyte drive here for Chill and Relax for his computer, and I keep meaning to post it down. I haven't got round to doing it yet, so need to post that drive down to him because his computer. If you don't know who Chill and Relax is, guys, check him out, Mick. He's a good creator. Oh. Right, get my mouse out because it boots into customer's operating system, which we definitely don't want to do for customer privacy. So we'll stick that on there. That's why I have that in the middle of the screen, just so we can't see anything. And I will just go shut down and we'll reboot into my OS when it decides it wants to shut down. There we go. So we'll pull mine out. We've powered down. We'll plug mine back in. Plug a different one in. Need to mend that. And power back up, and we'll smash that delete key. Good afternoon, Nexonator. Good repairs today. We've got a little bit of variety today. We've got 3 desktops to do. We're on to the second desktop now. 3 desktops to do and 3 laptops to do. So yeah, this one it's a nice system. This can't really not doing its justice. It's a big red one, 13700K, 4080, I think that was, CPU, 32 gig of RAM. It's in a really big, chunky, heavy red case, a nice thing. So what the issue with this is, customer complaining that it was going off periodically. After 5 minutes, he's had it to 2 other repair shops and they can't fix the issue. So he's brought it to me to try and fix. Right, we're just trying to boot into some into my memory sticks. That's better. That looks like it's going in. Top left-hand corner looks like it's going in. So that's where we are. It is an NZXT. Good spot. It is an NZXT case. Yeah, it is. It's the it is a, can't really show you much else because it's that big. It's filling up most of my desk. But yeah, it's red sides, black top and front. Nice big chunky thing. Not to a cooler. So all in all, a nice and what feels like so far a well-built system. It's next to your missing mouse. Yeah. Actually, I did find that nice, but I know what you're on about that arch noise. That day I couldn't find that mouse. It was crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let me do this. And just waiting for this to boot. For some reason, I don't know why, some computers will boot really quick from the memory stick, and other times they just kind of drag their feet and don't want to boot. It is doing things, as we can see. Oh, where is it? I'll try and point here. There is words behind there saying it's loading, but you can see it's scanning my memory stick. I know the blue one I was just using, it might have got corrupted, but this one should be all right. So we'll stick it on that view. It'll come up in bottom right hand corner when we get onto there. I'm suspecting, and I'll work through my logical process. I don't think it's CPU. He's clearly thinking it's a heat issue. That's why he told me the story about the thermal paste. I think he's trying to lead me in a direction, because he was trying to tell me how to mend it. So I think he was trying to lead me in a direction of the repair rather than let me repair it themselves. If it has been to another computer shop, I would expect the computer shop to be able to diagnose it if it was RAM or hard drive. I am thinking it's either RAM or hard drive, because I think it's a data issue. Because he says when it goes off, the screen freezes and then the computer goes off. My experience would say if it's a power issue, it would either work or not work. So board would either not power up like last one, or if it was hitting some type of power issue, it would freeze and then go off instantly. This is a freezing on the screen, and audio was still playing if it had audio playing, which says to me it's still playing its cached thing. So I'm thinking it's either hard drive can't get the information off, or it's RAM not delivering it to CPU. I don't think it's GPU related, but hopefully if these memory does post, it will show you. And the most common one would be hard disk for me. It could be degraded CPU, yeah, it could be. It all depends on the randomness of the crashes. He couldn't really tell me the randomness of the crashes. The degradation of the CPU would be more prevalent when the CPU warmed up. I know they warm up really quick, but with it having a Noctua cooler on, they do handle the heat really well, so it should keep it under load. But again, I don't know whether he's overclocked it or things like that. Everything is nice quality on here. I sometimes find when the CPU starts to degrade, it loses its ability to load Windows, because it loses the chipsets, you know, when it kind of starts triggering the different instruction sets, for the different security protocols during Windows loading, and they'll sometimes freeze during Windows loading. But he said no, it's 5-6 minutes into running, kind of no matter what he's doing. I think he said also they tried to reinstall Windows, and that had no effect as well. So it's not likely to be a software issue, or he was trying to lead me in a direction. He thinks it's an easy solution. It's drivers I need updating. Chances are it's not drivers what you need updating. Chances are it's more hardware related. Yeah, or a hard reboot. If it was power, yeah, it would just kind of go off, wouldn't it, if it was power related. And to some degree, if it was thermal related as well, you would see certainly some throttling, and it would get to a point and then it would just turn off. It would tell you it's turning off, or if it spiked too quick, it would just shut down to protect itself, rather than screen freezing. The screen freezing to me says it's a data issue, e.g. it can't get the data to process, or it's got the data and it can't process it. Common one, hard drive, then RAM, and then CPU is where I would say it's on there. Depends on the microcode patch was installed. Yeah, that'll be for the CPU, won't it? Because they updated them. BIOS on here was 29th November 25. That's why I checked the BIOS. So it should, because it'll be a known issue way before that. That should have a fixed BIOS. No, number lock is still working. It's not liking my memory stick, so I'm going to do a hard shutdown, and I'm going to try yet another memory stick. You don't want to boot off my memory stick. And I did have this the other day, if you remember, but I have rewritten all of my memory sticks but I have 4, so don't worry. We have others to try. Stick that back in there. See if we can post to this one. But again, not sure whether we've got the right information from customer, e.g. the come on, get in the BIOS. Get in the BIOS. Get in the BIOS. There we go. We're in the BIOS. I'm getting my other memory stick out. I don't think it'll post off this one. This one's set up slightly different. That one there. Right. So we'll try and post from there. We go straight in it this time, and we're going to. This is why I don't use this one, because we haven't got any diagnostics on here. Oh, we have got one. Sergio Sterling. We'll try and post into here, and this should give me some. This is just a Windows P test environment, so I'll sling that one right small out of the way so we can see what we're doing. And I'll get my face out of the way up there. Oh, have we got some people joining us? I might miss some things there whilst I was doing that. So I'll just quickly scroll back up into here. Yeah, it's very clean, Nextnator, spotlessly clean. But he says he's had it to 2 other computer shops, so that could be why it's so clean. Yeah, I think it's, well, for whatever reason, it's not loading on the on that memory stick. Did you look at the computer with the 6 M2 drives yet? This is the one, James, actually, where he told me it had got either 5 or 6 M2 drives. I cannot see them. I think it's probably got 4 at the most. I've not seen anything with any more than 4, because I think it can't share PCL end and physical size. So this is the one where he claimed either 5 or 6. And I think he's probably getting it confused because I know there are some M2 drives in. I can see at least one other hard drive without disassembling it too much. My son's PC 2 weeks ago, while watching your stream, had issues with random crashes. Loaded up memtest, and sure enough, one of the DIMMs was horribly faulty. I think with RAM, people kind of just don't think they go faulty with them in a solid state device as such, but they tend to, and they have random issues rather than anything else. But it's just good. It's just a good job that you can detect it yourself with memtest to do that. Yeah, 6 M2 drives that customer said it had got. This is the one. It doesn't. His English isn't his first language, and I think some of it at a time that I think I said it might have been for lost in translation. Somebody's starving for PCI lanes. Yeah, Garth. Oh, power. Apparently, it had 6 M2s. We were wondering how it's possible if we had kind of. Yeah, there's no PCI card in it. I'm sorry. I'm just catching up with chat now. Might not be a faulted in, might need a reset. My usual desktop logo is obviously the Airwolf. To match the time of year. Can't find a local monitor. I want next day at store. VX24. Is that a screen? Is that a screen, Arnold, what you're after? I'm going to just get my mouse because we sat on this screen. I need to do things, don't I? I'm just going to pull up when I can find the mouse. Why? That's brilliant mouse. I wonder if there's an issue with USB. We've got the wine. If anyone was tuning in last week, remember the lady who dropped the wine on the computers? Not the Coca-Cola, because we mended the Coca-Cola one. This was the wine one. And she brought 2 in, if you remember. We've got those to repair as well. Or certainly, we worked on one, but we've got the second one to look at to see if we can get to the bottom of why the Chardonnay wasn't very good for the internal electronics. That's brilliant. Now wonderful, wonderful. Systems froze. system's completely froze. Keyboard illumination light has now froze. So you see nothing. So hard reset on here. Yeah, it's not a heat issue. CPU is still really cold. I'm going to take a stick of RAM out and try it with one stick of RAM. Just start a bit like we did on the last one. Just start kind of get rid of anything which might be an issue. Can I get rid of that one? I don't think I'm going to be able to get rid of that one. Put that one back in. Not the one I would want to take out first, but it'll still work. Take the one I can get out. Taking fan out. Right, so we're going to take a piece of RAM out. It's got, oh, guys. Might sell this and book an holiday. But we all know DDR5 has issues, don't we? Don't we? Because that is exactly the same as the piece what we had issues with last week, Vengeance RAM. Now that's interesting. So let's get back into the BIOS. We'll get this posted back up. Yeah, some of the server boards, they'll have them on the front and the back, won't they? Plus the bigger boards, and they've got the PCI lanes, but yeah. But normal desktops, yeah, I've never come across one with 6 as yet. 4, but not 6. So unless it's had a PCI card, and I did fit a PCI card with 4 additional cards in it for somebody. Back to that screen there. Unfortunately, we're just going to have to go repeat the process because it froze and crashed. And we'll go to Celiac, and we'll go to that one. So we'll just load this up again. Hasn't the DDR5 RAM been solved yet? No. Not as far as I'm aware, it's not been solved. 28 terabyte drives. Wow. 28 terabyte. That's a chunk and a half. Right, I'm going to grab the... Right, we're still alive, so I just want to get some of these tests done just before, in case it is a time thing. I just want to get... come on, load it up. I'm just going to do a quick diagnostic on the hard disk, just with crystal disk info. So 98%, that's its spinny drive. That's a solid state drive because it gives a percentage. And then that one there will be my SSD. My whatchamacallit. You can tell I never use this one. You can just tell, never use this one. It's my small one. It's only 128 gig, this one, this memory stick. My other's a terabyte disk, so I use them all the time. But according to this, he's only got 3 disks. He's got a 500, which looks like it's his primary, which is still working okay. And we've got this one here as well. Just looking, guys, I have a customer just turning up. So I will put you on mute when I deal with this customer. But I'll be as quick as I possibly can. He's only coming to collect a couple of PCs. So give me a couple of minutes. I will put you on mute, guys. Please don't swear. guys. Sorry about that. That's all that done. Oh, so let's turn the light off. He's come to pick a couple of PCs up. So he's got himself a really, really nice PC. And his old one. So, right, where were we on here? Did I miss anything? Can someone please inform me why only one of my games often says out of memory? Usually bad programming, I would have thought. Because it should release. So it's probably not communicating with Windows correctly. I would have thought on that. Did you check Device Manager, see how much RAM is being used? You're best off, instead of using Device Manager, you're best off using, are we still discussing that? I will show you what you're best off using. If I can flick over to that screen there. And if you're using Windows 10 or Windows 11, you can get to it the same way. If we go into performance, you can see your RAM usage here. So it's not too bad. But down here, you've got resource monitor. Have a look at your resource monitor, which brings up this screen. And then if you select RAM at the top, you can then see which ones are committed, working in shareable and so on. And this is one to look at as well, is hard faults. You really shouldn't have a high number in these. These are how many times your RAM is having to dump its contents to the hard drive. So that's the way, that's your indication whether you've got too much RAM or not enough RAM. As you can see, I've got quite a bit of RAM, so it didn't really affect me. I think it's 64 gig in this machine. Oh, it's an old XP machine or something you're running on. Oh, right. Right, I didn't see that bit. So ignore everything I said. Ignore everything I just said. Nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that. Is it 32-bit version of XP you've got, or 64-bit? Because 32-bit version, wasn't it capped out at 3 gigabytes of RAM? And if the game was really written for 64-bit but will run on 32-bit, it might be looking for more system RAM. Just a thought on there. Anyway, let me just bring Crystal Disk Mark up, because I'm going to do a quick hard disk. Crystal Disk Mark. I'm going to do a quick hard disk check. So we'll work on his C drive. We're only going to do it once, and we're only going to do a small one at 512. And we'll just give that a quick run on here. Yeah, the memory management's all handled by Windows, isn't it? Windows 10's pretty good at it. But yeah, just have a look in that thing what I've just shown you, and just see if there's anything in there which might be. This machine check RAM is at 1.35 on this end. Sorry, Dreams, are you referring to me with this? I've seen this board forced memory. Oh right, so in the BIOS. I wonder if I can bring up, just while that's doing it, I tell you what, that drive's performing well. Go into Diagnostics, will CPU, no, hardware monitor. This should do it. This should tell me what my RAM is running at. So, RAM, memory modules, 16 gigabyte, DDR5. Can we see on there where it says voltage? Yeah, 1.25. That's its XMP. And it needs to be at 1.35. So XMP doesn't even clock it up high enough for that. So you reckon I should be tweaking RAM up, do you reckon, Dreams? Because obviously XMP profile is directly written from the stick itself, isn't it? Ah, right, okay. It reads from the RAM modules itself. Right. Yeah, I mean, I would have thought with the XMP profiles sitting at 1.25 is what manufacturers recommended. I've only got one stick in it at the moment, and it seems to be working. It froze last time I had 2 sticks in, so we could always tweak the tweak it up a little bit. Maybe go up to 1.3 because I don't really want to go up too big a jump and see if it'll work on twin RAM. I have had that on some when you do enable the overclock RAM, you've got to tweak the voltages. Let me see how well this hard drive is performing. I think that hard drive is fine. Let's just check this. I don't think spinning round disk is going to be an issue. I've had a machine only run with 1 stick until I set it to read RAM modules. Then it was fine. If there were, do you know when I was reading that, I didn't even have to look at the name, Arnold. I didn't even have to look at the name. I've had a machine only run with 1 stick until I set it to read RAM modules. Then it was in the BIOS. Are you saying, Dreams, that you can? Are you saying that you can actually tell it only to run 1 stick, even though you've got 2 sticks plugged in? I've never seen that setting before. If I'm being brutally honest, I wasn't aware that that was something I could do. F. Just want to test F. Disk F. No, I was going to say, when I read that message, I was trying to decipher it in my head. I've had a machine on run with 1 stick until I set it to read RAM modules, and then it was fine. That's what was... yeah, I might need to do I will... What I'll do, I'll take this good working stick out, and I'll put the other stick in its same slot, so at least we know whether it's the channel or the RAM stick. I'm just going to do it. I'm just doing a test on the other hard disk at the moment, and then we can just see. Ah, right, got you. Yeah, I understand now. Machine would only run with 1 RAM stick. It's all right. With your fat fingers and my dyslexia, we make a good thing. So we're absolutely fine with that. I struggle to read it when it's spelt correctly, let alone when people mistype. And I'm not. Ooh. And I'm not going to comment at all on my spelling because I cannot spell for toffee. I use Siri to dictate all my messages, and they're still wrong. They're still wrong. That looks a bit strange to me. Can we see massive discrepancy? It must have a cache on the drive. Disk F is clearly must have been filling cache up. Let me just see what the write is, because that read there just don't look right on QDepth 4, QDepth 3 and QDepth. They look right for a mechanical disk, but I think disk F is a solid state disk. Disk F. No, mechanical. Oh, it's because D. All right, it's disk E, which I should be testing. Let's do a quick one of that. Oh, it's better. This must be another NVMe, because there's no way a SATA will read anywhere near that high. So this is another. So it looks like it's got 2 NVMe's in, because then they're not going to be M2 SATAs. They're going to be M2 NVMe's. It looks like it's got 2 NVMe's in and a mechanical spinny disk in there as well. Just let this complete. It's only a 500 meg test file, so we should be We should be okay on that. Temperature for CPU. Low TDP, that 13700, isn't it? I would have thought it would have been higher than that. The voltages look pretty much okay. Come on, you darn thing. Hurry up and finish your test. I think we're going to be absolutely fine on this. Yeah. They're nice and even, which is what you're looking for on here. Last one. Yeah, they're fine to me. Let me just bring, click stop and it started. Let me just bring that down and see if I can bring sensor. I just want to check temperature on the CPU. Yeah, so core temperature is 34 degrees. I know I haven't put it under any load, but even so, it's... Nick, good afternoon. The SanDisk is my memory stick. It's basically just saying it's not SATA compliant. That's why it's got it on there, James. It's my memory stick. It's that memory stick is a USB interface memory stick. The 1 gigabyte, 1 terabyte ones I've got are actually, they get recognised as SATA interface, so they're quicker. Rather than this isn't. That's the only difference on that. Yeah, temps look fine. I know we're not pushing it, but temps, if there was an issue with temps, they'd be higher than that, even under idle. Oh, right, it's just frozen. Just frozen. So it's not RAM. So I think we do what Dreams has suggested, which is just raising that voltage a little bit and see if we get some better stability. That PCH looks a little bit warm, doesn't it? 73, just before we look off that screen, because I can't move mouse. 73 degrees for PCH, current temp. That seems a bit warm for something which should be sat under idle, and it has... Yeah, that... I know PCH gets hot, because it's got its own heatsink on and everything else, but... But yeah, let me, I'm going to have to do a hard reset because it has failed. We'll see if we can get back into the BIOS. What's up, dog? My dog's come to see me again. Disturb you, didn't I? You were asleep. She says, I were asleep on sofa and you come and disturb me. Right, so we'll see if we can post into BIOS and just tweak that voltage a little bit. So we're thinking that if we go to 1.3 volts, I don't even think XMP, or I've certainly not, I can go thermal cam, but it's buried under board. It's you've got all this, everything under here. So I don't know whether thermal cam will do anything. So let's see if we can just tweak the does anybody know which do you know what? Don't mention that. It's in AI Tweaker. Yeah, I'm in AI Tweaker. I'm just looking for my... Oh, no, that's frequencies. I'm just looking where it is. Near the top, main page, AI Tweaker. Did I miss it? Not under there. Is it an AI overclock tuner? I would have thought it would have come on under here. Someone who's looking at me from the window, don't turn around, is behind you. I'm looking for the one where it lets me set the independent voltages. That's where I'm looking. Yeah, I would say 7300 not doing anything. It sounds a little bit warm as well. Yeah, done that. AI overclock tuner. Let me shift my face because that's in the middle of the screen. I can't see some of the things I'm supposed to be looking at. There we go. Just put me down. Put me down there. No, down there. There we go. You can set it on here. It's under favourites. I wonder if he's been doing this. Yeah, I can run that. It's just a. I can run that to see. I mean, we've only got one stick of RAM in at the moment, so we've only got that in. Yeah, I think that is only for. Leave those settings at 1. Oh, you want me? But we're going to move up to 1.25, which is what XMP rate it at. I generally don't overclock, Arian. No powder for me. Right, let me just save this because it won't run mem test without it. Save changes and reset. I'm going to have to get back into the yeah, could have. Yeah, I mean, computer shops mind to change stuff as well. That's the other reality behind it. If he's had it to 2 other places, they could have tweaked and played and everything else. I know it's a blank screen at the moment. I am punching it's DDR5. I am punching the delete key just to see if I can get into the BIOS. Yeah, we can save it to default profile. There we go. We've got a picture. We can get into the BIOS. I am still aiming towards it being a hard drive issue. Yeah, we can. I mean, that's an easy one to do, isn't it? Fan speed. No. Q fan configuration. AI cooling. We'll just put it on full speed. There you go. Everything's now on full speed on CPU fan. Yeah, I am sure that I mean, chipset, look at the chipset temperature on there, gents. CPU's cool, but I mean, I've just upped the temperatures to full speed on that, so it's irrelevant. But that 72 degrees on chipset just seems, yeah, it just seems a bit too high for me, that. It sits right underneath the GPU, which I know it's normal, but they sit there, and it will have a thing on. But sat in the BIOS, it read 73 degrees when it crashed in Windows before. 74, so it's not a temperature thing where it's freezing at that. No. Oh, my beer. What did Dream say? Let me check a machine I have with... Oh, you're a star, Dreams. You're a star. I got a request the other day off another creator, actually, to send him some pictures of a board that I were working on, because he had exactly the same board. And I think that's one nice thing about working in this creator community. If you've got the same board, we can obviously pass over the better, the better scenario of settings and whatnot. It's pocket to check. Under live. I'm certainly on live chat on here. Just check, also guys, check you're on live video, because some of the videos lagging, like I was saying before. Doing that. No, well, I don't think I can speed up the PTH. I think that's an internal one. I don't think I can speed up because it'll either be a fan, which it might have, or just a chunk of aluminium on it, which is more common. It's less common to have a fan on the chipset cooler. You do get them, but it's less common. At least I can see it's got a chunk of aluminium, but the GPU is sat, because it's under here, into the GPU sat on top of it. And that GPU is getting toasty. Some of it might be just bad design, because we've got a hot GPU, being the, what was it, 3080, 4080, whatever this is, 3080. Hot GPU sat right above, and I'm only talking millimeters above the heatsink. There's probably not a lot of ventilation for that. The fans are temperature controlled. I've just set them to maximum. I just went in fan speed. Did I go in here? No. No. Q fan, weren't it? I went in. And I just put it to full speed. So I just put it on full speed. Yeah, I mean, there are fans at the front. There's three, there's two here and one just below there. So they are getting some ventilation. But that GPU, I can feel the heat rating off the GPU just being a couple of inches above it. Right, let me go back to here, because Dreams has got the same board. So AI tweaker. So reset to defaults. Go on, let's reset to defaults. Load defaults, yes. Fans have just kicked down. Save and reset, yeah, right. We'll just get back into BIOS. It will take a few seconds to memory train, because it's DDR5. I'm still only running one stick of RAM. The heat coming out of this GPU here is warming my hand up. Yeah, it's airflow which kills everything, isn't it? Or the lack of. We're just going to have to sit and wait. There is a single solitary yellow light down here, which is stuck on RAM at the moment. It's RAM training, because we've reset to default. They may not have a pad on a plate. Yeah, that might be it. Archnoid, that could be it. It could just be because they forgot to put sticky pad on or take plastic off. I mean, who on earth would forget to take plastic off a heatsink when they put it on? Yeah. Right, so are we going back to AI tweaker? You know what I mean? XMP2, would you recommend Dreams? What did it say? They're set to auto, so we're on core voltage of 1.1 at the moment, so we are non-tweaked. So I think what he was saying was XMP2, which will obviously move everything up. That should now go to, 1.25. Let's save that one. Yeah, if we look there, that's putting up to 5600, and I would imagine we've got that. So let's save that. It'll just go through a quick memory train again. Is this the latest BIOS? Yeah, it's November 29th November last year. It's got to be up there with one at latest, either 1 or 2 old, isn't it? I can't see it being too far out of date. Yeah, November 25, yeah. That case looks so reinforced. It is like an absolute tank. It's the NZXT one. It is an absolute tank. It weighs a ton, an absolute ton. You could actually, it'd survive a nuclear strike, this thing, I'm sure it would. Right, so we have now got 1.25 on the, a little bit low, isn't it? If you look at, there you go. Yeah, yeah, BIOS is from November last year. We are running single channel mode. Should we leave it in single mode, because it's proved that it's got an issue with both in and one in. So if we can get it working with one in, at least we're halving the possible faulty components. Does that make sense? Fail points is the words I was looking for. Have a look at the temps now. Still up there, chipset 72 degrees. I am running, it's the slot I can't get out, in fairness, because it's mounted under here. You see which slot it's in, is there. Third slot down, second one up is where it is. Mainly because fan went away, so I couldn't do it on here. Right. You'll have to excuse me 1 second, guys. My dog needs to just urinate, to put it politely. So I am just gonna let her outside quickly. Go on, outside. Okay, right, sorry about that. Just needed to, I've let her out so she can come back in a tick. Oh, where were we? Yeah, there's a heatsink on the chipset, but it's I can't see much because the heatsink is directly below the GPU, so I'm probably going to have to. I wonder if this is the SSD could be causing chipset heat. It's not under. It's not under the same thing. Both SSDs were performing really well as well. Yeah, they didn't have them on there, but just with the temperatures being so high at 73 degrees, do you know when computer starts to move forward on performance, obviously you're going to get so much more data going through there. It's going to get toasty. It's going to get toasty. And nothing likes to be too warm. I mean, at the moment it's sat in the BIOS, it's not doing anything. We should have a reasonable... it just don't look right. That's the only thing which is getting me. It is warmer than everything else, yeah. I mean, it could be. I mean, look, if we measured VRM temperatures, you'd be saying, wouldn't you? I mean, they sit at about 110 degrees or something silly, don't they? So VRMs certainly get warm as well. But PCH, yeah. But using a Corsair AIO cooler with VRM fan, yeah. If it's degraded, or maybe voltage circuit issue with chip or resistor, yeah. I think take the stuff out and check the chipset heats, etc. What are the GPU temps? GPU temps were fine. I can't read GPU temps on here, but the GPU temps were fine when I looked, because I looked under hardware info. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'll take the GPU out. I'll also take his 2 NVMEs out, and I'll put my Windows 10 NVMe in, and then we'll see whether we get any issues, and we'll start eliminating it that way. 60 to 80 degree range, sometimes reaching 90 under load. All right, so yeah, that's about right then, isn't it? I mean, again, it was just one of those. I can't get down to it. The problem at Archnoid, it's hidden right under here. I've got no way of getting to it at all because of the way the board's designed. There's like a plastic shroud here, and the PCH chipset is right under here. So even if I stuck it under here, it's solid. So I can't actually get any airflow. There we go. Same board. One at 58, one at 72. Looks normal. Okay. My setup is AIO, CPU cooling, fan blowing on the VRMs. So likely cooling the chipset, yeah. I must say my system's got a fan on the thing. I mean, this might have a fan in it. Do you know what it might be? Fan might have stopped. Might take GPU out and realise that fan don't work. That might be another cause as well. So let's get this GPU taken out. Because until we start removing, we can't say for sure. Get it stuck down here. Nice beefy GPU. Right, GPU is relatively nice. So yeah, that is incredibly hot. That feels every bit of 70 odd degrees. It is considerably hotter than everything else. So that's doing its job, e.g. absorbing the heat. Right, I'm going to take his drives out and then I can boot into my version of Windows. So at least we're not using customer drives, and also we're negating his drives being an issue, and we are at least booting into Windows so we can see a little bit more information. If it doesn't fail here with this drive in, we'll try putting the GPU in, because I'm not going to put his GPU back in. I'll put my test GPU in, which again we know is out. That's burning my fingers just even touching that. That's why I'm struggling to get this out, because I'm burning my fingers. Got WD black there. Yeah, there's no temperature on that one at all. Get the other 5 M2s out. Oh, he's got hiding around somewhere. Got another WD black. And plug his SATA one out as well, so I don't want that powering up. Get my Windows 10 in. And where did I put my Windows 10 test disk? I had it yesterday to show a customer, and I went, this is what these look like. And there it is. Can't find my Windows. Oh, go away. Dog's barking her head off now. I'll get this in, reboot the system. Right, can't find my Windows 10, so I'll put that one in, because I think that's Windows 10 as well. Not too sure whether it's got my test stuff on, but I can always get that off a memory stick nice and easy. Get that on there. A test GPU. Little 1060. At least we can have a look at temperatures, see if temperature's altered to any great degree. When I get this in, I can't see chat whilst I'm stood up. I apologise. Yeah, but the physicalities of a shelf in the way. Right, off on post. There we go. Right, what have I missed? Dodgy NVMe might be. Good afternoon. Nah, Zola's in. Hello, Zola. Dodgy NVMe maybe. Zola. We'll just see if it comes up in the bottom right hand corner. Just whilst that's posting, let's see if I can. Definitely can not find my. Oh, is that it there? Yeah. No. I've got too many NVMe's. I need to have a clear out. Throw some NVMe's away. I must have 40 NVMe's.
Oh, you!
What have I missed? Look at Lee Farmer's message. Oh, sorry, have I missed? Oh, it's off top of the screen. Off top of the screen, off top of the screen, can't see. Oh, let me get my mouse. Sorry, Arnold. Doubt it comes off easy. What am I looking at? Sorry. Bottom is so slightly, yeah. Top goes to CPU. Yeah. Well, I've took them both out, so we can have a look. See, I'll pull. If this is my, yeah. Oh, what's it called? Diagnostic one. At least I can pull up some diagnostic software, and we can have a look on here. Probably not. It looks like it's screwed underneath Archnoid, so I can't take that off. Good after. Oh, Zola said hello. Dodgy NVMe might be. Zola wave. That's funky looking GPU. it's a 1050 or a 1060. I can't remember. It's just my test GPU. I took bracket and everything off it. Bottom NVMe PCH. Top is CPU control. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Try other bottom NVMe. Might be SSD is sus. Yeah. Well, I'm going to see if I can boot off here. At the moment, it's not booting at all. Has it froze? Right. It's frozen. Ah, now that's something it wasn't doing before. It's now, I've just had to hard reboot that. So let me just give it one more post, just let me see, because that locked, that did lock there, and it decided that it didn't want to play anymore. I am frantically still searching for this other, because my test environment's got all sorts of software on. Anyway, right, I'll keep an eye on the. The good news is that's nowhere near as warm. That's 35 degrees. I know it's not booting. Do you know what I'm going to do? Is just drop into BIOS, and then we can instantly compare the. Yeah. Let me just get into BIOS. Once we get into BIOS, we'll check that temp of that PCH. If we can get into BIOS. Alright, so I'm just going to temp, monitor. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Temperature monitor. Not that one. Where are they? Am I missing where this temperature monitor was? Oh, there we go. Just didn't come up. 55 degrees, 54. I'm going to leave that running 1 second just while I grab dog from outside, because I want to see if that PCH, but that PCH is 20 odd degrees lower. I think we might have found it. That is 20 odd degrees lower, virtually instantly. We're doing the same thing. Just grab a cup of coffee at the same time. So I think we can agree PCH temperature was wrong and out of bed. Put the new NVMe in the bottom slot, right. Let's get this shut down. Get back onto that camera. So, when you say bottom, are you meaning these as bottom or are you meaning these as bottom? Because at the moment it's in this one. So I'm going to take it out of that one, just let me drain board. I'm going to get the customer's SSD. I believe this is his boot drive. Yeah, that's his boot drive, which is his 500, which was in this slot. Old SSD came out of slot bottom. Well, we had one in each. We had an SSD in here, and we had one in here. Or did we have it in there? I don't know, because it's filthy. I think somebody's had that out and tried to change it anyway. So, should we put his... Right, so that's CPU. So, what we're saying is, if we put that in there, it shouldn't alter the temperature of the PCH. Right. So it's that one, which is his bigger drive, which is it's a Western Digital drive. This is a 2 terabyte drive. Right. So it's either that drive, which came out of these slots here, or yeah, bottom slot, bottom at board. I understand that now. Sorry, I would have called this bottom slot, you see, because it's closest to me. He hasn't got a 2.5 SSD. He hasn't got one. It's a mechanical drive. He ain't got a mechanic. He's got one mechanical, which I've disconnected, which sits down here as a SATA, and then he's got 2 NVMe's. They're only his physical disks. Yeah, 2 terabyte. So I'm going to boot into BIOS again. We'll see what BIOS is reading temperature-wise, because I think if we're thinking PCH is the giveaway, PCH will spike if we put the wrong drive in or the right drive in the wrong slot, and this should show us whether it's the slot or that. Quickly go over to monitor. Remember which one it is. That one. That chipset 51 degrees. 50. That ain't getting any hotter. Yeah. Check ohms on the pins or thermal. What, on the actual drive itself? Yeah, causing. Yeah, I think it is as well. To be sure. I know it won't post, but I'm not after a post. I'm after it showing an error. I think it was in that one, because that one's partially opened still. So I'm going to post or boot the computer with, that's the 2 terabyte which came out of that slot. Yeah. Before it was 74 degrees. Question: are there options of downloading a large database of drivers, or just for local machine? The largest database allocation drives. Yeah, you can download the entire database, and once you've downloaded it to memory stick, it'll update, and it'll give you an option of either updating for this machine, e.g. the one you've got it plugged into, if there's any further updates, or every driver it can find new. So they're the 2 options. I don't know how you do it. Originally, I just download it full version, and then they're the options it gives you afterwards. Keep going into it, wrong one. Right, so that's the 2 terabyte drive. Do you know if this doesn't do this? Yeah, I keep entire Snappy on, well, all my memory sticks apart from the 128 gig one, because it's about 40 gigabytes, isn't it? Yeah, so if it doesn't really, I will sit this a couple of seconds. This is stabilised now at 56, 57 degrees. Could it be a GPU issue then? Yeah, Arnold, I was just thinking the same. GPU. Try his video card without any drives in. Because his card is sitting straight above that. That's cold now. That ain't going up. I'm happy it's 56 degrees. I'm going to take that drive out and try his graphics card in there. I know it's a bit of jiggery pokery, but what diagnosis is, isn't it? It's trial and error sometimes. We'll get his card, which is a nice. We have a, I'm just seeing if this has got any BIOS switches on or like this, if it's got it in overclock mode or something like that. No, there's no BIOS switches on it. So it's not like we can even say run it in normal mode. Not that that should make any difference to PCH. So we'll get this slotted back in nice and carefully. Get these 2 drives put down there, out of the way so we don't break those. Get his B for GPU, plug back in. Remember, 6 and a 2 for GPU. A new saying. Never forget, always remember me. 6 and a 2 for GPU. I suppose it rhymes with 6 and a 2 for CPU. I suppose it rhymes with both, doesn't it? But hey. Right, let's get that plugged in there and get some power. We're going to boot into BIOS again. See if we can get this and see if it's any better. But that is a nice card. That is an Eagle. GeForce RTX Eagle. Hopefully we've got a white light. The fans are slowing down. That means it's going into post mode. Go to this screen and see what we got. Right, straight into temp monitor. Let that sit a second. $50 degrees. 49. Well, that was conclusive. Yeah, maybe everything in together. Yeah, I think that's the only way we're going to test it is by replicating what was originally set up. So his 2 terabyte goes in the bottom. Shall I do one at once? Let's put his 2 terabyte in to start with, rather than both. So we'll put his 2 terabyte back in the slot it came from. The only difference about this, it won't have the heat shields on, which is obviously what it would have had when we did it before. Is there a later BIOS out for this? I'm starting to think that yes, that PCH is the wrong temperature, but it's when it's working under load. Right, 55. So it's a little bit higher than what we finished at. 56. Yeah. When it crashed earlier, when we were in Windows test environment, I just happened to be looking at the PCH temp and it said 73 degrees and then it crashed. But it's been higher than 73 sat in the BIOS. That is certainly a hell of a lot better, I would agree, Arnold. The official lounge, welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm not too sure whether you're first time chatter, but welcome in. 57 degrees. Yeah, that's 70. Wait, 72 or 74, I can't remember. It got up to 74 degrees. This is still climbing, but very slowly. Where it was static without that other driving. Right. If it stays at 56, I'm going to shut it down, put the second drive in and do a reboot again, and just see if that puts excessive. Yeah, 72 in BIOS, 74 in OS. Yeah. 58 now, so it is still going up. But just remember, with the card in, this card is now blocking any chance of any ventilation that little cooler underneath it has got, because it's right under here. It's blocking every single thing. So there's going to be radiated heat from the card coming down, and the little poor heatsink, it's just going to be cooking it alive. The only thing I could think, if it is that, is whether I can turn the flow of the front fans up a little bit. But the problem is here, where the PCH is, it's solid. So I can get my hand under this section. So here, this is raised about an inch off the base, and you've not got much depth of field there. So that's about an inch above here. But right where the card is, it's solid. So any air hitting here isn't actually going to go under the card anyway. anything going under is just going to hit the bottom side of the board here, and anything at that side is going to miss it completely. So there's no physical way of me getting me any air to the PCH. Yeah, let me just have a look at the BIOS. Now it's been sat there, 58 degrees. Right, it's not raising much higher than that, so let's just repeat that with other driving. So we'll spin that down, we'll get that on, we'll put his drive back in. We're still only operating with one stick of RAM, but I don't think it's a RAM issue. I think it's... And just remember what a customer originally complained of, 200 degrees C, which I know it's not possible on his CPU, but he did complain of a temperature issue. We've got a wavy duck from Official Lounge. Whoa. Is there room for a fan at the bottom of the case? There's not. There's not, unfortunately. Fans are the only place I can put fans now, if we needed it, would be at the top here, which is the top of the case. There's 3 fan slots for a watercooler or something. So there is possibility that we could put another fan here. I don't think it'd add to the right type of airflow. I mean, other thing which I have now got as well, it's booted into Windows, as we can see. The other thing that I have now got is sorry, gents. I just want to shut his computer down. Oh, my OBS is going to pot. Get that middle of the screen. Oh my God, my phone's now ringing. Let me grab my telephone now, guys. PC repairs, how can I help? I am just well, I'm saying I'm just working on it. I've been working on it for the last few hours. It's an interesting one. It's a very interesting one. I don't want to commit to anything at the moment, so I'm not going to tell you too much, but I am working on it, and I'll probably be ringing you probably within the next couple of hours, I would have thought, with some idea. But yeah, it's an interesting one to say the least. I've been on it for a couple of hours already, and probably got a couple of hours left just to finalise some testing. Like I said, I'm not going to commit to anything at the moment because I don't want to be wrong, but we've got suspicions on what we think it might be. But I want to confirm what we believe in it is before we continue. Well, it's got a BIOS from November last year. Yeah. No. Again, I don't want to get into where I am with it because I don't want to tell you something that's not true. So let me finish what I'm doing with it, and when I have got news, I'll contact you and let you know how it is. But I'll contact you when I've got more news on it. Cheers then, bye-bye. I did say to him that I'll contact you anyway, and he's still ringing me today. But it does make me laugh. Don't ring me because I'll definitely ring you when I've got news. Oh, no, we'll leave it. And he's rung me. But anyway, where we are with it, I want to get back to that screen because we need to shut his computer down. That's the screen I'm after. I want to get into the BIOS here. Sorry, guys. I can see chat moving up. I just went into the wrong screen. And then obviously, customer rang. So let me just read chat. Multiple minds are troubleshooting. Yeah, 40 texts stood around the bench. Now, he did just say to me, try not to get led by what you're told. He started going on about BIOS modifications and things like this, and I said, well, it's got a BIOS on from November. He says, oh yeah, other shoppers put the latest BIOS on. So I didn't want to dig too much with it being a bit of a language issue, but it sounded like he'd been playing around with his BIOS as well, and I'm wondering whether maybe some of that, I don't know, something like that. Let's see if we can get into BIOS. I'm a bot, not a tech. If you remove the card slot protector at the edge of the case, you should be able to see if the GPU is touching the PCH shield. It's not. I can see under here, in fairness, Nick. We have got probably 3mm, something like that. So these, yeah, default check BIOS version. I will do that now. So we have got a little bit of, stick that down there. We have got a little bit of room for movement. So BIOS version is, yeah, 29th November last year. So he's thinking what the customer just said, because it's got one from November. He says, well, I think all the shop manager updated my BIOS. But we're back to the same state as we were before on here. So let me just go back into temps. Let's have a look at these temps. Right, back up to 61 degrees. We concur. Oh, it's not matching the Asus site. Ooh. Ooh. So yeah, 61 degrees is more fine than it was, and it looks like it's stabilised around there. So I honestly don't know, unless me taking carding out has dislodged something, but it seems to be a little bit more stable on temperatures. But we'll check that in Windows, because I'll try and boot to my Windows operating system. Well, saying I'll try and boot to my Windows operating system, even on my disk it was failing, wasn't it? So we think that the BIOS version doesn't match. Let me bring my screen up so I can have a look and I can show everybody what we're looking at. Is there a revision number on this board? Can't see one. Just making sure it's not revision 1, 2 or 3, because some of them have them, don't they? No. Oh. Z690, is that what the board is, Arnold? Sometimes the BIOS build date, right, so Asus Z690. Asus motherboard, yeah, 690, just loading page. I don't want to buy one. Yes, reject all. Oh, which model it is? Yeah. You know, when you get several things on there's not going to be any info on here, is there? No. E-gaming, I think. I can't honestly remember. We obviously had it in the BIOS. It's an ROG Strix, and it's the, just trying to see anything on board. GPUs, isn't we? Aha, we have some writing there. Let me grab a torch. No, can't see any models on here. Wonderful, thank you very much for that. No serial numbers, no models, no anything. Right, I'm going to have to boot into Windows and see what's coming up. Let me just power it down. Power down, we'll get my boot drive in. We'll see if we can figure out which OS it is, which board it is, and then we can at least download a BIOS update.
Oh, you!
Oh, have I seen something on it? Oh, dreams. Oh, all right. Is written under graphics card. All right, I'll just lift that then. Easy Flash. Oh, does Easy Flash show model as well? There we go. Well, I'll lift the card since it's only here anyway. Oh, I might have to just read it out to you. It's a Strix Z690 F Gaming Wi-Fi. So it's an F Gaming Wi-Fi. Let me get the card back in neatly. Right. Oh, BIOS is the late. All right, have you? You've beat me to it. Oh, it's that one there. It's the same BIOS. Right, so it looks like they have updated it then. So we should be okay on that. Right, what I am going to do, I'm going to put both sticks of RAM in to take me back to where I was before. Because I'm going to try and replicate ideally I want that PCH to warm back up. Fingers just aren't big enough. Oh, too big, should I say. Oh, that graphics card's a bit toasty. Come on. So fiddly them sometimes. That's locked in. Get a memory stick in. Boot into our memory stick. It's into a test environment. So we've now got 2 sticks of RAM back in. It will go through a little bit of RAM training and everything else. Does the 13th gen need a microcode update? I thought it did, but I mean, doesn't that update at the same time as the BIOS? You could try loading the same BIOS to see if anything changed. Yeah, plate pad was lightly loose. I mean, that's the other thing as well. I might have disturbed the heatsink a little bit underneath. I'm just waiting for this to go in. Yeah, I think the microcode update comes through with the BIOS. So I would say that's come through at the same thing. Yeah, it is an older problem. I can custom update ME with a tool. No need. Microcode is, yeah. Just get this back onto my full screen so I can see all the bits and bobs on here. Right, so just check now we've got everything connected back up. I'm gonna let that. That is 12 degrees cooler than what it was before. PCH step in B1, I say bad one. That seems a lot more stable. We've got 2 sticks around. Yes, it's climbing again. I know it's not a boring. It's a boring screen to sit on. It's still reasonable, but I think if we boot into Windows and it crashes, I don't think it's been able to get rid of its residual heat. We are going to try and boot into my memory stick. Fine on this board. All right, we will boot into my test stick. We'll bring hardware info up, and we'll see where that goes from there. So we'll boot into here. We'll pull hardware info up straight away, so at least we can see if PCH is spiking. But if it goes over 80 degrees, no, it froze with my driving as well. What I might do is put my driving and install Windows to it as well, just to be sure it's not that. It didn't actually freeze with go back onto there and then pull sensors up, down, sensors. Right, it did. It froze under this screen as well, so I'm going to bring PCH temp up. When I find it, here we go. So 62 degrees is reported in Windows. So that's the one which was at 74 degrees earlier. Where's that in Sergio Arnold? Install all drivers. From host system. Never bothered installing drivers for them. I only usually use it for simple benchmarking and things like that. I'm going to run just a dev manager sometimes shows. Ah, right, okay. I'm going to run the benchmarking just to try and put a bit of heat into different bits and bobs. I'm more interested in this. I know CPU is going to run hot because I've only got one fan on it, but that will throttle. And what I will do is run, because I'll tell you what I run before was the Crystal Disk Mark to benchmark the drives. So I'm going to run the same, which would obviously push the PCH as well, wouldn't it? And it was when it got onto disk E, which is the other SSD, or sorry, other NVMe, which is when it started going up, which is the 2 terabyte one. And then we'll run a mem test as well. That's not pushing that PCH temp up anywhere near where it was sat in the BIOS before that. And this should be pushing the PCI line, shouldn't it? Yeah, 65, not 70. Yeah, it's. I mean, even maximum temperature's not hit anything above 65. No, it was there's a mechanical disc which I've disconnected. Yeah. I mean, I haven't really moved the cooler at all. Yeah, could be mechanical disc which is causing it to fail. Could well be. Yeah. I mean, that was still coming back as good under crystal disc info. Doesn't necessarily mean it is. But you wouldn't have thought that the mechanical disc would cause the PCH temperature. Yeah, the starter port is actually easy enough to get to. I just need to lift the card out to get to that one. I'm going to run the other one just to see if it makes that one spike. But the other one we seem to think is connected through CPU. So we'll let this do, and then I'll change this to... Yeah, SATA does go to PCH. So it could be a mechanical one which is causing it, if it's polling or whatever. I did run a crystal disc benchmark on the mechanical one as well. I can't do that now because I ain't got it plugged in. So let's just do this one. This is the top NVMe, the 500GB. This is his boot drive, what we're running on now, and that's not spiking temperature. I don't think that's going to be an issue. I'm now going to connect his mechanical drive back up. No. Yeah, temps are stable now. No, it won't. It's only at 74 with that mechanical drive in. I disconnected that mechanical drive quite late on in process. So I'm just going to shut down and we'll connect his mechanical drive up. I've got to take his card out to do it because it sits right underneath the card. Does his SATA port. And I definitely can't get to it through there. So it's powered down. I have discharged the board. It sits there. And it's a bit fiddly to do. Yeah. I mean, unless, do you know when I was touching it earlier and I've pushed it down because I was putting my fingers on it, whether that's made another contact with the other pad. But I don't know whether it was pad because that was absolutely red hot. So if the pad wasn't contacting right, this wouldn't retain the heat as much. So I don't think it's a pad, it was a contact point issue either, because obviously that were doing its job by getting hot. It was something else. So we're going to boot this into the BIOS just because it's easier and quicker than, and I need to go into BIOS to select my boot drive. Get the keyboard. Again, we'll repeat the steps. You don't think the HDR, all right. Convected versus conducted, yeah. Yeah, it was hot, so it was passing thermally. Yeah, it was doing its job. It was doing its job by passing it through. Right, we've got the mechanical drive plugged in now. And we've done some benchmarks. I will do one other benchmark in Windows, which is the drive check, because I had benchmarked the mechanical drive. Because that's one which were coming back as strange readings. Now we're going, oh, that's a bit strange. Which was 148 Q depth 1, 160 Q depth 2, and then it dropped something like 8 megabits Q depth 3. Well, there's not usually that amount of differences. I know there's quite a bit of difference, but it was a large amount. That temperature's climbing. Now it's stabilised. Gone back down. Now it's up and down. Yeah, there it goes. It seems to be pretty stable, 65 to 67. Not as hot as it was before. So let's boot into memory. Memory stick. Let's get Sergic on and see where we go. We'll bring hardware info up immediately, and then we'll run the benchmark through Crystal Disk Mark on the whatchamacallit. I'll move my face out of the way. Put that there, so at least I can see the start button. Diagnostics. Oh, I'm going to put it where I want to look. Stick it over there. Diagnostics, hardware info, and we want to run everything and start. And then we want to bring sensors up as well. Oh, not save sensors. I can see chat moving, I just can't see it for the time being. Cycle and age of mechanical, I'll show you. So your crystal disk info, and it is disk. No, that's my that's my drive. So that's the mechanical one. It's done 144 days. It's done that. The boot drive is similar age, but Ripper is 98, and it's an half decent brand. The other that's the 2 terabyte mechanical, and the other 2 terabyte one, similar age at 100%. And temperatures a bit warm, but nothing untoward for a M2. Yeah, 27. That's the mechanical one. Yeah, it's not hot at all. So we'll leave that running, and we'll get that to one side. I'll get the PCH back up on here, which is this one here, 67 degrees. I'm going to struggle getting everything on screen, but we're after that one there. And I'll bring crystal disk mark up, because this is what made it fall over last time. And we'll select disk D or F. One, and I put it on 512 last time, all. So this should start spiking the PCH up, and also the temps. Is there an alternative place to mount the SSD? No, there's not. No, not really. There is a fan blowing at it. The bottom fan for the case fan blows straight at it. Yeah, back to within 4 degrees. This is where I think it's going to start warming up. And I'm going to keep the mouse moving, just to make sure that we can see when it crashes and dies. So that's the only reason I'm moving mouse. Yeah, it's the same on TFN. We think the PCH were overheating. It was sat at 74 degrees in the BIOS, but since we had a poke around, we can't get the temperature to rise that much. Even now, doing the benchmarks, it's not rising that much. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's just a bit weird why that was so hot. 93 degrees, yeah. I don't have a 13th gen or a 14th gen CPU, which I need for this. I gave it away. For James has got it JFix. I gave it to James for his new build. I gave him a 13900K S, I think it was, for his new build for his streaming machine. So I ain't got a test CPU. Just wait for write test complete, but I don't think, again, I'm just moving mouse just to, yeah, it's fine. So, yeah, 70 degrees, that seemed 44 at the moment. Yeah, it looks nowhere near as high as it was before, and I think when Dreams were looking, it could handle right up to 80 degrees, no problem. So 71 degrees, and that's doing a yeah, I don't know if Intel run hotter than AMD. I'm on AMD as well, so I've got no direct comparison. I know Intel's generally suck a little bit more down, they're not as efficient, are they? So whether that has any impact on there. 68 to 90, lower 85. So actually, in fairness, 71, which is its maximum, is smack bang in middle. Yeah, so I think PCH is now out of equation. Let's run and drive temp hasn't really gone up either, but I suspect that's because the drive temp is not 28 degrees, so drive's not getting hot. So it's not the drive overheating. See which one of these will run. We're going to do a memory test. Can you remember, did we reset the BIOS after we did the... oh, come on. Oh, I didn't like that. Run Firmark. I ain't got GPU drivers installed, so I can't run Firmark. Well, I can, but it won't really test it. I'll have to do that under Windows. Can we run Snappy Driver? Will Snappy Driver install work under Celac? I don't know if it will. It's down to default, so we haven't got XMP enabled. Okay. Just do a RAM test. Remove power and CMOS jumper button. Right, it's crashed. It's crashed. Virtually straight away, it's died. Now, as soon as I've done a memory test, it's died. It's fell over and died. Virtually well, we got 4 seconds into memory test. Yeah, I've got to run mem test. That's in BIOS, isn't it? Let's reboot. Get back onto that screen. It should disappear in bottom right. Yeah, I'm gonna take my memory stick out. Let me just boot into BIOS. Yeah, it's I'll put my NVMe in it and install it, a fresh install on mine. I can do it in 6 minutes, Windows, certainly on a system like this. Personally, I think what we're going to end up doing is, I think it's RAM still. So, where's the mouse? Are we enabling XMP? What do we reckon? Yeah, shall we run XMP? Matthew Watt break. That's my waffle break, that, Arnold. XMP1 v XMP2. Yeah, I was going to say, are we enabling? Oh dear, what have I done there? Cancel. Are we enabling XMP? Set XMP2. Okay. Oh, we are. We are on XMP2. I've not set that. We are on XMP2. Yeah. So memory voltage was higher. We must have set this after we did the reset. I don't know whether this will... I don't know how long this normally takes in BIOS. I've never done one in BIOS before. Yeah. CPU or... I mean, good thing is we can tell if this crashes because it stops working. If no errors in 5 or 8 minutes, doubt it's RAM. Yeah, it should have done it. RAM's running relatively cool at that, 34 degrees. Yeah, I don't have a CPU. James! I know, I'm not even looking in my box. I know I ain't got a 13th gen CPU. The only two things which are going to be left is I will install Windows on my car, on my thing, and run Firmark and GPU benchmarks just to eliminate the GPU. I very much doubt whether it's a power related issue. I don't think it's the thermal related issue anymore. So that leaves CPU and board. 13th gen do have the known issues. Drone delivery from James. Yeah, I mean, you called that early on, didn't you, TFN? to say it was a degraded CPU. RAM's warming up, but nothing nothing untoward on there. Didn't crash when you put in his own Windows 10 NVMe. I doubt it's Windows build. No, but I'm trying to eliminate. His drives. That's why I would install it on my working drive next to Nata, just to eliminate that it might be a problem with one of his drives more than anything else. But if you notice, guys, it's only crashed now since I put the mechanical hard drive back in. That's the other thing, isn't it? We did the we put his mechanical hard drive back in and it crashed. It didn't crash under a write test on that. It crashed under a mem test on that, which is quite bizarre, isn't it? Yeah, I reset CMOS, take your hard drive out, NAND reset. Yeah. Oh, Pitco's here. Yeah, I'm going to run it for about 5 minutes just to make sure. I don't think this is going to produce any big issues. So yeah, I think if that were going to die, we'd get a, certainly the way it crashed before. It crashed within 4 seconds. It crashed within 4 seconds of it going before. So I say the only difference between this and what we were doing before, it was still accessing the hard drive. So I think next thing has to be my NVMe and a we've got both sticks of RAM in. We've got the 2 sticks of RAM in there. So we're that graphics card keeps kicking so much heat out at me now and again. I think I'm in CPU. It's not letting me. It's not letting me move across to the CPU section, even with mouse. Oh, I'm under CPU, that's why. Yeah, you are. Leave Armour Dreams. I'm going to stick my NVMe in it, install a fresh copy of Windows, do some testing, and then, yeah, it takes you back to old, well, not even old, is it, when you used to use keyboards to control it rather than mouse. Right, get my memory stick ready, and we're going to stick my SSD in, install Windows, and write Windows 10 on here so I don't forget what it is. Again, just doing that just so I can hide the customer's anonymity. And shut down. Shut down anyway. Yep. You want me to do a CMOS reset with no power? Okay. Take the life of PC. Joseph's back. Arnold, CMOS reset. where would you like me to go after I've done that? Back into the BIOS or back into Windows? Or shall I just reset that and install my OS on my drive? Because that's what I'm thinking I'm going to do anyway. So do we just kill two birds with one stone? Ouch, ouch, ouch. GPU's wham. High speed port. Old CPU available. Take his bottom SSD out. Okay. I'm going to I want to disconnect his whatchamacallit as well. That's off. It's drained. I'm going to disconnect his mechanical drive as well. So I'm just working on my OneDrive. The annoyance is you can't actually get that in and out without doing that. Right, so we've got his drives all disconnected and out. We've just got mine in. And I am going to reset the BIOS, which is... And my BIOS reset pins, temp sensor. Get my torch because I can't see because it's a bit dark. No button on the back. We've got CPU over volt pins there, not that one. Do I need to set... How stupid is that? You need to set the GPU out to reset it. Crazy. Yeah, there's no reset pins that I can see. Let's put it like that. Let me just pop GPU back out. Might be a jumper. Yeah, there's no jumpers. Do it old-fashioned way. With battery. Reset the clock, so when the BIOS looks at it, it goes, oh, what time is it? Well, that's no to me. Right, let's just drain it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, one side quarter CPU alive. There we go, that's now drained. Just let me measure the voltage on here, just to make sure we have got a fresh battery going in. Yeah, 3.1. So that's okie dokie. That's back in. So right under the GPU, I'll get this GPU put back in. Okay, ouch. On 2 sticks of RAM, and we are going to install Windows 10 because I despise Windows 11. Have I mentioned that? I may have mentioned that. So we've done a reset. I get burned far too often. Why did he let it go? That's how I know it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I go to CPU alive, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and PCDD got burned again. Why did he let it go? Because it hurt like a blinking thing. It was hot as the sun. Is a fan on the PSU extracting from the chassis? That one is. Yeah, we've got a. Can't really see on that screen. We do have a back. I can't show you. There we go. We've got a back one. I've only put one fan on it. I have got another fan to go on here, which will give us that. So there's 3 coming in at the front, coming straight through, blowing through. There'll be a second fan on there to help it, and then that one's going into there. So it is all coming through. Right, so let's PSU. PSU is bottom to back. Yeah, you think it's PSU is overheated. I didn't check whether that was spinning, but I'll give it a look, Nick. Never even thought about checking that. But my voltages were stable, so we'll give it a post. We'll get into BIOS ready to post off the memory stick, and then we'll double check that one and see where that goes. I'm just going to post now, get into there, and I'll check the fan at the bottom. Right, I can feel air movement on that fan. So I think that's spinning at the back. I'm just reaching around for doing a reach around for the fan. I can feel a little bit of air movement, so I think that fan on PSU is spinning. So that's good. Right, because we've reset the BIOS, it should come with the BIOS screen. F1. Let's see if we can boot into my memory stick. This will be a good result if we can. Come on, you darn thing. Please wait. Please wait. Please wait. Reading my memory stick. Remember the one we had the other week, which wouldn't work with a memory stick in, and that were a 5-volt power rail issue. I just don't think some of them like my because they're actual SSD memory sticks rather than conventional. The 1 terabyte ones get recognised as an SSD rather than a USB memory stick. So I think that confuses them sometimes when they're doing their do. F8 for Asus or F12 or F11. Yeah. I've tried. Did I try PSU on here? No, I haven't tried a PSU on this one. It's just not striking me as a because it's not failing under load. It's only failing under memory load. It's not failing under CPU load. And CPU is going to take so much more current than a memory load. If it was failing under memory load for voltage, it's the board which is regulating that, isn't it? Press any key. I do not know why it's doing that. Let me stick another memory. Stick this one in. No glasses on. The typical thing, you push it in 3 times and get a result once. Right, let's get back in here. This is probably going to say F1, 3.3. 3.3 rail converts, yeah. It's, but again, that would be, yeah, I had to no, that was my memory stick just then, not, it was reading my memory stick. I think I've corrupted that memory stick. I rewrote them all the day, if you remember when I was having trouble last week. So I rewrote them all. I can't remember whether I did that one or not, because I think I was using that one at the time when I did all the others to get that up. Now it's not even booting to BIOS. Oh, there we go. We've got a little warning light down there. There we go. Different memory stick. Voila. Right, so I'm going to bang Windows 10 on it. It doesn't take long, this. I've got an automated script. So 6 minutes from the start of it installing to us finishing. So it's sometimes and we're going to do that. We're going to do install. Don't know how it's come up with that. No. Oh. Why is this coming up as this? I've got an automatic script running on here. Shouldn't come up with this at all. Should not come up with this at all. I'll tell you why. It's because I F-disk the cell disk 0 clean. Oops, did I spell clean right? No. List. What you get for not having your glasses on. DISK and not being able to spell. What? I'm not in disk part, am I? Help if I went in disk part, wouldn't it? DISKPEART. Thank you. Cell disk 0 clean exit. Thank you, you darn thing. And we want to go in refresh. Yeah. I should have an automated script. I don't know why it's not done that. My automated script just literally does everything. I wonder if it's because it thought it were halfway through an install. That could be why it decided not to do everything and anything. So, yeah, can't speed that one up. If there is anybody sat in chat, if you're a first time, I would much appreciate a like and subscribe, guys. I am chasing seven. Do you know what? I can't believe it starts with a 7 now. A week ago, I was at 590 subs. And then obviously we had Uncle Soren in, Uncle Joey, and Uncle James, all highlighting and publicising. So it's just absolutely gone crazy. So yeah, 674, and yeah, it's gone absolutely crazy. And if you hit the subscribe button, you get a little dancing avocado on screen, and I go, hey, thanks for subscribing. Please hit like and subscribe. It's free. How well timed was that? Oh no! Do you know what? It guts me when I wake up on the morning and look, and it guts me. Oh no! I went in 671 at the start of today, and whilst I was streaming, it went down to 670. I'm like, oh, what have I done wrong? What have I done wrong? But yeah, it's just one of those things. I can't do a great deal until this comes back up. But this is now a fresh install. So if anybody is joining us and you haven't seen what we've done, this one's got an issue where it's freezing after so long. It's not CPU related. We have changed thermal compound on there. That's not getting up. We thought PCH was overheating at 74 degrees. For some reason, that's corrected. We thought it was RAM. Still might be RAM. But we're just going to install fresh copy of Windows 10. And then we can run the rest of the benchmarks. We can put the drivers on for the GPU, which is a 4080. And this is a 13700K. So it's a nice system. This. So as soon as this has got, we can do the benchmarking and see hopefully where it falls over. I'm hoping. It did crash with the other GPU. It did. Yeah. The reason why I'm thinking that, lead farmer Arnold, is the GPU is sat right above PCH and whatnot, and obviously it draws a lot of current. So I want to do it just to try and put stress on the other components. But yeah, it did crash with the little 1060 in there. This should not be coming up. This should all be auto. Oh, does that mean I've got to do that stupid thing where you've got to answer them stupid questions about, I don't want to do this, don't want to do this, don't want to do this. Just stop monitoring me. Yes, it's going to do that, isn't it? So we'll call it admin. There we go. Not now. We don't want that. Done. Hi. We're getting everything ready for you. Can you remember Windows XP? What did that used to say? Not Windows XP, Windows 98. And you'll be watching cat videos soon or something stupid. Or is that Windows XP? That could be Windows 10 actually, which says that. Oh, this might take several minutes. I doubt whether you'll take several minutes. Microsoft, stop telling me pork pies. It won't take several minutes. Guys, if you are on watching as well, just make sure you click the refresh button periodically at the top of the screen, because it is, for whatever reason, it is running kind of behind. So YouTube started to lag its videos rather than just the chat. It started to lag the videos. We'll keep that in the bottom right hand corner to see what it is. That keeps kicking a bit of heat out. I would expect it must be as the fans are kicking in and out, because I keep getting a puff of hot air. From the look of it though, I'm still leaning towards. Is that crashed? Oh guys. It's crashed. That's why it's stuck on there. I said it was lying to us. Oh, no response. No response from the light. Bottom right hand corner. It's gone and crashed. Let's bang a I'm going to take his RAM out. I'm going to take the RAM out because I've got a piece of DDR5 RAM. Take his RAM out and put my stick of DDR5 in, which is working. And once we've took that out, I'm going to see if it'll crash. If it doesn't crash, or if it does crash, it's RAM. After that, I'm going to do his power supply. Well, it didn't crash with my GPU, did it? And signs of third. I know. TFN. I am coming to that conclusion with you. I've just got to be sure when the customer says, "Well, have you tried? Have you tried? Have you tried?" Because the customer is pretty. I don't know if knowledgeable is the right word, inquisitive, and has a certain amount of information. So I don't want to say it's this and him take it somewhere else and they go, well, no, it's that, and it was just a stick of RAM all the way along, if you know what I mean. So I'm going to take both these sticks of RAM out and put one stick. I've only got one stick of 16 for testing. So I'll stick mine in. If I can get it in the right way. Clunk, it's gone in. Stick this horrible, terrible thing back on, which never seems to hang on right. One on there, and get that on the side on as well. I bought these specially just to put Noctua fan coolers on those things there. Right, so we've got mine in, so I'm just going to give it a boot.
Oi, you!
Oh, what have I looked at? Oh. PSU last. Yeah, PSU last. If single, be sure X and P is disabled. It's going through RAM training. Curious and curious. It's digging a little bit lower. Yeah. Well, when he's just rung me, I've just gone, yeah, it's a puzzling one. It's a curious one. Let's just disable XMP. And just give it a quick reboot. And it froze through Windows install. Which, every time I've had something freezing through Windows install, it's always been they're back to we reset the BIOS. Yeah, we reset the BIOS, if you remember. So XMP has gone back off. We reset the BIOS before installing Windows. There's a BIOS we have got a tiny little pinhole one at the back. So yeah, so we'll just do a Control-Alt-Delete just to bring us back out of here. This should now post to Windows. Yeah, we reset the BIOS, if you remember. We took the GPU out and took the BIOS battery out before installing Windows, just to see if that was the issue. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. Right. So the good thing is we are now in Windows. Which memory stick have we got in? We haven't got a memory stick in, so let me stick this memory stick in and install Snappy, because we want some drivers. I can't see down there for looking. Memory stick. We don't want to install that. Go away. Go away. Let's just bring Snappy up, which is in here. And do I keep it in Diag in this one? Keep it in a different place on either one. We'll get Snappy. I don't think it's the latest version of Snappy, but it's only maybe a couple of weeks out of date, if that. Right, they're not going to install. I've seen this screen before, and they don't like installing when they go red. So I use a... Oh, guess what, guys? Just frozen. It has just frozen. I want to power down, swap the GPU. Yep, GPU next. Put my little 1060 back in, my little baby one. Got a small one. Let's drain. Let's walk that out. Yeah, got a little tiny one. got a little tiny one. I've got a very tiny one. It's ickle. It's a small one. Look, I mean, guys, look at size difference. What I want to be when I grow up, I want to be a 4080.
PCDD, you little shit.
I want to be a 4080. Let me plug this in. Who's calling me names? But you're damn right I am. It's lead farmer. I'm going to leave it on my RAM because I know my RAM works, and I know we're skipping a bit. But if it works, I'll then put his RAM back in. Does his parents know he's outside? It's that's huge. It's a big one. It's a whopper. So at the moment, we've got my RAM in and we've got my card in. If it now goes, the only things it can be really is a PSU, which I doubt, CPU or board. Right, doggy, you're just going to go after way down. You can't repair computers. You're a dog. Let me dog come through to see me. I am going to stick my memory stick back in because I want to see if I can get drivers installed, which is where it fell down a minute ago. Diag. Oh, get on there. Yeah. Yeah, the only original bits are CPU, motherboard, and PSU. Whilst it's lightly, Johnny MC, hello. Welcome. Did you swap the M2's SD? Yes. This is a fresh M2. What's just gone in it? We've got none of his drives in it at all. They're all now. That's my M2. What we've literally just installed Windows 2 live on air because we like pushing the boundaries. We've just installed Windows 10 today. It's just installing drivers, as you will see on that screen there. So we've disconnected his mechanical drive, which sits down here. We haven't got his graphics card, and we've got my test graphics card, and we've got my RAM in single channel mode. His graphics card, which is a whopper, is sitting here. So the only things we are running, which is his, is the CPU. I haven't got a test CPU. I'll give it away. His board and his power supply. So if it does this, it's just failed and crashed with all them in, but his graphics card. So if we can't get it now to fail, I'm going to put his graphics card in and see if it fails. And then we've got to determine whether it's CPU, PCIe lanes, PCH, or graphics card. And I think that'll be a difficult one. Yeah, CPU is a 13700, yes. Mod Monkey, hello. We're doing good today. How are you today? PSU or CPU is such, yeah. So far, we only used Windows, either P or 10, right? Yes, they're the only two I have used. I like 10 mainly because I find it pretty darn stable. That's the only reason I'll continue to use 10 for the foreseeable. Non-Irish SKU, I bet. Right, so we're nearly these are. This is Snappy Driver Install. If you don't know what this is, this keeps all the drivers. I've gone about this all the time, and this keeps all the drivers on a USB memory stick. So I would say a good 90 to 95% of your drivers for whatever system you have, and I've used this right back on Windows XP machines. You stick this memory stick in, it scans for them, you select all, install, and it just installs them. As you can see, a GT7. Oh, that's my graphics card, GT710. Didn't even a 1060. Is my test card. So it just keeps them all. It's about a 40 gig download. It will self-update as well, but as we should be able to see, it has probably found vast majority. Oh, there's an Ethernet control. I'm not really bothered about that. Fighters. Try Linux. There are. I mean, Windows P's got me benchmarks, but I've got them for here as well. I'm going to put my benchmark folder on here whilst I remember. Just get me diagnostic software and bang that on there. Can't see without my glasses. Put my glasses back on. Keyboard tester. My phone making a noise. No. And we need Fairmark. Sorry, I'm just putting these on for when I because I use this in other machines as well. Get that on there. Get that on there. Yeah. That's good. That's good, monkey. So far, GPU likely pulling down. Weak PSU is my... Yeah, it could be. Could be. I've only got a 750 watt GPU, CP. Oh, God. Test PSU. So it should power it okay. I say only. It's not a bad size. It's not... It'll power it short term. It's a decent quality one. It's a 30... Yeah, it was a 3070, weren't it, actually? It looked like a... Oh, no, that was the other one, which is 3070. This one's got a 4080 in it, I think. Oh, don't really want to move it whilst it's on. It's a 3080. 3080 Eagle overclock in this one. Just let those copy across, then I'll do a quick reboot. Right, so we'll do I'm just going to give this a reboot, and I am going to pull a quick benchmark. What power supply? I think it's a Corsair. What's in it? I can't really see. Yeah, it's a RM 1000. What's in it? RM 1000. So it's got enough overhead. Yeah, 38 it should be that. Yeah, it's an RM 1000. So it's Corsair, isn't it? RM. We've not really stressed. We haven't done a GPU benchmark yet. That's the reality. We've only done RAM benchmarks. So I'm going to put it through a RAM benchmark now, and have I pulled wrong? Yeah, I pulled wrong file across into like a nugget. I pulled customer data folder instead of diagnostic folder. There you go. Oh, it's frozen, gone, dead. Just died on me. Just died on me. So, that's just frozen on me. PSU next. CPU is more likely, yeah. GPU's unplugged, GPU still sat on the side. Their RAM's unplugged. Everything is unplugged. It's CPU. It won't activate the power though, Joseph. I wouldn't have thought if, oh, have I said that? TFN, if it's not being triggered by the PCIe connector. It's now unplugged. It's now unplugged. Let me just reboot that. It's certainly, oh yeah, certainly. These are a problem when you get intermittent faults like this. Yeah, I didn't think the we'll swap we'll plug a test power supply in a second. I've got mine's a 750 watt used for testing. I have another one sat here, but I think that's a 650. So, oh no, cracker, that's an old one. That's a 400 watt. Yeah, we won't use that. My 1200 watt I got rid of. My 1200 watt PSU I got rid of. Is the PCDD unplugged set? Right, so we are back into Windows. I just need to copy my diagnostic folder over. Oh, I have somebody else here. Somebody just pulled up outside. No idea who this is. Not expecting anyone at 3:20 on a Monday. But they're walking towards my house. Right, guys, give me 2 ticks. Don't know who this is. Right, guys, sorry about that. Let's turn that up a little bit. I am back. All right. Oh, he's the one who rang earlier who's got a problem with his Wi-Fi not working. Gosh, it's cold in here with that door open. And his Wi-Fi isn't working. And strange enough, he's got a Avast and Norton on his system. And also another one called Windows Security Development Agent. No idea what that is. So clearly he's got an issue with that. Have we got some more people in? Holding the house. Didn't he have a house with balloons on the roof? Ooh, what are you on about here? Someone said the last stream he lives in retirement. I do live in a retirement area. Oh. It looks like 1370 might be the issue. OPS. Yeah, we're going to change that one now. It was closer. He could try another 13th gen CPU. I know! I had a mini SpaceX rocket drones for delivery. Right, let's try. What were I trying? I said I was going to try something before we did that. Oh, we were going to boot back into Windows, weren't we? Is that still copying across? I don't know what that's copying across. No idea what that's copying across. I'm copying my... Not frozen yet. No, it's still going. Still going. I'm going to let this run. Let me just have a look under Task Manager. I know this isn't going to provide a lot of information, but I'll bring that up, and I'm going to bring hardware info up as well, which should be pre-installed on a portable version in here. Yes. And we'll see if this brings any information up. Don't monitor this sensor. Tell you what, it's not doing any work. That CPU, is it? It's not getting out of bed for us. 1.4 gigahertz. Yeah, PCH temp, that's where I was looking. PCH, it'll be down on motherboard. PCH, 53 degrees. I'm more worried that it's running at 1 point something gigahertz. And the drivers are installed, and it's had a system reboot. And it's detected right CPU. That to me is a little bit unusual. No, because it's just froze with my test GPU in it. I've got my little, you can't really see, but that's my GPU. It froze even with that in, but with the GPU was plugged in with power. Yeah, but I just can't get my head around why that's that. Because that's incredibly slow at the moment. I don't know these how it's copying across. What the bloody neck is that? I'm thinking it's CPU now. Now I'm looking at the clock speed on there. Now I thought that should be. This is my. I think this is my pants. Oh no, it's my fast one. No, that's slow. This should recognise as saying that. I don't know what speed port it's in. I might put it in a slow port. I know it clocks down, but I don't want to push it any further until this is copied across. I know what this is copying. This is copying the, whatchamacallit. Oh, what's it called? Snappy. copying Snappy across because I've copied that across to disk. I'm going to run this just to see if I can push my, because I know I'm installing, but I'm going to watch clock speed at CPU, because this should start, because it's uncompressing files and whatnot. Yeah, it is. There you go. It has moved up. Just seemed really low considering it should be. I think I've done a driver reboot. I think I've done one. Not going to do that. All we did was unplug the GPU. Yeah, I'm going to do a memory test. And we've had it fail under a memory test. We have had it fail under a memory test. So let me pull up. Pull up this. And I'm going to do a RAM test. I know it's my RAM, so I'm not testing RAM as such. I'm trying to test CPU talking to RAM. That's what I'm wanting to test. So we'll bang it on CPU and RAM. So we should see RAM going up, which we can. Yeah, and GPU is certainly hitting high now. That'll thermal throttle because I've only got one fan on it. But GPU won't be drawing any current if it's not plugged in to PCIe lane, because it won't be processing anything. So there could be an issue with GPU. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll get that on camera and do that. Unfortunately, where the computer sat is where my all my test equipment. Hello, all. Been away for an hour. Any progress, Sharky? I wouldn't say we're going in circles. It's ever so decreasing circles, so we are getting to a point of understanding where it is. I've got the CPU and GPU, CPU under load now, and that seems fine, and RAM seems fine. The only thing what we can assume now is that we haven't managed to get it to crash when the GPU is actually physically unplugged from the computer altogether. Not just out of the PCI slot, also out away from the power connector. So the only thing we are sat with original now are CPU and motherboard. Everything else is donor or replacement or whatever. Even fresh copy of Windows. I've put it on that little M2 slot there, M2 drive there. Everything else of it is disconnected apart from CPU and motherboard and power supply. It has froze a couple of times, even with my GPU in, which is a 780, I think, is, or 1060 or something. I can't remember. They are, yeah, they are fuseless. Yeah, so it's not going to be that. But we still had it connected to the GPU power, even though it wasn't in the slot, and it froze. We've now disconnected it from GPU power as well as the slot, and currently it's not froze. But that will be a new one of me if that would surprise me, let's put it like that. I've not experienced something crashing because it's been just allocated, been still connected like that, even though it's not been in the slot. I just need, this should speed up awfully any second now. But everything else looks absolutely spot on. Low ohms on GPU causes PSU leak. Are you referring to the 12 volt rail to the ground low ohms? Might be able to measure that on here. I just can't show you on camera because that computer's in the way. So I might have to just do this on my knee. Right, there's nothing there. Right, so I've got meg ohms there between 12 volt rail and ground on GPU power pins. All right. Understand that. TFN. Do you think the CPU has failed? Calls might still partly work, but yeah. Well, no, because if I do I've just done a CPU benchmark on it just there with the RAM benchmark at the same time. So they were both thingy-bob. So that's heavy load on both components, and it was still working. I think if it's anything, it's a failure with something reading some instruction sets on the CPU. I have had it before where CPUs have gone and they'll fail on certain instruction sets. It's the only best way I can say it when it's I don't know if that's the right terminology for it, but when it's trying to do a certain thing within the Windows boot process, for example, it'll always fail at 47% of the boot, rather than under load. If you put a new drive in pre-installed, you can do a load test on it, but when it gets to 47% on an install, it always fails. So GPU PCI lanes are on the CPU. Okay. Yeah, as soon as this is done, we'll get this off. We'll get it. It's still not. Bearing in mind, this guy says he's been to 2 other computer shops who cannot find the problem. So is it? They can't find the problem because it is such a difficult problem to track down, and they're probably having similar issues to what we're having. Yeah, there's only two. There's only 2 slots, full-size slots. That one's not a full-speed slot. Looks like an ATEX slot, something like that. I can just see with gold pins. Bottom one is obviously primary, which is where I've got the card plugged into. I mean, just remember, guys, when I took this apart, can you remember the comment I made about his GPU sagging? I wonder if he's got some issue with GPU sag, which has caused some solder points to fail. Yeah, I don't think it'll fit in the bottom one though, because it's a double slot card, and that bottom one just ain't got the room anyway. It's not going to fit in there. So I'm wondering whether he's damaged the thing because his mount weren't right. So that could have damaged the board, weakened the pins, or because obviously when we started messing around, we thought it was overheating the PCH. We actually took the card out at that stage. So that could explain why it's worked on my card and failed sometimes on my card. If again, grasping at straws here. Yeah, maybe a few cores are bad. Yeah, you mean on the CPU? All the cores seem to be wrong screen, wrong mouse. Sorry. When you do a load test, all the cores do kind of come to life on here. I can pin all the cores. Yeah. But all the cores now are pinning to 100%. So I think all the cores are functioning. There's not one core there which isn't. So I don't think it's a core issue on there. I mean, it could be a core on the... I'm still thinking it's CPU. Hit it. I've got the one I mended. on my collaboration video with Joey Does Tech and JFix, which is there. But we've done a mem test on it for memory. Prime 95 I haven't got on the system, no. I haven't got it on here. I've got something which will push the CPU more, which I'll run in a second, but I'm going to start hitting thermal limits on CPU because I've only put one fan on CPU. And it is a 2-fan cooler. I suppose I could get the other one on whilst we're talking. It's not going to be too tricky with my special tool. We'll do this while we're talking. Let's liven it up and get that on there. Whether I can get the fan connector onto where it sits and lives. I'm not going to put the fan connector on before because I'll end up touching a ring fan, and not that it hurts. I was kind of, oh damn, I touched one of them sort of scenario, and you don't want to see that on screen, do you? Me going, oh damn, I've just touched one of them. These are just not wanting to sit in here at all. This little thing about Noctia fans, the clips just don't like sitting in location very well. One side in, it makes it a damn sight easy when you get a GPU in. Right, so there we go. That in. Let me see if I can get the how much of it? And I touch a fan that's spinning. Always touch a spinning fan. Can't see because it's too dark in here, and I can't see chat. So you're going to have to. It's going down. There we go. Right, we've got 2 running fans now, so it should help for cooling. Shine that in my eyes, it's really bright. Is this still... Right, it's still not crashed. This is all good. I've not checked with thermal camera. I can, but I don't know whether it'll show me anything, really. But we've got 2 minutes 30 seconds, so we'll sling thermal. Ouch! We'll sling thermal camera on. I just don't know whether it'll show anything significant or not. To what, wherefore, and everything else. But we will do this. That's saying if my thermal camera decides to work. We all know that the OBS thing is a pain in the bark side recently. Temp master. Connect. Oh, we've got picture on there. We've got picture on there. We've got. There we go. We have picture. We've got this. Right, this is without the macro lens on. So the only thing which is that was like the that was like a fan controller chip or something similar to that. But that's nice radiated heat, so it's not that. Anywhere else on there I can zoom down to. What was that I saw under there? Can't really get down to that one. That's the PCH under there. That's the PCH heatsink. That's the Novatron, whatever it's called, chip. Nice radiated heat in the centre. Everything looks okay. That is another fan IC heatsink, whatever you want to call it. That's me. That's my controller on the thing. Just take that back off, see if they need widescreen, and then we're on to CPU and everywhere like that. So there's nothing really, apart from the couple of fan controller there. Everything else is looking golden, really. So I don't think there's too much to worry about on there to speak about. Confirm exit on there and get back onto that screen. So I think that looks there. 54 degrees PCH, is that where it's sat at? Yeah, 53, 54. Yeah, so it's not getting warm, is it? Wrong mouse. Right, so we've got that. I am gonna now give it a reboot, see if it works, then shut it down, and I'm gonna do a whatchamacallit to see if I can get it to fail with his GPU plugged in but not connected to PCIe. If it then fails, disconnect it again, prove it's not doing it. So a quick reboot, prove it's not doing it, changes PSU, because that's the only other thing I've got in stock to change. Try the same scenario with the GPU connected, see if it's still failing. If it's still failing, it still could be GPU, PSU, GPU or motherboard or CPU, but if we then doesn't fail without GPU in, we can then point the finger at GPU. Does that sound logical? I know what I was on about. I know exactly what I was on about. Yeah, we'll have a look at the GPU, just see if there's any issues on that. So we've got no issues with this. Yeah, it could be. It could be GPU on P. I wonder if I've got any other. No, I had a 3070, but I'll give that away. I have got some other GPUs, but they're all older ones, and I don't think I've got anything which have got full speed. Full speed. I have. I've got other cards, but they're all slightly older cards because I just use them for testing, obviously. I've got a 5090 in my gaming system, but I'm not taking that to pieces. And I've got a 5070 or 5060 in here, 4060 or whatever it is in here. And again, I'm not taking that to pieces. Right, so that's not failing under load. Let it shut down, connect his GPU up, and I'm not going to plug his GPU in. All I'm going to do is plug PCI connector in. That is all I'm going to do. Is plug his PCI connector in. Sorry, not a PCI, his GPU power connector in. See if we can negate what we think it might be, which is a problem on the get that in there, get that one in there. Right, so the only difference we've now got is his GPU. Right, let's power it back up. I'll keep an eye in the bottom corner. See if we get a picture. That's promising. But again, we're not using his GPU, it's just the power going to the GPU from... does the GPU still try to engage PSU even though enable signal from the PCI slot is coming? I didn't think they did. I didn't think they tried to negotiate any power because I thought it was like a boot process. That if it doesn't see one, it doesn't see the other, and it just doesn't get out of bed and go. I'm going to do a RAM test with this because it's RAM test where it had been failing. Ah, it's failed. Crash straight away. Gone. Gone straight away. Disconnect. Disconnect his GPU. Restart. Right, his GPU is now disconnected. I'm going to repeat exactly the same on that RAM test. because I did a RAM test there. The GPU is now disconnected. Pull my memory stick out because I don't want my memory stick in. So I'll do exactly the same and see if it dies. If it doesn't, we'll swap power supply. Oh, heavy load. RAM test. RAM test. Right, it's not crashing on RAM. We can see RAM filling up on screen, and that's just on RAM test like it was a second ago when it decided it didn't want to play. So we'll just let that fill up. To some degree, they are a little easy, but you just can't swap big things, are they? Easy pizza, this one. Nat. Yeah, and do you know what annoyance will be, Nick? I don't think the customer will agree with me. I think that's going to be the crux of it. No, I haven't. I've only got... yes, I've got a 3060 here, actually. I have a 3060. Do you know what I'm going to do? Is plug the 3060 into the board. This is out of my other test system, guys. So, yes, I'm going to plug this 3060 in. It's running on the same pins, obviously. So I'm not going to plug this into the slot. I'm just going to power this like the other one was powered. Yeah. See my logic behind this? Let's try that. So we're still running on my GPU, but we've plugged another load into the thing, which is a 3060, just to see if we can replicate this. I know it's not a 4080. Please, no more awkward comments. You could use your PSU and test that with that connector. Yeah. Repeat it once more. Just go down to here. I'm just going to run memory test. This is a 3060 now connected. And we'll just see if the... Yeah, mem test is... It fails within 4 seconds before. So I don't think that's an issue. I think that's better. Apart from Windows crashing now. Yeah, PSU's the next thing now. So I'm going to try PSU and his card. I'll take my spare test one out and let's get these in. This is going to be fun because I bet these cables are incredibly tight. Ooh. Oh, please say you've left some slack on that cable at the back. I bet you haven't. No, you've not. I'm going to have to take the back panel off and cut the cable ties. Do you know when you turn around and say, yeah, your diagnostics are £60, and they'll go, oh, I don't want to pay that. And then you spend 4 hours on a job. They won't want to pay you for your 4 hours labour though, would they? Let's see if we can get this. One out. Don't want to play ball with that at all. God, they're tight. Right. Need a couple of adapters, which I will get. CPU adapters. Live long and prosper. At least this isn't a mega tight case. I can still get my fingers in a little way. Some of them, as we're aware, are incredibly tight. And I just cut these clips off here to make this easier for me to get in and out. Same on that side. That's one off, that's two off. All I've done is snip off the, you know, the lugs here, so they don't latch into place, so I can just push them down easier. Let me grab the telephone, gents. PC repairs, how can I help?
PCDD, you little shit.
Yeah, got a little tiny one. Sorry guys, I put the phone up there so I could continue wiring this up whilst I was on the telephono. That's all. So yes, what was I missing? A telephone was on the phone. Yeah, I just put it on top. So yeah. No, I'll tell you what I will do is change my mic because it will be going flat very soon because it lasts about 6 hours and I think we've been streaming 5 hours 20. I will swap over. Get that one on charge. We should be on to the microphone now. Yeah, he bought a computer 3 months ago and he followed some instructions on internet to update Windows using disk part. Why you would use disk part to update Windows, I don't know. And his computer now doesn't work. So there you go. There we go. Anyway, right. So we are gonna just see if we can post this computer. I've got the power supply into the wall. We've got socket in there. We've got that pushed in there into the sockets just down there, which are all in, and we are going to power this up and see where we go. That's in, that's on, and see if we've got any power. We are getting no fan spins at all on my power supply. How bizarre is that? How bizarre is that? Oh, wait, this. How bizarre is that if I don't turn it on at the wall? Oh dear. Oh no, still nothing. Probably scam tech call. 60p per minute. Geez, that's £6 fee just for the call. Yeah, I was. Strangely, my power supply, which is a working power supply, is doesn't seem to be working at all. So let me just check my fuse hasn't gone in my plug for whatever reason, because it's a simple check to do. Let's go into AC. Oh, no, it's AC current, you donkey. AC voltage. No, 230 volts. Power lead's good. Why am I... Plug that in there. They're definitely in there, and they're all in the right way. Not like I've plugged them in the wrong way. Just re-plug them back in just to make sure. Power light down here. And my CPU power plug there. Off. In. On. Right, we are now. Yeah, nothing on motherboard. Motherboard is dead. Nothing. I wonder if it's tripping my power supply out for whatever reason. That's really bizarre, isn't it? Put these back in. Or is it because it's got a good power supply and it's decided to stop working? A bit strange. This power supply is unplugged. Down onto there. Oh gosh, that's heavy. Heavy and doesn't fit on my desk. It's a bit tight round back of here, you know. There's a few cables in there. That's better. Oh. Let's reset the BIOS. Leave BIOS battery out. Plug my graphics card back in, my cheap and cheerful one, and HDMI. And let's get Right, so we should well, I'm at a loss now. It's powering up on his oh my gosh. So it's powering up on his power supply. But not powering up on mine. I'm going to try my power supply again. I cannot see why my power supply is not working on here. Because my power supply works faultlessly. I use it all the time. They weren't even bringing any diagnostic light up with mine. Any beep codes or anything. It was just completely dead. Oh, when I took that phone call, they went, "Can you install Norton again for me? If you need to reinstall Windows." No. Well, I've paid for it. I went, well, yeah, but I won't reinstall. Won't reinstall it. Sorry, shouldn't really reinstall. I've only just bought it. Yeah, not really installing Windows. Norton. So I was explaining to him why I wouldn't reinstall Norton. Right, so we've got power in there, down here. Same power cord as what I've just connected his with. My power supply is off. Power cord in. Sorry, boring view of that. And see if we can power. Nothing at all. Somebody please explain that to me. I have no idea why it's not powering on my power supply. Why the hell won't it power off my non-working power supply? Special aces. I know I don't like it, but even if it didn't have that in, it would beep at me and give me a CPU error on diagnostic lights, which is sat down here. It's like it's like these pins aren't in. That's why I checked that plug twice just to make sure. Just don't want to. Must be. I don't think it's the Y split, if I'm being honest. That is. Now it's flashing at me. You can't see it, but there's a red light flashing its nugget off down here saying you've not got it plugged in, which is a bit bizarre because I've not even got any power to the board. Really bizarre because a power supply is not even plugged in. Let's try that in those slots just there. That one. You don't need many like this in a day, I tell you. No, still nothing. Still nothing. That is really bizarre. Yeah, must be. It's, but stupid thing is, it's recognising it's plugged in here because I'm getting the warning light down here to say that my 12 volt rail's not plugged in. So it must be recognising power supply. If there's no data connection between power supply and motherboard, 750. But bearing in mind I ain't got a GPU connected, so the 13700 is not going to run any more than 750 watt. Let me try my other test, Corsair 650 watt, because I'm puzzled. I am puzzled to why. I'm right in thinking this one will work with one power cable anyway, so we should be okay. Let me try that in there. Right, this is my other test CPU. Not CPU. What's one of them things what gives you power? Is power supply unit. So we're now on powering. I wonder if it's blown my power supply. I'm just going to let that post, gents. And while that's posting, I'm just going to pop through. Oh, at least we've got a post signal on it. So I'm going to shut this down, plug his graphics card back into the power supply. No, we're going to try it without power supply, aren't we? So F1, because it thinks it's got a new CPU. Can I put the battery in whilst we are up here? Probably. Probably not. Oh. Let me get booted into Windows. Yeah. We'll do a memory test now like we were doing before. Plug his GPU in. Yeah, stabilise if I think someone needs to drink after. I think I might start drinking. I need to plug mouse in because I've got it unplugged because I moved the PC. Right, so let's do that memory test like we did before. That should be all set up, and within 4 or 5 seconds it used to crash. Gents, we have a crash. Oh! So, it's frozen, died. So it's not PSU. It's not graphics cards because we've got graphics card disconnected. It's not RAM. It leaves a CPU and motherboard. Out of the two, I'm going to edge my bets on CPU. Yeah, I'm thinking it's CPU. If TFN had just said that 5 hours 36 minutes ago, we could have all gone home early. TFN, where were you? You should have mentioned PSU with CPU. It's never CPU. Dave, it's never CPU. TFN, I've only done it for content. So, we're going to put my test. Oh, get that back out. We're going to call this for CPU, aren't we? We're going to call this for CPU. That one. Well, I'm going to edge my bets and say to the customer, I believe it is CPU. So we are going to ring him now. Because I think, which is always a difficulty with me, let me grab his telephone because I've left his telephone number through here. Oh, dear me. Right, his telephone number is this. Let me give him a tinkle. That one there. I'll put you on mute for most of this, but you will be able to hear my side. Hello. Right, so your computer. I've literally just finished. Been on it about just over 5 hours now. It's looking like it's either the CPU or the motherboard. And if we had to take a stab at it, we would say it's the CPU.
Can you test CPU on other in your system?
I'm on AMD, so I can't test it, and I haven't got a CPU to test in your board with it being such a new CPU. I did have one, but I've lent somebody the CPU to test their system, so I haven't got a 13th gen chip to test it with. But with the issues that it's having, and believe me, I have done lots of testing, it is looking, I've changed every single component now on the board. I've even reinstalled Windows to fresh hard drives and everything. You had a problem with the PCH overheating to about 75 degrees in the BIOS. So there's been a lot of things which I've managed to eliminate, but the two are the CPU and the motherboard. Now there are known issues with the 13th gen CPUs, which it could be one of those, but it is looking more like it's a CPU issue. But I don't have a 13th gen or 14th gen which will fit in this board to test either with to eliminate the final piece.
So what are the options?
The options are we've got to then start looking at replacement parts. As I say, I'm pretty confident that it's CPU, and I've spoke to several people and had some other people look at it as well with me and do some testing and diagnostics, and we've all come up with the same. That's why it's taken so long, because I've been speaking with other people as well just to make sure we're going down the right road. So
you're not working today anymore?
no, I finished today until Thursday.
So any chance that you can get the CPU that you then on hand to just tell the system on Thursday or Friday?
I can't get a CPU for end of the week. No. It's probably 2 to 3 weeks before I can get a CPU for it. I can order a new one for you, but I won't be able to get my loan CPU back until a couple of.
I mean, but if it's not CPU issues, do I need to pay for it?
Well, I won't order one unless you bought one anyway. So, yeah, I won't buy one.
Understand what
Yeah, and you understand what I am. I'm not going to buy a CPU just to test a machine, unfortunately. I can't afford to keep a £600 CPU in stock, just like you can't afford to buy a £600 CPU. But yeah, I've got no other way of progressing that any further than what it is. But I'm pretty confident that it is CPU. Well, it depends where you buy it from. You can return in places like Amazon and things like that.
So even if it's open?
Yeah.
So can you order that yourself? Because I'm in Scunthorpe, and if it's not CPU, you should then just return that and then
No.
buy a motherboard.
No, I'm not doing that.
Because I'm just thinking what to do now, because
Yeah. I mean, I'm telling you where we are with it, but I'm not ordering a CPU to try in it. That's where we are. You're more than welcome to order one yourself, and I'll fit it and do that because I'm pretty confident that it is that. I'm a good 90% sure that it is that, but I can't be 100% sure until we change it.
so if I buy CPU and if it's not CPU, so I get a refund because I'm gonna waste £600 then.
Places like Amazon, yes, you would normally get a refund for sending it back.
Even if it's open.
Like I say, normally you would get a refund from Amazon for sending it back. I will be very clear with you. You are trying to get me to commit to answering a question that I cannot possibly answer because you're asking me a definitive answer on somebody else's terms and conditions. I can't give you that definitive answer.
I mean, because now you put me in very big uncomfortable situation because I need computer and you cannot fix it.
I can fix it, and what I'm suggesting is the parts to fix it. So I don't think I'm putting you in an uncomfortable situation. I'm trying to tell you where I am with the diagnostics. I can't diagnose it any further than what it is.
Since you're working in Doncaster, maybe some of your friends can lend you, or you can maybe bring the CPU to your friend and he can test for you for a second.
I've spoken to.
I'm 1 hour driving from you.
Yeah. I've spoken to the other people in the area, and neither one of them has got a 13th or 14th gen. I've already explored that. For you. The person I've lent it to is a good 3 hours journey away from me.
Because I was speaking, so, honestly, I don't know what to do now because you put me in a very uncomfortable situation where
I'm not sure how I've put you in an uncomfortable situation.
from you, I would expect you to give me computer in working order. That's what I expect from you.
Oh, okay. Well, if you want me to give you if you want to term it like that with me, and I don't want to be confrontational, but seeing as you're trying to force words into my mouth as I feel that you are doing, I recommend you change your CPU and your motherboard.
Both of them.
Well, you're asking me to force myself into a corner. If you're wanting me to force myself into a corner, change both parts and it should work.
So,
But I don't think both parts have blown. But you're trying to force words into my mouth by trying to put words into my mouth. Well, I'm not saying. So if I'm putting you in an uncomfortable position, I do apologise. But if you're asking me to commit to something to get the PC working like you're telling me to do, I'd say you've got to change both parts because I don't know which part it is. I cannot fully identify which part it is.
so because the way you put the stuff, I need to come and get my computer from your brick also. The people who can test this, because you cannot test the computer. The person who I was.
I've spent 5.5 hours testing it. So I think to say that I can't test it and I've done an inadequate job, which is what you're insinuating, I think is highly inaccurate. And I would take quite a deep offence by your statement by that. What I am saying is, what I'm saying is you've got probably about a 70 to 80% chance that it's CPU, if not a higher percentage than it is motherboard, with all the testing that I have done. To be conclusive, it would mean fitting another part. I am not prepared to buy a £600 part to fit into a computer for that. So I do apologise if you don't like that, but I'm not prepared to spend £600 just to try that.
I can put other way. If you tell me that it's CPU, I buy CPU and you can replace it. Very simple. But I want computer working back.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
I don't want to buy motherboard because motherboard is another 300
Yeah.
or 400 pounds.
Yeah.
So if you say that the CPU, let's buy CPU and.
Like I said to you, you keep asking me the same question. I cannot tell you that it's conclusive with the CPU. So if we understand each other, you're asking me for a definitive answer. I cannot give you a definitive answer.
Expecting that when I deliver the computer, I'm gonna get the computer in working order and pay you the bill. That, but not for everything. That is still
Okay.
motherboard and CPU.
So if we cut to the chase, then what are you suggesting? That you come and pick your computer up and you take it away and you don't pay me?
Well, if you cannot fix it, and I'm not paying you.
You're not paying me because so the 5 hours that I've spent, you think that is fair?
Well, I mean, can you fix the computer? I pay
Yeah,
you.
I can fix the not a problem. I can fix your computer.
I pay you.
I can fix your computer.
Money for CPU. I pay you for time, and please fix it because I need computer working better.
Yeah, I can fix your computer. It's not a problem at all. I can fix your computer by replacing your motherboard and your CPU, and I'll guarantee that it's fixed.
To replace both parts.
But you're putting words into my mouth. You're telling me that. Look, I'm not going to fall out with you. Are you refusing to pay me for me 5 hours worth of diagnostics that we agreed to pay? I can't fix it unless we change one of the components.
Why we need to change both components?
No. Because you're trying to put words into my mouth to say, do it.
No.
You are.
I want my computer back as soon as possible.
Yeah, and believe me, I want to give you a repaired computer back, but I cannot give you a repaired computer back without changing them parts. And I haven't got the parts in stock. I'm not prepared to order the parts to test your PC.
I can order the part that you will think that is not working. But
CPU, I believe it's the CPU.
Okay, so let's order CPU and let's carry on.
If you order the CPU, I'll fit the CPU for you, but I'm not going to guarantee 100% that that will repair the computer.
So, do you understand what you say?
I do understand what I'm saying, but I'm not too sure whether you understand what I'm saying because you want me to say something else. I'm only repeating what I've said all the way through. I'm not going to guarantee it's the CPU. I'm pretty sure, I'm a good 70, 80, 90% sure it's the CPU. But to myself, I'm not prepared to order one just for stock to sit on the shelf to do it. And I appreciate you're not going to do the same. But that's as far as I can diagnose it. Any further than that, I can't go any further unless I change the parts.
Can you please explain me what I'm expecting from you? Because it looks like you don't understand what I'm expecting from you. I'm expecting from you to deliver a computer, you replace the broken part, and I take it back. But I don't want to pay money for the part that is working, that you just play with.
Right, but I haven't got a working part to put in your machine.
So,
would you expect a car garage to keep every single part for every single car in the world on the shelf?
I expect that
you wouldn't, would you?
Deliver car, it will be. I get back the car in.
What we're going to do? What we're going to do? We're going to go round in circles with a difference of opinion. I can only tell you what I can suggest. What would you like to do? I'm not prepared to order the parts to try. So what would you like to do? Would you like to come and pick it up, or do you want to order the parts?
Well, what you mean order part? Because I don't want to pay for the part
okay.
that is working to get a new one.
So what you need to do then is come and pick the computer up.
Oh, okay. Are you working today? How long?
I'm working until 6 p.m. tonight.
Well, I can try to get to 6 p.m. because I need to drive 1 hour from Skonto.
Okay, it's not a problem at all. I have spent 5 hours on it. There is the diagnostic charge to pay on there, what we did agree. Do you think it's fair not paying me for diagnostics since I've spent 5 hours on it?
For 5 hours? 5 hours, no. I don't think it's fair enough for the job that you didn't do it. Whatever you spend there, I don't know. I didn't see you. You can say anything.
Believe me, you can, because I've live streamed it on YouTube.
Well,
and I've been streaming for 5 hours 50 minutes.
How much these 5 hours cost me?
Well, I charge £60 an hour, but me actual diagnostic, as we agreed when you dropped off, would be £60.
Oh, £60? Well, okay, that's not a problem for me.
And trust me, if you watch the live stream back, you'll agree with me, the amount of work I have done on your PC to get to the stage we're at is immense.
Well, I mean, but now I need to take someone to understand it.
But they're going to be in the same position unless you can find somebody who keeps a £600 CPU on the shelf, and I'm not aware of anybody which does that. You're going to be in the same position.
Well, Skontor person said that CPU is working 100% and motherboard is working 100%. But there is a problem for them to work together because he had a server and he removed from server CPU and he had so he put his CPU in my motherboard and and my CPU in his server, and
Okay.
everything was working.
So can I just pose the question then? If you've had it somewhere else and you've said the CPU is working and the motherboard is working, but they just don't work together, why wouldn't they work together when it had been working together?
I don't know.
Well, they don't suddenly fall out, do they? So something's gone adrift. Something's gone wrong with either component.
Two people said that is motherboard, by the way.
I'm just going on to the fact that there are known issues on CPU on this model. The 13th gen CPU has a microcode issue, and there's known issues for that CPU. So it could have been stressed, it could have been something like that. It's more common for motherboards to fail. With the failure that it's got, because I've done a lot of diagnostics, the failure is more apparent that it could be CPU than it is motherboard.
How is chance that they're gonna refund me for CPU if it's not CPU? Amazon.
You can just put it through the, it's ordered in error, and you just pay the postage to go back.
Yeah, but if you open the box and install the CPU into motherboard, it will refund.
Again, that's something you'd have to take up with Amazon. I've known it in the past where they've done it, so I'm not going to commit either way on that one, because you're asking me to commit to somebody else's terms and conditions. I cannot do that at all.
My computer, instead of wasting another 2 hours,
The computer, I'll get back together now, and if you want to come and collect it before 6 p.m. tonight, and then what can happen is you can then take it to either another shop, and hopefully they'll be able to get on even further than I have, or one of the previous two shops which have diagnosed the error in the past to be in the motherboard, and go down the route with those doing one of those. But all I'll say is the amount of diagnostics I've done on here and the amount of work I've done in here, I think is pretty conclusive evidence that either the motherboard or the CPU is at fault, and I'm believing it's the CPU with the known issues on it, because it's more pointing to that.
So I can order the CPU, you replace the CPU, and I get my computer back on Saturday.
If as long as it's the CPU, I'm pretty confident it's the CPU. I'm not going to commit to the CPU being 100% at fault until I've replaced it. I cannot do that. There's no physical damage to the CPU that I can see, so I can't say no, it isn't. I can't test it in any other way, shape or form to say that it's conclusively that. So I'm not going to say yes to your question, what you're asking me. I cannot say yes to that question, because it's something is impossible for me to answer at that stage.
The way you're talking looks like I'm gonna end up with the second CPU on my shelf at home for £600.
No, it doesn't. What I'm trying to say is, I'm not trying to put it in that, but I'm not going to be put in a position where you come back to me on Saturday morning and say you told me it was definitely going to be repaired. Because unfortunately, I have had customers like that. So I am extremely careful and very, very clear with everybody. If there is an issue there, and I cannot pinpoint it like this, I want them to be crystal clear that I am telling them the truth and I'm being very transparent, and I will not commit. And that is what I'm trying to be very, very clear with you.
Well,
whether you like what I'm telling you is a different story. I can't be any clearer than I am trying to be.
Well, I just wasted 3 days of my life.
You've wasted 3 days of your life. Well, that's down to you, not me. I've been working on your PC today. I wasn't open on Sunday, so you can't really say that's a wasted day, and you dropped it off on Saturday. I did tell you when you dropped it off that it wasn't going to be worked until Monday at the earliest, and I did explain that I was in hospital for 2 days. So look, we're going to get into an argument. We're going to get into an argument because it does feel like you're trying to antagonize me into questions I don't really want to get into. So I'm going to put it back together for you. I'm going to draw a line under it. Come and pick your computer up. I'll see you before 6 p.m. when you arrive.
Thank you.
Guys, can you actually do anything? I know I'm abrupt and I know I'm direct sometimes, but did I just repeat myself time and time again? They don't want to pay me for my diagnostics. I know, how dare I charge for 5 hours of my time considering I'm not working on anything else. and he's had it to 2 other shops. He's had it to 2 other shops who's diagnosed the same problem, or diagnosed it as motherboard being the same issue. Guys, I'm unsure. Two other shops couldn't repair it and diagnose it. If you don't like what I'm telling him, I'm really sorry, but do you know what? Ultimately, you can only do what you can do, and you can't do any more than what you can do. So there we go. So let's get this put back together, because if I don't put it back together, he'll only slag me for not putting his machine back together, even though he's not paid me a penny for doing any of it. So you can't win. So we'll see how that goes, but he's going to be due before 6. I'll probably still be streaming before 6, so stick around for him coming in. It happens. Yeah. Handle it. Handled it as I would. Fun and games, yeah. Alright, Russ. What bit you didn't hear before I put you back on, he's just going on and saying, I want you to tell me you're going to order this part and it'll be repaired. Well, I'm not going to. That's why I decided to go live on there, because I wanted evidence that I had told him other than that. But do you know what? I don't want to work on his PC, because it will only cause me anguish and hassle afterwards. So the joys of dealing with some customers. I'm absolutely freezing. So he is coming down. He's got an hour, and he's wasted 3 days of his life. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. But hey, we will get this put back together. Put that on the right way. It always works better. And it screws in as well. I don't like confrontation, I don't like grief, and I don't like hassle, but I think some people think it's the God-given right to be argumentative and forceful until you do what they want to do. I do if they request it, Nick. Yeah, thank you guys. I think it's nice as well just to see sometimes what working for yourself you have to put up with. I would imagine, and I'll tell you that now, I'll get a 1-star review on Google off him, because sometimes no matter what you do, you can't please all the people, because their expectations and demands are a lot higher than reality. So I understand it completely, but I'm not prepared to be put in a predicament where I get told I must do something for him. So yeah, that's the thing. Do this left-handed. I'm shaking with adrenaline a little bit. I don't like confrontation. I hate being the one who has to deal with it. And I know it seems silly, because there's probably people in here thinking, crikey, it's a phone call and everything else, but I've got him coming. So, you know, when he does come and he's confrontational when he comes or whatever, yeah, then I have to deal with it again. And I don't know. And I think on the back of the one I had last week, it's yeah, it just gets to you a little bit. You try your hardest, you try your best to do things, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But some people just don't appreciate it because they believe they should be able to run riot and keep on saying the same thing until you agree with them, or B, force you into a commitment that you don't want to commit to. And some people would just go, yeah, all right, then I'll do it. Well, he's got his own way then, hasn't he? And as a business, I appreciate where he's coming from. He don't want to stand £600 worth of loss. Well, neither do I either. So and yeah, we'll get his computer back together. We'll let him come and pick it up, and we will continue the stream, and we'll be live on collection as well, which I will notify him for. Oh, I've got another. What was that? I don't know. Receiving a membership gift for Rusty Russ. Oh, there we go. Has Russ donated some? Sorry, I missed that one. Russ, thank you so much for donating those. Thank you very, very much, Russ. Thank you very much. Guys, if you don't know who Rusty Russ is, please go check him out. He's an amazing creator. Amazing creator. I'm still... Yeah. Well, when he was trying to commit me to, will it be, I want it fixed. Well, change them both and it'll be fixed. But he then didn't like that solution, which I get he didn't like that solution. So I can't offer the solution that he wants. And I could tell where he was going with it, that I'm not going to pay you. So I'm in a fortunate position, gents, where £60 diagnostic I don't desperately need. And that doesn't sound arrogant or anything like that. I don't need it for the stress. And I try and keep my stress levels relatively under check. I had a stroke a few years ago. I had a heart attack. I've had two now. And I try and keep the stress and everything else down to a minimum. And my rule is, if I get awkward customers like this, I will show a little bit of resistance. But, you know, ultimately, if he comes and he's refusing to pay, just take your computer. Just go. Because people like that, karma goes around, doesn't it? And you'll never win against people who believe their own voice being correct, or want to pick a fight or or antagonise. And I found it very confrontational and antagonistic, the way he was suggesting everything to me. A bit similar to the charging guy last week. It was the same tone and everything else to do that. But hey, look at this. You join for the repairs and stay for the drama. We'll get this put back together for him. Get this plugged in and make sure it posts to the BIOS, which is what it was doing before. We'll get that on camera. So when he comes and says, my computer don't work, I'll go, yeah, it does, because here's the video evidence. Oh, sorry, I can't see chat whilst I'm stood up. Yeah, do you know what? There's always a way. There's always a solution. But I could have rung another couple of people in the area who may have a chip, who would probably lend me one, or I've got that other board up there. But it would be one more confrontation, because I think the next confrontation was, well, you order a chip and I'll pay you when I pick it up, rather than anything else, and or you do this and then it'll be, I want it now. So again, it's tricky. So we just post into here. We'll see if we get a picture in the bottom right hand corner of the screen. If we do, we'll shut the computer down, we'll put it to one side, and we will move on to the other things what we have to do. So it's just memory training at the moment. We've got both these sticks around. Yeah, that's a good idea. Good idea. And saying that, I've got to legally Sharky on entry. I do it with everybody coming in, just to. I usually then put. I usually say I am. Oh, dear me. Just a second, my dog seems to be... Oh, what are you doing? Sorry, my dog was being sick. I usually then say, go on, in there. I usually say it is video recording because I'm live streaming, but I've got the mic muted. But similar to that we did with the gentleman last week, I will probably say you do realise that I am streaming and on audio. I can't do it any other way, so I'm not trying to catch the guy out. It's there for my protection as such. But we can see his computer is posting into or post onto the desktop anyway. So I'm just going to do like I normally do, so to keep the customer's anonymity, because I'm not here to do anything other, we will plug my mouse in and we'll shut this computer down. Thanks again, Russ. Sorry, distracted with that. If you did get a membership offer us, please show some love to him. Pop over to his stream. You can post your link if you would, Russ. Show some love to Russ as well. He's an amazing streamer as well, and thank you so much for doing that for me, Russ, and the community on there. So we are just shutting this down now, as we can see. So his computer is now posting and working in the same state as it came in. So that's 6 hours worth of not earning money down the drain. But hey, 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 hey. We will see. He says it's about an hour away, so we will see where it is. I'm just going to get his glass panel, and then we can do this. Go on, bed. Go on. I do seem to have had my fair share this year of clients with less than favourable demands. So we will leave this here. I'm ready to give him when he comes back. I'm just going to put my shoes on. We'll get on to the next PC. Bear with me 1 second. I'll grab another. Oh. Okie dokie dokie dokie. This is another one which we're going to do. That's going to stick up there. Get my shoes on, because my feet are cold. Oh, the lead farm Arnold, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, Arnold. Didn't have to, but thank you anyway. If that was a Mercedes car, dealership would charge £200. I know they do. And this is what customers don't understand. He just wanted to have an argument until I gave into his way of thinking. And I give him the analogy with garages. Would garages keep every single part on the shelf? No, they wouldn't. But again, no matter what I would have said, no matter what analogy, no matter what point of view I put forward, it's not his point of view. So, and I get it. I get it. He don't want to pay. He don't want to pay for something he wants repaired. I find it disrespectful that he's basically gone there to all your time and your experience and all the effort you have put in. Because, you know, on the other flip side of it, let's say I charged him Diagnostic and I spent 5 hours and I rang him and went, do you know what? I figured this out. It's a BIOS issue. I've reflashed your BIOS, but we had to go through 5 hours of thing. And I'd have gone, you owe me 60 quid, which is what we agreed. He'd have thought he'd had a result. He would have thought he'd had best result ever, that he's got his £2,000 PC repaired for 60 quid and other shops are tossers for not being able to repair it, and I'm star man. But because I've come up with the same scenario as the other shops, well, apparently one of the shops has tried his motherboard and his CPU. They just don't get along and they don't work together. Guys. Anyway, did he pay the other 2 shops? No idea, Archnoid. No idea. Yeah, I think that's what it is, but don't know. There's a bit of respect, I always think, with things. I think you can show your respect in different ways, or you can show your dissatisfaction. I can see when I had a conversation with him when he dropped off, I said, whether it's repaired or not, you will be paying your money, because I tell everyone exactly the same script. We'll do the diagnostics, we'll do this, we'll do that. And you will be into it even if I can't repair it. So he would have been told that. I would have said that at time of drop off. And he'd have gone, yeah, yeah, yeah. Him knowing full well that all they want to do is argue with me. So I will point that out to him when he collects, that I did notify him of that. If he's still not wanting to pay, I'll just tell him to take his computer and leave. Because I really don't want the crap. Yeah, as I say, there was him telling me that there was no thermal compound, and I had to check that first. I would say that one of the other shops have maybe had a similar opinion or similar conversation. I honestly don't know. So, don't know. I'm not going to make any more comments on it, guys. I've told him that I'm streaming it. He's more than welcome to it. So I don't want any backlash because we're saying things that we shouldn't on stream. So we're going to leave that as that. Anyway, guys, this is another one which has come in. And I will touch on it. It ain't about the money. To me, that ain't about the money. To me, that's about attitude and respect. That's where it is. It could have been a £10 job. It could have been £1,000. I mean, I probably think more of £1,000 job. But to me, it's not about the money. It's about showing little respect. About respect. But, hey. Anyway, we've got this one. Not here yet. We've got this one. Yeah. It gave you the middle one, basically. Yeah, it did. It would be funny if you had i3 13th gen. Oh yeah, forget about that. Oh, should have checked that first, shouldn't I? Never mind. I doubt whether it is. Tell him Google Intel 13th gen. Yeah, yeah. Arnold, I think maybe. Okay, Hope. This is a 10-minute job. Cool. Right, so we are gonna do this. I think this one, from what he was telling me, sounds more like a drive issue, which the unfortunate thing is it probably is. So it's not going to be an interesting one. We've got some of them laptops to do next, so I just want to get this one diagnosed relatively easily and quickly, and then we can see where this one is sitting. Now, I do know what area he is. It's not quite an hour. It's about 40 minutes away, depending where he is. So he may be here sooner. He may be here later. But I'm expecting somewhere between that's if he comes. That's if he arrives. He might come at 7 o'clock because some people believe that they can do whatever they want. But I'll tell you now, if he does, he ain't getting his machine. He ain't getting it at all. As I told somebody who came the other week, at 10:15 at night to collect, to do one. And I actually said, I cannot believe you've knocked on my door at 10:15 expecting to pick your computer up. Did you look at what time of show? Yeah, you told me I had to be here before 6. Well, it's 10:15. I got delayed. You live 3 mile away. You're not picking it up tonight. Well, I'm here now. I went, you're not picking it up tonight. I don't care. You're not. Well, I can pay you. Think about that. You're not coming at 10:15 and waking me and my family, and more importantly, the street and the neighbours up. I said, no. Just society. Absolute lack of respect. I mean, I don't even ring family. I wouldn't even dream of turning up to my friend's house at 10:15 at night and going, are you in? Do you know what I mean? Let alone a stranger. Right. Where are we? Oops, daisy. At least I've got Windows 10 installed to my test drive. Get that stuck in there. Let's see if we can post this little beauty. We're on. Oh, there we go. Just coming to life. We have fan spin. Because, Ginger, I don't take payment up front. I tell all customers it's paid on collection. Because 99% of them are trustworthy. If I'm ordering parts, depending how much the parts are, obviously, I would ask them to pay either a contribution or, like, if I'm building a £2 PC, I'd probably say I want £1,000 deposit, because I'm not going to do it. If I've got the computer, I don't generally ask them to pay up front either. It costs more often than not. They're more interested in getting the computer back than not. And it is extremely rare. I probably get 1 or 2 a year, and I deal with, I don't know, 500 to 700 people per year. So I deal with quite a lot of people, and so it's an extremely small section. Just seems in the last couple of weeks I've had a couple. But yeah, I mean, I can take it up front. A lot of customers will say, do you want to, yeah, that's what it feels like at the moment. A lot of customers say, do you want me to pay up front? And I'll go, no, you don't need to. It's fine. You don't need to pay up front, pay on collection. So a proportion of customers do offer to do that, and I turn them down. Because again, you don't always know how much it's going to be when you're starting to do work. I'm going to change the BIOS battery because I think this BIOS battery is quite flat. As we could see, that that needs to be on DC though. Yeah. So we'll get a better battery out. We've got one up here. But I do tend to trust that most customers will do the right thing. But again, that statement that somebody made, when you come from a country where dollars are hard earned, they should recognise then they are hard earned dollars. They've got to earn it themselves to know how hard it is, so they won't like it if somebody ripped them off by X amount of pounds either, or didn't pay them for going to work or whatever it is. And yeah. Anyway, how's the latest pass? Arnold's on it. If he doesn't pay, keep his PC simple. Billy Jones, yeah, it is a fundamental thing like that, but it gets a little bit difficult from a legal point of view by doing that anyway. But I would never dream of doing that. If somebody was adamant they're not going to pay, I'm not going to fight them for that. If there's parts involved, I'll just take parts out. I've never had to deal with anything like that, apart from the one last week where he's now come back to me and said, yes, I found the charges. Miraculously, after the video went to him. If you've not seen that, catch up on one of the live streams. But anybody who was there, he after I sent the video footage of it, and several other people did, and I sent the video footage to him, he's saying, oh yeah, I found the 2 charges that you brought, and thanks for the 5 that you gave me. He did say he'll drop the 5 off. I've told him to keep the 5. I can't understand why he dropped 2 and collected 5, but anyway. But that was another one. I just don't see the need for it. So, we know where we are with this one. How about a funny insurance? Go on then. Let's do an insurance claim. Let's change the subject whilst I just reset this date. What day is it today? 23rd today, isn't it? And it'll be 2nd because it's always wrong. Oops, the wrong button. That button there, 23rd, 26, and we can get onto the time, which is 17, and it is 10. Can't see because my glorious face is in the way. Put that just there, at least I can see other things coming. Save and exit is that one there. Let's see if we can get into the... Put this in the centre, just there. Oh, yeah, that can go there. It'll cover most things up. Kind of. The charger guy, Chris. Yeah, kind of. Not for anything other than taking the chargers. And then he said, "I'll drop them back." I went, "No, just keep them." Because we all know I've got I've got numerous ones, which was really funny though. BIOS battery's dead on this one. Just make sure you're on live video, guys. Just refresh your page because you might not necessarily be on live. It is lagging his YouTube. I went, no, keep them because the surplus requirements don't need them. You just keep them basically if you need them more than I do. So you've now got 7 chargers for your PC. What doesn't work? Anyway, the day after we were doing one with Soren. When Soren came into chat, a HP didn't have an HP charger because I gave them all away the day before. Couldn't believe it that I'd give them all away. And I'm like, I ain't got an HP charger. And I can't remember who we were in chat with. Yeah, you gave them to that guy yesterday. You said you didn't need him. I went, yeah, no. Oh, dear me. Oh, dear. So, yeah, I give them all away. Didn't need them. It is. I agree. It's way easier, but not from all the stuff. I still think, Dave, it's the. I still think it's CPU, and I think it was that. I think he did Sharky, yes, mainly because I'd sent him the videos, and there was nowhere else really that it was undefinable after that. Undisputable, sorry. Yeah, BIOS battery on this one. I had one the other day that battery was struggling, staggering, 1.3 volts. Wow, wow, that customer. When I saw the date, 240. Yeah. Did you just catch the phone conversation with this one, James? Who's coming before 6 tonight? Yeah, Arnold is. I tell people £60 an hour, but we don't charge £60 an hour. Jobs are paid by job, isn't it? And that 4 hours, 5 hours, what we spent diagnosing, that is a £60 charge for diagnostics. So it's 1.65. I've seen one less than a volt. They generally don't work at that, but I have seen one less than a volt. Anyway, we are. Oh, we know exactly what's up with this then. Guess what's up with this? Guess what's up with this? Yeah, our drive's cuckooed on this, so we'll just post into the BIOS and we'll see if we can get something. We'll see if we can get into the BIOS and boot off my memory stick. Yeah, I mean, it could be either one of those, but just with the way the fault was coming about, it did seem more like no matter where I put my face, it's going to be in the way, isn't it? It seemed more like that. But he says the other shops have highlighted it as motherboard. Well, we're working on opinion then, aren't we, rather than fact, and that's the problem, isn't it? Their opinion is it's motherboard. if it's been 2 other places and they've both diagnosed it as motherboard, they can't give a conclusive proof either. I'm not sure how many other places he wants to take it before one goes, yeah, it's definitely that, and they change it and they either hit on right or they hit on wrong, because like I said, unless you're changing parts. But let's see if we can get booted into this. Is this okay? Yeah. AFK, away from keyboard. Nah, it's all right, James. James, it's fine, honestly. But thank you anyway. Mainly because, James, if I'm being honest, if I'm getting this much conflict and confrontation at time of diagnosis and whatnot, what is it going to be like at time of repair? If there's something wrong in a month's time or something, it's not a dice I want to roll. But thank you anyway for the offer. Go on, insurance. Go on, Ariane. I collided with a stationary truck coming the other way. We've all done that. I once were parked in a car park, and this woman got out of a car next to me, and she basically opened the door onto my car. So I went, you've just hit my car. No, I haven't. I went, you've just hit my car. I've just felt you hit my car. You've just hit my car. No, I haven't. I went, you have just hit it. So I got out. I went, there's a mark on it. I went, you've got a red car. I've got a white one. There's a red mark on there. That's not me. I went, I've just sat there. You've just hit it. Well, it only hit it a little bit. I went, well, did it hit it or not? Well, it hit it a little bit. So it did hit it. And I'm like, you've just told me you didn't hit it. Now you tell me you had. Fortunately, it rubbed off, but you just think, your logic don't work there. You either hit it or you didn't hit it. I'm just trying to get into trying to get this to boot to a memory stick. Is that F12? Yeah, F12. Can't see that at the bottom. Oh, let me get a different thing, because it's clearly on a different boot thing. Let me do Control Alt Delete. Oh dear me. I should have called her a little ship. I should have called her a little ship. You're not wrong there, Dave. Definitely not wrong. Just trying to keep on livening. I do feel like it's took a little bit of a turn. For, I won't say the worst, but a little bit of a turn downhill. Now I can't even, I'm going to reset BIOS. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's not recognising them at all. And BIOS has obviously gone flat. Let's see if there's anything else which is jumping out at me on board. We don't want that. Where go? Got an Optane in here? No, it's not got an Optane, has it? Ah, we've got an Optane drive. God, that's hidden. Right. Let me check this Optane drive out. It's got an Optane drive in it. So we know what's failed on here. Yeah. Oh, a deer, a female deer. Do, 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 do. They were a good idea, these Optane drives, but only for a very small window, because SSD just became so much more affordable to do things with. Wonderful. So they put the screw for the Optane drive. Don't you just love it? So this is dated 2019. So it's not a particularly old PC. So they put the screw for the Octane straight below here. So you have no option apart from to take the CD-ROM out. It was almost, remember hybrid drives, what they brought out for a period of time as well? Which also were a really good idea for a very short period of time, hybrid ones. I don't see them at all nowadays, hybrid ones. Thankfully, you don't see them at all. Because I always found them really, really unreliable. So 3 screws to get to the front of here. I've never heard of an Octane drive before. Is it Octane? Octane, weren't it? In Octane, what they put in engines. In that laughing gas, is that Octane? No, Octane's what they use for welding, isn't it? Use it for welding. Where did I put my other little screwdriver? So I'm not streaming until Thursday, guys, because I'm in hospital tomorrow. Tomorrow and Tuesday. So, yeah. I might be on my phone, on chat somewhere, but I won't be streaming. 16 gigabyte Octane drive. There you go. So we know what's going to be the issue with that. I suspect if it may need, I probably offered to put an M2 drive in it. An NVMe, sorry. Thank you, Aaron. Just to speed up that hard drive. Yeah. Oh no. 2 words, Russ. 2 words. Welding gas is acetylene. What's Octane? Octane. Is Octane what they use on Fast and Furious? I don't know if it is. Fuel. Yeah, Octane, yeah. Is that rocket fuel, Octane? Oh no, Octane's the actual thing in the fuel, isn't it? That's it. It's the whatchamacallit inside the fuel. Yay. Yeah, so that is his Octane drive. So Octane drive, 16 gig. I'm going to quickly plug his hard drive rather than trying to boot into it. I'm going to quickly plug it into my computer and just see if it is showing us any errors. Oh, if I can get under the desk, I will. And put that there. I'm on my knees under the desk. Oh, repair the disc. Octane is pretty much how many calories per serving. Is that? Yeah, I thought it was something to do with lubrication as well. The Octane bit on it. Right, let's see if his drives are showing up. So that's his drive just there. So I might be able to get his data back. So we're looking at disk F for Freddy when it comes up. Disk F. Hardly done anything. Look at that, 51 days. 51 days, but it is corrupted. Because I've just had a quick look under there. Let me just try a disk repair. It probably still won't post because it'll be pulling, oh, it's partitioned as well. It'll be pulling data from the octane disc, which has probably failed. Error checking. Bring that up there. Oh, wait there. Repair now. Here we go. Who's the car nerd? I'm not a car nerd. The higher the octane, the faster it burns. Is that what it is? I know. I thought unleaded was different octane because you could use super unleaded to make it more lubricant to make it run better. That's how I understood. Also, petrol gasoline has lower ignition temperature, which is why it is so flammable, whereas diesel is higher ignition temperature. Yeah, they did a, well, I see it on one of the YouTube channels. We're doing a, I thought we were on 95 and 97 at UK. I think that's where we are. 95, or is it 93 and 95? Sure, 95 rings a bell with me. Every time I hear a car, I'm just glancing up at CCTV, gents. I am just doing this disc repair on here, by the way. So there's very little I can do on here because it's doing that. Scanning and repairing the disc, so I can't really do a great deal else until this does that, and then we'll see if we can get it in. Since the mid-80s, I think leaded fuel is forbidden. Yeah, it is. Seen racing fuel with 98 or 10x special places. Must burn hotter then. Higher octane fuels can run at higher compression ratios. Got to run, pal. Oh, no problem, Mod Monkey. Thank you very much for joining in. We will catch you. It's going to be Thursday before I stream again, but thank you very much for dropping in. Just depending on what work I've got on, but enjoy the football and take care. See you soon. You've got 100. You're Australia, aren't you? Oh wait, oh. Sorry, I'm just. Right, sorry. Oh, here we go, guys. Looks like we might have somebody at the door. Oh, guys. Let me get my thing up where we had it the other day. Click on there, and then click on there. Oh, we've got two. Oh, that's good. One pulling in the drive and one parking outside. Guys. Let's see. There we go. Oh, that's interesting. Have they both come together? Right. No eye shit, guys, but we have him here. So we'll see how we go. It's here for you.
Yeah.
There we go.
So, I don't know how to say it in English, but I really disappointed because I spent 4 hours driving just to deliver this PC to you, and then without any results.
You what? Sorry.
And I even don't know where's the problem. You don't give me answer where's the problem even, because you don't have testing facilities. If you told me that, I would never brought the computer to you. You understand that? If you cannot test PC or motherboard. If you told me before I bought...
Do you know what we'll do? We'll agree to disagree because I don't know if it's lost in translation with your English vocabulary.
No, I speak 4 languages.
You might do. I'm just explaining where I am because obviously you've said certain things. I find it disrespectful what you're saying that I don't have facilities. I've got tens of thousands of pounds worth of equipment. I've got 30 years working in IT. So to say I don't know how to diagnose, I find that disrespectful. But I cannot fully diagnose that one because of the situation it is. But a lot of people come with things diagnosed at other shops and I repair. This occasion I can't repair it for you.
So why should I be paying any money?
Do you know what? If you don't want to pay me,
I don't want to pay.
you don't want to pay me. That's not a problem because I'm sure you go to work and don't get paid as well.
Yes, quite often.
Yeah, well, there we go then. There we go.
I mean,
It's a mark of somebody's character.
Skuntorp,
It's a mark of somebody's character. So take it with you. Take it with you. Take it with you. Because I think it's a mark of somebody's character. It's a mark of a man. If they don't believe they should pay the way. So take it with you, put it in your car and go.
I mean, because you didn't give me answer, what's wrong with the computer?
Like I said, 5 hours worth of work. If you don't want to pay me, you don't pay me.
Can I ask one more question? Did you stream my desktop on?
No. No.
Thank you.
Hello.
Alright.
Yeah, good, thank you. Right, just bear me 1 second.
Alright.
Okay, right, so, sorry gents, somebody else had pulled up at the same time. And there we go. I think we would all agree that he had no intention of paying anything, and he did let slip. He went, I didn't pay other shop for not diagnosing it either. Well, just keep walking around. He had no intention. Yeah. He were never going to pay any money. All it would have been were an argument. And do you know what? If I'd have said, you're not having your computer back, he might have paid me, or he could have got really funny. I don't want grief. Yeah, don't want grief. People think, and apparently he goes to work and don't get paid as well quite often. Well, he's in the wrong job then, isn't he? Because I don't accept that. I don't see why he should. And I'm articulate enough to say that, and I found it disrespectful, and I did point out whether it was his lack of English vocabulary and he spoke 4 languages, and I weren't saying that. I was just trying to make a point of how he was terming things was a bit disrespectful, that he don't think I should pay. And I could have pointed out, like I said, would have gone that he was doing that. But he did ask whether I streamed his desktop. Didn't even log into his version of Windows. And that's evident from looking through it also. Let's move on, guys. Let's not worry about bad customers and bad people in life, because that's what they are. And do you know what? Somewhere in life, there'll be times he needs somebody and he won't get the assistance or help because karma's a bitch. And it'll come around. But hey, more things to worry about. I was reading that one, Mookie. Don't even know what to say. Yeah. tooth, and only probably don't go work taxpayers' money. You're a better man than I am. Stu, yeah, I thingy Bob, yeah. I think he rang me last Friday and wanted it doing same day, and I went, no, I don't do anything the same day. I'll wait while you do it. No. And then he rang Saturday, but yeah. And James has offered to drop me the CPU back. And again, James, if I'm getting that much bad feeling now, it's never going to be a good feeling. So you'll never put it right with a customer like that because he believes you've done it wrong. So I could have ordered a CPU, I could have ordered a motherboard, and then he wouldn't want to pay going rate, or he won't want to do this. Do you know, sometimes bin. So anyway, we need to post this into a operating system. But thanks guys, we weren't there. We have got our signs up just to show you what signs I have got up. Just in case there is anything untoward, if I click on there, I'm just going to show you, just so I've got evidence on camera. No, not that one. Yeah, it is that one. We have a sign on the wall here, which says audio and video recording. And in case there's any other issues, we have another one. That's my head. Just here, which says, warning, audio and video. You can't read it on camera. And then we've got another two, one here and one here. 4 signs in this office, just in case anyone has got bad eyesight. Let's move on. Let's worry about what we can influence. Can't influence other people's opinion, you can only influence how you react to it. So let's influence on that. So thanks guys for sticking around. Right, I'm going to try and post this into, let's change the mood. Another, like, come on then. You could have fixed many other devices. I know, that's the annoyance, James. That's the annoyance, the 5 hours on there. And I could have probably got through all the work today. And I might earn £200 as opposed to nothing, because you've wasted it on him. But it's not about the money, it's about the attitude and the respect. When he dropped it off Saturday, I think he realised then that he would never be paying me a diagnostic fee. And that's the annoyance, that you feel a little bit hoodwinked, even though I made it very clear when he dropped off, because I make it very clear to everybody that I'll do your diagnostic, can't guarantee to repair it, and if not, you pay you £60. And he has agreed to that. Now he just wants to argue the fact. So I think he knew that on Saturday. So people like that who do it purposefully, it's premeditated. It's premeditated to scam and con people, and it's in their makeup and their persona. So they're the ones which thinks life owes them something, or they're the ones which think I need to cheat my way to everything. And they're the ones which never succeed. They're the ones which don't sleep happily in bed because they lift everyone else's leg. Let them crack on. Woman gets pulled over by a police officer. The officer to the woman, I've been waiting for you all day. Do you know how fast you've been going? The woman, yes, officer. I just tried to get to you as fast as possible. Oh, dear. Right, we will get this plugged in. I've still got a load of computers to do today, and I can't finish until I finish. How late am I working tonight? Right, F12, weren't it, to get into the BIOS? We've reset the BIOS, I think. Yeah, we're in the BIOS. I can't remember what we're doing now. Oh, we were going to see if I can boot off memory stick, weren't I? Let me stick a memory stick in. I'm going to stick 2 in. I'm going to stick 2 or 3 in and just think, well, one of them's bound to work. One of them's bound to work. Anyway, let's get on to here. This is why I don't say I think it's X, I say it's Y. This is even if I'm wrong. Yeah, I will never 100% commit to anything. And the more people push me to 100%, I'll be more resilient to agreeing, mainly because they're the type of people which will jump all over you because they want you to commit to it so they can then say that, or basically put words into your mouth like the guy last week did. So yeah, I won't do it. Security, TPM, no, and immovable. I wonder why my prints out a price list and charge that amount. I used to do a Wheel of Fortune, you know, with some people. If anybody says to me now, because I'm a bit long in tooth now, because I've been doing it so long, if anybody comes and says to me, let's say I quote them £100 for a job, oh, can you do it any cheaper than that? It's a no. It's what I charge. If you don't want to pay what I charge, I appreciate you don't want to pay what I charge, but that's what I charge. You're more than welcome to go somewhere else. And I know it sounds arrogant, it sounds horrible, but again, it's just how I do it and what I do. But I used to say to people, when they used to say to me, oh, it's a bit steep that, and no matter how much job was, and I used to go, are you a betting man? Yeah. Well, I tell you what, I'm at £100, you're at £50. If I flip a coin and it lands on heads, you pay me £120 for that £100 job. If it lands on tails, I only charge you 20 quid. So it's cheaper than what you want to pay. Would you do it? Yeah, definitely, because we're not going back on this. Yeah. So I would get them to get their own coin out of the pocket and flip it. Only on one occasion do this, I only did it about a dozen times, not very often. On one occasion where it had come up on heads, for example, so they had to pay me more, did that person insist on paying me? All the rest went, well, I'm not doing that, I'll still give you 50 quid. So it just shows you, doesn't it? They're willing to rip you off, because again, I think this is Mark or somebody, they're willing to say, if I can stitch you up, it's in my favour, I'll take it. But do you know, if it's in your favour, I still don't want to do it. I stood by it. All times I lost. And I charged them, let's say, 20 quid instead of 50. I didn't quibble. But on the ones which came back my way, only one person insisted on paying it. Or they'd pay original quote. But that were in my younger days. I can't get this to boot into anything. Times were different then. Heads I win, tails you lose, yeah. I'd rather pay more for an excellent repair than pay less for a crap one. I'm probably the same. I'd rather pay, as long as, I'd never agree to get something done if I didn't think it was worth it. But I'm one of these, if I think something's worth it, I will pay it. Because, sorry, I'm trying to do two things and we all know I can't. Where's exit gone? Save and exit. I haven't even got a USB memory stick plugged in there. Oh, God. There you go. I'll pay what I think is fair. If I think it's fair, I'll pay it. I won't even quibble on price. If I don't think it's fair, I'll shop around until I find somewhere what I do think is right. Why can't I see this USB memory stick? Is this reverting back to? He's been to two other places, Dave. Been to two other places. Don't think he will. I don't think people like that have any guilt on him, James. Do you know what? He'll feel better. He'll probably feel better about himself seeing that I put 5 hours worth of work into it and we've had so much talent and expertise in chat diagnosing it. He'll feel like he's had a bigger win. So that's how these people's minds work. They're not interested in guilt. They don't have it, because if he did, he'd have said, look, it's 30 quid for your labour or whatever, because I appreciate what you've done. They don't have it. They're not built into them. They're selfish. They're single-minded, narcissistic people who believe that they're always right. And by being bullies and shouting at other people or raising their voice or thinking they can turn their intellect into a weapon and repeat themselves and repeat themselves, he's got the outcome that he wanted, which is not to pay. That's all his intent ever was not to pay. And unfortunately, that's my opinion, and I'm open to have an opinion on it, just like he's got an opinion of me. I'm allowed an opinion. Just because I'm a retail outlet and I'm a business doesn't mean I haven't got an opinion. And unfortunately, customers aren't always right. 99% of them are, but there's bad people in every place, and some of them just happen to be customers. Yeah, they're not always right. I never argue with a customer. I've never had a bad feedback, but if I ever got a bad feedback, I wouldn't argue with them, because you know what? If that's their opinion, you can't argue against somebody's opinion, can you? Because that's their opinion. That only works, JFix, mate, when the customer has a conscience. Don't think he had one. No. Anyway, I can't hear what we're looking at. Right, it doesn't seem me removable disk. Why aren't you seeing me USB memory sticks, you stupid computer? Is it because it's... Oh, I'll take them out. 2 USB things in, so I'll take them out for a start. Plug that one in there, and where's my yellow one? One of these has got to work, because these are completely different. I don't want to get into a test OS so I can see what's what. Stick that in the front. And stick my keyboard in here. And stick that red one in there. And stick, I must get one of these working. I've got 5 memory sticks in there. One of them's got to work. I'm all discombobulated again. You used to see me like this, aren't you, gents? Right, let's do Control-Alt-Delete and let's get back into the BIOS. Yeah. He'll need me before I need him. That's the reality. And you know, if other shops have had a similar experience, they may well not work on the PC again either. So there's a reason why he's travelled 40 miles. Yeah, Ginger, you might be onto a winner there. You just might be onto a winner. What Ginger's put, he'll order a new CPU and put his old one in the packaging and return his old one. Some people might do that. Some people might do that. I had one of those days I brought more. Well, you were doing retro stuff this morning, Ronnie, weren't you? What have you managed to do? CPUs do have a serial number. So do motherboards as well. They have a little QR scan on. But it's whether places like Amazon and whatnot do that. That's why I suggested to him that he sent it back as not wanted or not needed. Yeah, it might not be a bad idea. I'll have a look. I have got so many. If you've been on my streams before, you'll know. I've got absolutely... God, dropped my CPU. I've got tons of Intel and AMDs, Ryzen's, older AMDs. Everything from original Pentium sat in there somewhere, right upwards. So yeah, I have got lots, but some at later ones I am missing. I am missing now, should I say? So it is what it is. But it doesn't often cause a problem. I just don't want a £600 CPU sat on shelf. Oh, just for testing purposes. I'm not rich enough to do that. Yeah, all different types, yeah. Some of those AMDs have gold pins. They do. I used to have, oh God, if I had 250 CPUs at one point. So I decided to... it wasn't pre-bought, I already asked. Pentium Pro 2. Woohoo! I decided to take all the gold pins off all my AMD CPUs, you know, old AMD CPUs, and do that. And I got them all off and everything like that. And I weighed them, and even with every CPU stripped down, I had nothing. And obviously, some of them are gold, some weren't. This was a few years ago, and I thought, I can't even be bothered. So I just binned them all, no gold pins and everything. Well, it took ages to take off. Now it's probably worth a fortune. But I just thought, yeah, trying to get somebody to buy them. Chat on the self is something different. About the same price, i3 and Pentiums. Anyway, where am I? Did we reboot this? We rebooted this, didn't we? And I want to see. Why can't I see me USB memory sticks? I'm going to turn that off, so at least it might let me go to Legacy. There we go, it's now showing. Well, let me do it under UEFI. Yeah, I keep thinking about my RAM with exactly the same thing. Oh, if I can install off that one, that'd be super. Yeah, I can. I keep thinking about my RAM with the same and me GPUs and whatnot, because I've got so much bits and bobs lying around that I'm sure if I liquidated it all, I've probably got, I don't know, just in RAM alone, probably a couple of grand, because I've got so much RAM. And then I start thinking what motherboards I've got, CPUs I've got. You know what I mean? I've got pre-built systems sat upstairs, which they're probably worth, I don't know, £400 or £500 each, because they're not modern ones, but they are. You know, I've got a Ryzen 7700X with a 3060 in it upstairs, pre-built. I've got several other bits and bobs. I'm trying to think what else I've got. I've got an i7 9700K gaming system, which is all built and ready to go. So I've got quite a few bits and bobs, ready to go. And I just think I really need to, liquidate some of this stuff into cash. But it's just getting time and motivation to do it. That's what I want to do. I want to see if temps are right. No, that's what I would do. I was under desk winter before he came. It's not me, it's just seat temps. Okay, yeah, 38 degrees. Yeah, so that's fine. I was under desk before he came, if you remember, repairing the hard drive. So I need to eject the hard drive. Successfully repaired. I remember what I'm up to now. Eject. Oh, thank you very much for subscribing. Carly, thank you very much. Thank you. Didn't come up with any noise, even though it came up with dancing figure on screen. Thank you so much for your very kind thing. What's the issue with this PC? The issue with this PC didn't boot. So yeah, it's just a non-booting system. I've had the drive connected in my PC, which it's in now. My dog's barking at thin air. I don't know what she's barking at. I'm just going to eject it, and it was a corrupted file system, but it had an Optane drive. That's where we got up to. We're on about fuel, weren't we? So I think the Optane drive is done, but I don't think even when I reconnect this, it's going to work, because the Optane drive will have some some, won't it? Some boot files on there. So we'll stick this back in and just see if I can get it working. Put it in the right way. It always works wonderful. Works better than going upside down, doesn't it? Ah, dear me. Right, we've got that in there. Hello, Ankia. Good evening, good evening. It's a special trick to fix Optane. What do you do to fix an Optane? I have a collection of about 4 gig of BIOS bin files. Ooh, Alex Gillen's live. I tried patching the Nation's Gold. Oh, there you go. Ronnie, I have about the same. Oh, did I miss something? Live chat. What did Ronnie was saying? About 4 gigabyte of BIOS bin files. Crikey. I've got a terabyte of retro ROMs. If that's any use. All retro ROMs you could well imagine, and I'm saying retro ROMs from Atari days and Spectrum DOS, Commodore 64, Genesis, stuff like that. A lot of those. Right, we'll give this a post. I'm going to take my memory things out now because I've got 5 of them plugged in because I couldn't figure out how to do it, and we'll see if we can post into this customer's hard drive. So we're looking in the bottom right hand corner. We have fan spin, which is always good. F12. See if we can select the boot drive and the Windows Boot Manager. It'll be a result if this goes through. Let's put my prepare an automatic repair. I don't think it will. No, it's not. I think on this one, probably the best thing I could do is back up the customer data and offer to reinstall the operating system, because I think we'll find with the Optane drive failing, it's done that. I can just back up the customer data because the data was on the disk. The disk was readable, so this disk hasn't failed, and it'll just be some of the nondescript data on the Optane. Enable Optane in BIOS. I think some people collect them from repairs. I got many. I repair ME and BIOS regions. Ooh, make sure you're on. Oh yeah. Could be graphics related, might be DirectX. Oh, that's something else. So this one, I think it's going to be that. So let's put. Let's turn it off. And put this in the correct way. Because that definitely is always useful, putting it in the right way, not the wrong way. It doesn't like that. I need to ring the customer on this one. So where's his number? That's his number there. We do have the other guy's number there, which we will keep to one side. Keep that to one side. So we will ring this customer and then we will speak to him, reference that. So we'll move on to a laptop next. Let me get some of these screws in just so we can not fall its pieces when we pick it up, because that's never good. And then we'll doing this. Oh damn. Arnold's starting to feel threatened that somebody else is coming in and muscling in on his expertise there. Ah, dear. So let's get that one unplugged. I will have a conversation with the customer on this, regarding this. Get a bag for the screws. Woohoo. Use that one just there. Put these screws and USB device in here. And this one, I'm going to suggest that I reinstall Windows either onto that disc, or I'll give them the option of upgrading to a full SSD system rather than a. I'm not going to put an Optane drive in it because I don't like them, and you don't buy them anymore. So that's where that will be recommended, and we can move on to a more exciting, interesting one, which is a diagnosis of. Oh, guys, just bear me 2 minutes. I just need to put something in the oven. Maddie Moo. Right, I have just fed the dog because it's that time of night. So I need to ring him about that and stick his name on there so we don't lose it. So we're going to see what everyone fancies now, because we have a couple of options to choose from on laptops. I know which one I want to do, but we will see. Look what I've got here, guys. Do you know what chip this actually, which chip fits in here? Can anyone read what that says? Oh wow. We have a fully functioning B760 Tomahawk motherboard. I wonder if that would have come in useful today. Yeah, I do a few, Ronnie, but not a great deal, mainly because I think Sorin summed it up the other day. I repaired that one. That's the one which is up here. This is, if you're wondering what this is, guys, this is, I go to this one. This is one I've done a collaboration video on with Joey Does Tech, and JFix was here as well. And this is up for grabs. You can own this motherboard, you can have it. I'm going to give it and gift it away to somebody in the UK, mainly because international postage is so much. But yeah. There's a video which is on my VODs. It's also collaboration with Joey Does Tech and James JFix. So have a look at the video, and it basically tells you in there on how you can own this. Dead easy to do. You just go onto the video and leave a comment in the video that you want to own it. And I'm happy to then post it out at no cost to yourself, as long as you're in the UK. And you can own yourself a £400, £300, whatever cost motherboard it is. It's a really nice motherboard, fully working. B760 Tomahawk Wi-Fi, yeah. But yeah, check the video out on that one, guys. Right, so I'm not going to touch that because that is going to be an absolute nightmare. But we need to ring the customer about that one. We have a couple of Dells. Just getting the bits down. There we go. Okay, so the two what are in question are that's an Acer. That's throwing me. I'm looking. I'm thinking I've got a backpack there for a Dell, and it's an Acer. That's from a different laptop. Confused me a little bit. So we've got two. Both of these are the ones where the lady spilt wine on them last week, if anyone recalls that. Spilt wine on it, and it was really, really urgent last Wednesday. We stopped what we were doing and did it for her because she needed to get an assignment in. She got back to me on Friday to say yes, continue with the work. So we looked at one and diagnosed one. Spent quite a bit of time on it, if you remember, which is this one up here. But it was the same day as the charger guy, so it kind of threw me off kilter a little bit. So we did open this one. We did open this one at the same day, but didn't actually do anything with it. We just took some screws out and quickly had a look and measured. So I'm thinking that we might, I just want to make sure no customer details, we might have a look at this one. B760M supports 12th gen. No, that's the 13th gen. B760, 13th gen. And it's a trying to look at the 1700 socket, I'm sure it is. Yeah, there you go. It is 12th gen, but it is 13th gen as well. DDR5 socket LGA 1700. That's that one. But you can win that one. Just check out the VOD I did, video on demand. I did, and you can own that laptop. I'll send it out to you. Not laptop, motherboard. Yeah, I'm sure it does a 14th gen with BIOS update, because 13th and 14th are same socket. It was 12 and 13, I didn't think which were, but I'll come to that now. Right, I'm going to try and get my power supply back on screen, because we will need power supply for this one, so we can have a look what's what. That one there, COM port 6, COM port 3. Tell you why that won't connect. It's because I've got that connected. And we will do some work on this and just see. COM port 6 connect. Open serial port. No, that one. No. Let's reboot the device. Come on, Windows. Can I run Windows XP on it? You probably can. It might run Windows XP really well. They did that experiment, didn't they, to see if they could put Windows 98 on a modern PC, and the problem was drivers. That was the issue with it. Right, I cannot get power supply on screen, so we're going to have to use my little trusty power supply adapter anyway. So we'll just do that. We'll do that, and we'll just have to look through the camera. We're just having a pig of a day with technology. We're going to use that anyway. So we'll do this. It just means you can't see it on screen as we would normally do. So this one here, she wants diagnosing further, and story behind this: she spilt wine on it. She had two, and she spilt wine on them both. So not sure what am I going to have issues with this? Where's my... Pulling my hair out now. Technology and me just don't go. Well, according to this, my multimeter doesn't want to work either. Oh, gosh. I'm just trying to reset the multimeter on screen. Oh, do you know when you think it's one of them days? I'm just gonna. Please check whether the device is connected properly via. It is connected via COM port. You're plugged in, you stupid machine. Of course you're plugged in. You've got a cable connected into the back of you, and you're charging, so I know you're plugged in. Device manager. COM ports, ports. So I'm going to uninstall that one. No, we don't want that. And I'm going to uninstall. Oh, brilliant, it's just disappeared. COM ports, there we go. Dog wants a rub. She does want a rub. She's probably laid behind me going, please, please give me some attention. Please give me some attention. I'm just going to reboot this and see if it appears in Device Manager. Undo. Right. Hey, we've got COM port 3 back alive. So COM port 3 has come back alive. If I can get connect on the USB, COM port 3. No. So you're telling me you're alive and you're not really alive. Oh, you are. So it is alive. It's lying to me. So we've got that. Brilliant. We've got that, guys. So now, should I be able to get power supply alive? COM port 6. Connect. No. That was asking a lot, weren't it? To see if we could get COM port 6 alive. Well, according to this, I ain't got a COM port 6. No, according to this, I do not have anything plugged into COM port 6. So it does look like PSU is not going to function on screen for whatever reason, because it's a Tuesday. I don't know, it's not Tuesday. It just feels like a Tuesday. So I'll do that. I'll take care of the voltage. You can take care of the multimeter on screen. I'll close that. Right, we've got some of the stuff working. We've got microscope. We've got this. Hey, right, and we've probably got stuff we need. So we've got half the battle one. Let's get this plugged in here. In. So we'll do it the old-fashioned way. If you're not familiar with this little device that I'm going to show you, this is my emulator. It's a UD1700. You select what brand of laptop we've got. We've got a Dell, because these all have sense pins, and we'll select Dell up. Oh, we've got somebody. Fuzzytronics, welcome to. Oh, thank you very much for being a member. Thank you very much, Fuzzy, for being a member. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Just not behaved. They Sharky. It's just one of them days. Just one of them days. Ordered a cheaper version of one yesterday. Oh, let me know how you get on with that, please, TFN. Let me know how you get on. Did you use the link that I sent so you know which one it was? Because I sent that through. Been a long day, DD. We're off the clock now. I know. Okay, definitely off the clock. I'm expecting somebody anytime between now and 6:30, let's say. So I will be calling it a day when they come anyway, because it's a guest. So yeah. Anyway, we can't if I can get it in shot. Dell HP Dell. So I'm going to select 150 because I don't think this is going to take much more than 150. Normally I would be showing it on screen up here. Just having an off day. So let's see if this is doing anything. I did try it the other day. The battery is completely flat. So we're going to stick 19 volts at 4 amps into it. This will show us 19 volts just up here. But this side it might be a bit easier. And we'll just see if there's any current draw or anything as such. So she had spilt wine on this. Probably need to come out a bit so we can see it. Had spilt wine on it. $50 instead of 90 for the same make. That's really good. If you got the same make for that, unless it was the same, that even if it's not the same make and it's one of others, if it works, doesn't it? I paid a little bit extra because I wanted all Mac cables and everything which came with this, because I got all the yeah, by all means post the link on here if you want. Oh, I've seen that orange one. Yeah, James did show me the picture of the orange one, because they've got voltages or they've got wattages at the side here. So yeah, I do think there are a couple of different ones kicking around, but even so it's good, that one. Yeah, I think this should have been about 70 quid and I paid about 83, I think I paid or something, I can't remember. But I wanted all the additional cables for all Macs and whatnot which came with it. I've probably got them somewhere, but yeah, not that I'll ever use them, but it came with iPhone cable and everything else, so you can do it all in one go. Anyway, we are gonna just open this up. So this is Add Liquid. We think this is the power on button just there. It's doing absolutely zip when I press the button. Yeah, put the link in the well, you can put it in chat now, so anybody can have a look now if you want. But yeah, by all means, put it in the comments, and anybody who wants one can do it. I would recommend one, guys. Anybody who's doing laptops, I would say grab one. Certainly, anybody who's doing a multitude of different laptops, it's only viable if you're doing HP, Lenovo, or Dell, because it'll enable you to charge. But the beauty is, it gives you the facility to show your voltages on a meter if you haven't got a little voltmeter, and this one's USB, so I'm just going to grab the USB meter. I have bought a USB meter for OBS. I haven't got it plugged in as yet, because me being stupid, I ain't got around to doing a review on it. So this one is going to be the old-fashioned meter on here. So we are going to be looking at some current draw, something on here. So we will leave that off. We'll plug this in. I think from memory, this was just producing 5 volts. So if we look on here, we'll just turn it on now. It is sat at 5 volts, as we can just see on there. Ignore this. This is only what the power supply is giving out. Obviously, the laptop will negotiate what it wants. So we are getting a bit of current draw. We're getting 6. Did you see that? It kind of went up. You saw it on here as well. It did come up with a little bit of current draw on here, but did nothing else. It didn't, negotiate any higher. What I believe is the power buttons are having no effect either. So we'll get that turned off, and we'll try it on the other side. Yeah, is that the one you sent me a picture of, James? The orange one on there. I think it is. So I'll try on this this other one, but I think we'll probably get the same response. So I'll flick it on again. So, oh, we've got 19.3 volts on that one. So this USB is negotiating up to 19 volts. So that one's kicking straight up to 19. Keyboard designed by Pink Floyd, yeah. And this one is 19.3 volts. What? 0.6. Nothing on power. I'd love to say fixed, but I think it's far from fixed. But yeah, we have got a bit of... That's different to what it was doing the other day. Battery's in at the moment, so take the battery out and see if that current draw changes at all. Now, there is some signs of liquid damage. Ignore these are gold things through here, but we have got a little bit of liquid here. Can't really see anything else. Don't know what that is. Don't smell like wine. It smells more like coffee or something like that. Yeah, coffee, not wine. Yeah, definitely. Ooh. We did look at this, if you remember, because we had a very quick look at this. And I said, I need to talk to customer and see if she wants to go for any more in-depth diagnostics. And that's what we were waiting for her to come back. Because remember, the fingerprint reader were all whatchamacallit up as well. That was the fingerprint reader. The plug itself looked okay, but obviously it must not be okay because of that. But it weren't going up to 19 volts the other day. And we were going to take the board out of here. That's where we got to. We were going to take the board out to see if there was anything else we could have a look at or do, or see if we could sort out. So let me just see if we've got any current draw with the battery out. So I'll just plug it into the same thing. 5.16. So with battery out, we're sitting at 5 volts. No draw. BIOS has not been to. We've saved BIOS for Ronnie. Ronnie, we're going to sort it out for his lead farmer. I know it's upside down, but 5.16 on there. This is what it was doing the other day. This is exactly what it was doing. It wasn't negotiating up to anything other. Let me try the power button again now the battery's out. I am presuming that's the power button. Somebody please tell me if I'm wrong, but that is the only button on there without a label on it, and it pushes, and there's nothing around any of the edges or sides to say there's another form of a power button. Nothing at all. So we were going to take board out of here. We'll measure for some shorts to start with, and see if there's anything pertaining to that. Continuity. Do you need battery connected? Maybe. It's triggering up to, when I connect the battery up, it is triggering to 19 volts when I plug the battery in. And it's one of these stupid batteries that you can't actually see, but you've just got to get it in there. So if I plug the battery in and do the same test, now we've got the battery in. So it goes up to 19.3 volts with the battery in, but no real power. It's 500 milliamps, 5 milliamps, 50 milliamps. Sorry. Antideophobia. Yeah, it's not pulling any current to that. I don't know what that phobia is. We'll have a look. We'll have a look. But it weren't coming up to 19 volts the other day when it was like that. It wasn't on 19 voltage. I'm still sat at 19. We'll just check the coils. Right, I've got nothing on those. Doubtful we're going to get anything on those. No, nothing on that. Did you apply the discount code on Ali? Ah, sorry, that was to me. Communiophobia. Is that being together? Phinophobia. Oh, I don't know what phinophobia is. Communiophobia. Is that something like a fear of community for being together? I've got no voltages so far anywhere around the board. I haven't got any power rail. No, I've got no power rail at all. I would imagine that MOSFET here is probably, because there's no MOSFETs at this side for that one that I can see. That's the BIOS chip. Somebody mentioned BIOS. I can't get to the... Right, we've got 5 volts there. Don't know what that 5 volts will be though. I would have thought that's battery charge just there. I'm wondering, because it's had coffee spilt on it, wine spilt on it, whether it's just worth popping the board out before we do any more, because I've got no voltage apart from that 1.5 volt, got nothing else. And it's only a couple of screws to take the board out on here. So I'm thinking I'm going to take the board out and see where we go from there, because we might just have a big splodge underneath, and it could just be disintegrated into a pile of dust if it's had liquid in it. So I think it's worthwhile as just having a look. No, it's not registered power. I just need to get off. You stupid. Oh, wait, I've got. Yeah, I'm going to take the board out. Don't need that one because it's too big. BIOS juice, yeah. Now it's not registered anything with the whatchamacallit, battery press. It's a bit strange not having an SSD in. Bit strange not having an SSD. So I wonder why. I wonder if it's been looked at already, or not. Maybe, don't know. Try and get this board out as quick and seamlessly as we possibly can. BIOS chip on the far right. We'll have a look at that. I don't think she said they'd been looked at. Oh, we've got other residue. Yeah, it smells more like Coke or something. There looks to be a bridge on that soldered there, but I'm going to have a look at that once I've got board out. Arnold spotted something. BIOS chip far right under the silver looks resoldered. How about that one? Don't know. Looks okay. What do you think? Yeah, looks factory. I would say that there probably is a Dell with that, but I don't think this one is. Strangely enough, I remember working on one of these before. These have two BIOS chips. Got another one there. Got one at either side at board. It's like a mirror image of each other. Is the board. What's JSprint 2? I don't even know what that is. Please enlighten me on that one, Arnold, because I do not know. Every day is a school day. I don't know what that one is. HP do, but not. Yeah, this. I remember working on one of these before. There's a BIOS chip there and there. There's whatever they are under there, and then a lot of stuff kind of mirrors down both sides of the board here, which I remember a time when we looked at one on stream. It was like, oh yeah, not seen one like that before. And they have about 900 screws in them. They're off, another one there. We've got quite a bit of corrosion. Ooh, ew. Yeah, that doesn't look good, does it? Ooh, yeah. Let's get that heatsink off and let's have a look at that. That's definitely coffee and milk or something, because that ain't red. That ain't wine. So we'll carry on disassembling number 5. No, disassemble number 5, and we'll see what horrors lie in store for us under there. But hopefully, if that is it, that's quite a large component. There might be a chance of resurrecting that. Unfortunately, depending what power rail it's on, it might have done some. Yeah, I'm going to take the board out because I want to just make sure there's nothing ugly lurking underneath, because whatever it is has come through the keyboard because it's underneath the fans and whatnot. And just here on the CPU screw, there's other signs of nasties. We'll get that one out of there. Not bad. And this sign's on there for the display. For EDP port and CDD capacity. Alright, this should now release. Okay, we have the board out. Have a look at those two connectors under there, under the microscope, just to see where we are. That looks fine. That looks fine as well. So connectors there look okay. We know we need to do something with fingerprint reader. We need to clean that socket up. But all in all, the board, the chassis doesn't look it's obviously coming from here. We can start seeing some marks on it, somewhere around where the fans are, certainly some under where the fans were sitting, and it is sticky. And we've got bits down near the speaker, and so on. So we'll have a look at that in a second, and we will see if we can see anything else on the circuit board itself. Right, we have got signs of quite a bit of liquid around here, as you can see on camera, and what looks like heat, or maybe something down there which has started to PC EDP little ship. Okay, not a Dell for some reason. I thought it was an XPS. It is a Dell. It is a Dell XPS. Yeah, if you want the model, it's the don't know if that's any significance on there or whatnot, but it's the definitely a Dell XPS. Don't think it tells us on the innards here. No, there's no screen thing on it. But yeah, it's definitely a Dell. That's why it's got two. I got you. Right. So you need to write them both in the respective things. I want to take this plastic covering off, mainly because I want to see if any liquid has got under there, and it would appear that it might have done. Bit of a weird one, that bit there. Certainly around here where it looks to have had a bit of heat. Certainly got hot. I don't think there's anything on the board which is. If you describe that as heat or not, but anyway, there's our lovely soldered on RAM, which we all know and love. Fresh thermal paste. It's not dried out. Take this off carefully. Oh. Yeah. We'll have a look under the microscope. See if we can spot any issues. Let's zoom out. This is a different place to where it was before. Yeah. Don't look good. Kaboom. Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head there. Kaboom. Do you know what good thing is? I don't think any of these are components. I know they're not very well, or there's a potential for not being very well, but I'm going to give that a bit of a brush and a bit of a clean up. My 2 brushes out, because I'll need one a bit firm just to loosen and then a softer one. I'm going to go really steady with this just to try and agitate it more than clean it. Gonna There is another spot on the board which we saw just before we took the heatsink and everything off, which we'll have a look at in a second as well once we've seen the damage on here, but that's looking a lot better already. Give it a flux bath, yeah. Needs some scrubbing, yeah. No easy peats today, no. I love our psychics. You're not fixing that. You're probably darn right. Definitely not fixing that. Get the IPA out. Yeah, there seems to be a lot of a lot. But PD controller must be working because it negotiated from 5 to 19 volts. So there must be some good news with it. Okay, we can all agree that needs testing because there's certainly some components there which don't look too clever. But I can't see anything that's missing because here don't look like there was ever a component there. Here there's not a component. Obviously that is still there, so we'll have to test it. Here doesn't look like there's a component missing. Still there. This definitely still there as well. That, I think they're bare pads, so I don't think they've ever been, I think. So I can't see where anything's actually gone carbonised and disintegrated. Clearly it's not very nice and not very well, but all in all, oh no good. Right, so where the second piece was up here. This is a bit more worrying because that looked like a more higher more ampage circuit, but again that's cleaned off okay. And P said E, does that mean easy pizza? Is that what that stands for? Heat reflow time, yeah. I think it looks a lot worse. Incel chip, yikes. Is that DN7 damaged? I don't know which the DN7 is. Oh, DN7 down here you're referring to. I can't see any damage on it if you're referring to that one, or you're referring to that DN7 up there. And that's an EG. So we will have another look round board, just make sure there's nothing else. So let's just do a bit of logical looking round, just to make sure there's nothing too untoward kind of coming up. This is where a fingerprint reader was, and we did know that the fingerprint cable, if you remember, did have, but I think I cleaned the connector out the other day, so that's why I think that's looking something like. Bit more. I do think it's coffee rather than wine. Well, it's certainly something with some stickiness in, rather than just wine. Now the lower looks okay, now dried out, yeah. The legs on the chip facing DN7 do not look very healthy. No, they certainly do not. I would concur with that one. Fan looks okay inside, even though it looks a bit, that one there looks a bit, yeah. Can't say that that resistor's looking too clever. I'll give it a good spray off just to get rid of anything loose when I whatchamacallit, when I get it over the bin. Ooh, that intersill chip. This is where all the thing is. So yeah, the intersill definitely don't look healthy. I think that'll probably need to come off, cleaned and put back on if it's alive. Get my other little brush out. Okay. As you can hear, guys, I have somebody here. Maddie, yeah. That is my my other half just arriving, so I will I will be testing this for shorts, but this might be one we pick up on Thursday because it's not going to move off the desk with me not being working. I'm going to test around that in-cell chip just to see if we've got any shorts on anything. A bit more corrosion sat down here. Hello. That is not too bad. I think I will have a quick skim on the other side of the board and just make sure there's nothing on there. This is going to be a lot easier because there's hardly any bits on here. Oh dear. What did you drop?
Alright, it's mine.
Alright, I've just heard a clatter in the other room. Just wondering what we dropped. Let's hope there's nothing wrong with those. What's that there? Oh, that's tiny. I'm going to off my fingers with my tweezers. Yeah, she's been fed. Right, I can't see any other signs on here, so I think we'll check for some shorts around the whatchamacallit chip. I can't see chat at the moment with my microscope down, gents. Sorry. I will look more now. Thank you, James. Thank you, James, for that. Legacy chip facing DN7. She's saying someone is. I can translate, dog. Looks clean. Plug it in. Do you reckon I should just plug it in? Let's just. We've got low current on it anyway. Go on. Let's just see. We were pulling 19 before. Can't be any worse than what it was doing before because it's now not. Whatchamacallit. Let's turn it on and see. 5. I'm assuming that she's here. Might be. That side's definitely not working. And see about this side. We will plug the battery in. It's still sitting at 5.1, but that could be because battery's not in. There's no sensible way to get this battery in. It's absolutely one of the worst designs I've seen. This, you just can't see the battery. That's better. Right, so we have battery plugged in now. So this was triggering up to 19 before on both USB ports. Flick it on. 5.18. Got a bit of current draw. We might be able to. Do you reckon we could detect that little bit of current draw under thermal camera? Don't know whether we would. I mean, it's minuscule, isn't it? It's nothing. 0.7, 0.8. Just give it a few seconds just to see if it does do anything other than that. Yeah. I think it's going to need, like you say, reflowing. Plenty of. Give it a flux bath. Give it a reflow. And hopefully we'll be able to come to life on there. Ah, dear me. I'm hoping for an easy pizza. Flip connector, let's see if it comes up any different. I don't think it will because we've tried both sides of connectors. So I've turned connector over, yeah, 5.18. Exactly the same behaviour. Exactly the same behaviour, isn't it? Yeah, got to be something to do with chip, you would think, wouldn't you? On there. Turn that off. And unplug the battery. Right, gents, I'm going to 8-hour stream today. It's my bad customers trying to negotiate. I'm gonna call that for today. Sorry about the disturbance in the day, but you know, I think it's nice to show that it's what goes on in a repair business, isn't it, when we're dealing with the general public, and all customers can be truthful, honest and have morals. Thank you very much for the new members which have joined us today, and thank you very much for Russ if you're in there, for your donation of the kind membership as well on there. So I'm away now for 2 days. I'm not streaming. because I've got a hospital. So I will catch up with everybody maybe Thursday. We'll certainly be touching back onto this one Thursday. Hopefully I'll have spoken to these two customers in the meantime, whichever it is, that one, and we'll get some indication on whether he wants his motherboard replacing or repairing, and that one how he wants to proceed, whether it's just reinstall a Windows and a drive, this one, and then I need to get to that one up there as well. And then we've had the tool has dropped off today as well. That's what the wife says. I'm not allowed to talk to customers. There's no issues. Yeah, have a good couple of days, guys. Thank you very much. If you are still in chat, please consider hitting the like and subscribe. The likes are very important. The subscriptions are as well. Thank you very much for joining me. Have a really good evening, guys, and take care. And I will catch you all very, very soon. See you later, guys. Bye bye.